Good morning. This is Delegate Ayala here.
Good morning, guys. This is Delegate Stowe. I'm on the line.
Yeah, Bennett. Good morning, everyone. This is Brian Parrish.
Mr. Chair, this is Council Delegate Herman Daniels, Jr. On the line for the record. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. This is Delegate Charlene So.
Oh, I was calling in for the meeting today. Listen. 223. What was the last four? 3943. And is it the 86515 the code?
Cat A, this is Delegate Daniel So. Call it in.
Yellow hair's on the line. Anybody there? Hello?
Good morning, honorable delegates. This is Manuel. The chamber's internet went down, so IT is working on restarting it. It should take a few minutes.
All right, thank you. So, does that mean I take my nap again? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. Good morning, to everyone. Thank you for being with us this morning. Sorry for the delay. We had a situation with the internet here too as well. The Navajo Nation Council chamber. So again, thank you for being patient with us and being part of this discussion this morning. Again, so today, colleagues, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and to everybody listening, good morning. As we have our usual listeners on YouTube, Vimeo, Facebook, good morning to everyone out there. Good morning, Mr. President, Vice President. Good morning to Madam Chief Justice. She's listening in this morning to as well. To all the Navajo Nation employees, good morning. We do have individuals listening in throughout the world too as well. So good. Thank you for listening in to the Navajo Nation Council's session. Today we are actually doing something, and we usually have Nabi or something else, but today we're actually having a special Navajo Nation Council session via telecommunications. So let's go ahead and get on that, and we can go ahead and move forward on down the line. As we're ready to go, we got recording devices going here in the council chambers. We got staff ready to go. So we'll go ahead and read the agenda into the record and then move on to roll call. So with that, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I present to you a special session via telecommunications. Today's date is November 2nd, 2020. The time now is 10:17 a.m. We do have, I am here in the Navajo Nation Council chambers. I have my colleagues throughout the Navajo Nation who are on the Navajo Nation with at their respected territories, areas, chapters, communities, or their homes. So thank you very much for being with us in this discussion this morning. With that, the chambers is located in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. And presiding over today's meeting is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. We did call the meeting to order, so let's go ahead and do a roll call. Bobby.
Good morning, honorable committee members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Charles Newton is present. Thank you. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canezba Crotty. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman N. Daniels Jr.
Present.
Honorable Herman N. Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James present. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Great.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present from Port Defiance chapter.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I am present.
Honorable
I'm here.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So, present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So is present.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Who's this chair? Oh, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair is present.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canisbah Crotty is calling in from Sheep Springs, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Halona is present.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Edison Wanika. Speaker, you have 18 members present, including yourself.
Thank you. 18 members present. Good morning, Chairman Henyo. 19 members present. Girl. That, moving on down. Well, good morning to everyone. Again, we're here having a Navajo Nation Council special session. Let me go ahead and call on to, good morning, is Honorable Eugene So, are you on the line?
Oh, concerto.
Oh, Honorable Eugene So, you mind doing an invocation this morning for us? Thank you.
Ashiba Hanizanita, which Hatite, Ian, Areshin, Hikin, Edon, Nahaholia, Con, Nashin, and Nikankoro, but it's all by Nixon, Arquich, Shidika, Sunday, Na Ilwash, Don Halian, Wiska, Share in Lane, Alcon, Michi, Hatan, Live, Cotney, Tide, Ini, Pichity, Hilchini, Hilni. Aswa Colonjat, Petrol, Petrolion, Hain, Ladini, Pesana Initsen, Ashana Halana, Nitsonitas, Ashen and Halti, Noitas, Kodahit, Ladin Lincoln, Linas, Light Ada, Bajon, Hain, Ladini, Quichibiga, Itaka, Datin, Koda Ecuador, Nahadan Ladi, Bashi, Nitsen, Bihi Karik at this shade, Ashon. Had ever been hunted after Jean Ashon, have mercy us in Jean Ashon, and forgive us in Linicon. Hate other Ashon, but that's nearly been the only letting in Lini. Being his name, as one thought that all you thought, Kena hit it on Nishan Hana it all, this Ashford at night it all, Michigan, a whole ago by on its own by Nash, yet a hot Asha and the clone, Castle the Lean, but I be Hadan hidden class of the Lean, a share asked for the Lean, asked for that in Lean, a long enough and it's in the Lean. That in need on to chop at the end of which I started on the danger hasn't got this change in Lean. You see that the Navajo Nation is a holy place because we always recognize it daily, the Indian every day, everywhere we go, everywhere we travel on the road, the Indian. So there's a lot of Hans Behan, Behan, Hidden, A. She had the Indian home, as for the yacht on 3 cases, and none of his Craggy, A. She had the Indian home. That's what I am. So, but I didn't need also, but I didn't need all the Indian. The corn, he large and has cut all the vibe by the hat of bite. I had a dog, the yard, he yard on but a horse at all, not such in hide out of getting in that she not such in yet she got share way of a ding in leaning, yet she didn't name the corn. But I say needs in the crack hard and she got our corn. He came, the dust of our corn has the harsh in on that. The corn is only a corn is not better than 18 here. Corn as what the yard on his side of here again. As what it cannot be shared in the DJ. But how long a non she's not or so hard and hideous card in a share in dollars in leaning. Corn on hit a chin bit is seen away, but is seen on this tweet. Sometimes it's a slightly not cast in lean hard to see maybe hasn't out on the area. They hadn't hidden la had in ha in lage, this a non elia, this shave a mask in the game, con share non the needle, don't non the indolent, whole hour in the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Can you hear me now? Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. Again, thank you, Honorable Eugene So, for that wonderful invocation this morning. So let's continue on to go down, colleagues. At this time, we go to recognizing guests and visiting officials. Any recognitions, colleagues? I don't have everybody in the queue right now. Going once.
Speaker. This is Delegate So.
Good morning, Honorable Charlene So. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Ado yat benishment ani. Ado that sinos agi. This is. I'm asking for the request that we pay some respect due to my fellow constituent, Robert Billy Whitehorse of Montezuma Creek, Annis area. Yesterday, I've gotten the word that Shiyaj had passed away. Mr. Robert Billy Whitehorse was a former council delegate and at the time, one of the youngest council delegates. And he served as a board for the Utah Navajo Health System. And he has been a long time advocate, a long time not only for our Utah Navajos, always advocating for the people, the students, for health. And yesterday and so Shananta, if we can, a moment of silence and some respect to Shiyaj Robert Billy Whitehorse, I would greatly appreciate it, and send our condolences to his family.
Thank you, Honorable Charlene. So with that, colleagues, let's go take some time right now in recognizing that a former colleague on the floor, a former leader not only in the community, but also represented and put Utah on the map Mr. Robert Billy Whitehorse. I know that he has numerous years of experience and numerous years of dedication to advocacy for the Navajo people, not only for the great state of Utah and all the constituents in Utah, but for the whole entire Navajo Nation. So with that, let's go ahead and take a moment of silence and recognizing the life of Robert Billy Whitehorse. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you very much, Honorable Charlene So, for allowing us to recognize that and bringing that up at this time. And again, thank you to everyone out there recognizing the life of Honorable Robert Billy Whitehorse, and to his family and his immediate nucleus family and surrounding family. Your prayers are with us. We'll keep you in your prayers and moving forward. I think one of the biggest highlights is just making sure that recognizing and keeping that relationship and kinship open at this time. So again, thank you very much, Honorable Charlene So, for recognizing that. With that, moving on down, colleagues, on recognizing guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation.
Speaker, this is Daniels.
Go ahead, Honorable Herman Daniels. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the invocation. Delegate Charlene So, Baines NATO Hona Baba Shinitan Liniki Kodo Bacheta, the Shabacheshidan Kodo Hasin so in Habains Neko Adonana Kodo. I've known Mr. Robert Billy Whitehorse for a number of years. Will not enough about the Economy, see Kodo I see delicious long balls. I don't know Kodo dam. I think so. Not on long, not on in long. Go a basement on and long a lot of anache. I don't know Kodo Bakake. That equal Kodo. I don't know Kodo hot. Not unlinigi, but not unlinigi later hot. Gosh, how a bendage Mr. Adonai, how a bit of wet and the Kodo, but the initial order. Called my condolences goes out to the family Kodo dam. Yego is high no Shmekodo, Adonana Kodo, what Kodo, not Ani, what's Ati Zaho. Tanti Tao, your mind, Neto, your chain, Kodo, Adonana Kodo, the late Masse has Anja, Felchita has Kana, Tosha Kanda, that it's not bus. Adonana Kaito, Aja dam. She came not in the way a high no Shmekodo, one so Adonana Kodo. Kodo Hashin so she nice Arba Shenta Kodo that or Honda Sad, a be Yale Kido Bench and Thick so Kodo dam, she came on Shenigi Kodo, so one Freud or Kodo dam, Lago a Lada Nache, so Kodo Mr. Robert Billy Whitehorse. So Kodo I see Kodo dam, we lost a great leader Kodo. In the state of Utah, San Juan County, Georgia is the Yego, Ecuador, Nahanas, Keto Yego, in Hanat, not on Lini, Hanafi, not unlaid Ecuador. Upon the great last year on the great tour out on the best sheet, I would not be days, I don't know, Ecuador, lot of Anache, so Ecuador, former council delegate, the late Herman Daniel Sr. He's not sure he's got a also not a nach is so it is so Oshin Kodo Benesh Nitolis Kodo family members than Lenigi action than Lenishing Kodo sort of the Benesh Nitolis Kodo Snat on Lenigi one soil by half $3 Kodo. Here, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that recognition. Again, Daniel. With that, colleagues, to continue on, moving on down, I have Honorable Slater. Honorable Slater, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This morning, I would like to recognize Arizona State Representative Orlando Teller. And he has been a forceful advocate for the nation in Phoenix, resides in Chinle or just north of there in Valley Store, and has really, I think, articulated the concerns of the grassroots to the state level. And I encourage our people to support Mr. Teller in this year's election tomorrow. In addition, I ask that they vote against fascism, for democracy, and for a better future for the Navajo Nation tomorrow by not supporting Donald Trump. Thank you.
Hey.
Thank you, colleagues, for that. Recognizing guests and visiting officials. Honorable Freeland, was that you?
Good morning, Speaker. Yes, I'm online. Thank you.
Did you want to recognize?
No, I just wanted to let you know for the record, I'm on the call. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Honorable Freeland. That, colleagues,
Speaker?
if there's nobody else, we can go ahead and continue on down.
Delegate Crotty.
Speaker.
Okay, I have Madam Chair Amber Crotty, Vice Chair Walker, and Chairman Yazzie. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, let me go to Madam Chair Amber Crotty and then Vice Chair Walker, then Honorable Yazzie in that order. Madam Chair Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. I raised a question of, or a point of privilege. Did the Navajo Nation, have we developed a request to the U.S. Treasury regarding their guidelines that have prohibit purchasing water pipeline supplies, stockpile supplies? Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you, Shiaj, for your prayer.
Are you in referencing that to the Speaker's office or to the Controller? Because that was a request that was done to the Speaker's office last week, and we are still in lieu of making that making those documents at the Speaker's office. I'm not too sure if there's anybody else who's actually doing that, Madam Chair Crotty. I don't know if OPVP is doing that. I don't know if the Controller is doing that, but that request was given to the Speaker's office last week, and we are still creating those documents. So is there somebody else you're referring that question to?
Speaker, if it's your office, thank you, and just keep the council updated because we need that advocacy. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Well, we did reach out to OPVP, but as of right now, we haven't had a response. So usually we wait for them, and if there's no response, we'll just initiate that ourselves going forward. But we also, with that, any kind of document sent over, we will definitely have Department of Justice, Office Legislative Counsel review those before we send it on forward. So again, thank you, at least we as the Speaker's office are working on that, Madam Chair. That, moving on down, Vice Chair Walker. On recognizing guests and visiting officials.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak here. Although members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, although the listening audience that we have this morning, Toyate, I wanted to also express condolences to the late Robert Billy Whitehorse's family, community members, and relatives from our area, our region, Southwest Navajo Nation. Just thinking of the honoring and recognition during the moment of silence. Of course, some of us knew Mr. Whitehorse to be a leader, be an individual, an advocate, a healer, a person that had quite a number of skills and gifts to contribute, to offer people. Mr. Whitehorse served as the president, executive president. Then, first of all, he served as executive vice president for the Native American Church of Navajo Land back in the 80s. Although he served as the executive president, so each 4 years. During that time, he was also a member of the Navajo Nation Council. I believe he was the chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee. That served on the Resource Committee. So during that time, some of us, I was fully aware of his advocacy for Navajo people. And sometimes leaders, during their advocacy work, their services as a leader, they speak for their respective communities, their region, the state you come from, all 110 chapters. And then beyond that, also, meaning that Navajo leaders rise to a level where things they say, things they do to stand for people, the Navajo people, then all Native people. Mr. Whitehorse had done that in many times in the years he was a leader, speaking, at all levels, all tiers, all the way to Indian country. Just in remembrance and just thinking that we owe gratitude to such an individual. Some people, of course, were close to him, and so forth. Some of us at a distance and just mere acquaintance and mere recognition that we're diplomats and that we're representatives of the people, and through that we greet each other and honor each other. Just as I would greet him as my brother, and he would do the same. Just wanted to express my condolences to his family, his relatives, his relations out in the Montezuma Creek area, Annis, Utah area, state of Utah, and of course throughout the Navajo Nation. So Mr. Whitehorse did indeed give his time, his effort, his energy for the betterment of people, and certainly the Navajo Nation for many years of service in Indian country. Some of that will be remembered, and some of that just is there, and every once in a while you will remember those things. But I wanted to say that it stands out to me. Lastly, he was doing work as a board member for the Utah Navajo Healthcare Systems out in Utah. Being a health advocate, that's very, very important work in that area, looking after the resources, healthcare, operations, and funding for the people of Utah. Today, that's really, really critical. You think about the hospitals that we have, you think about the frontline healthcare workers, the doctors, the nurses, people that work in the laboratories. Right now, they are indeed very, very critical. Without other bonds, such case, additional cost or sabe this other side yaki bakunixin other canigo other citizens indeed those in ya tasha ishi bedahani o benika that is with all citizen behan that is still the eco jinan or shin although generally the land halland jaba henson he could he has two soundly it's a care out it and it's not in the house shin that ocean without echo what outside this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this time.
Speaker, this is Delegate Wanika calling in.
Good morning, Honorable Wanika. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Let me go ahead and move on down to our next individual on recognizing guests and visiting officials. Chairman Yazzie.
Speaker, thank you. Also, to my colleagues, Mr. So, thank you for your prayer this morning. I always am thankful that we can always start off in prayers in our meetings, and in those prayers we, send up and ask that we, for protection, and that we conduct business for the nation in a timely manner, and a respectful manner too as well. I just want to go ahead and recognize again with all our frontline workers from EMTs and doctors and nurses, medical personnel, law enforcement, and to our veterans as well in recognition, Navajo Nation code talkers, such a wonderful job that they have done and with our Navajo language. And I just want to go ahead and share this, that my late father-in-law, Joe Silversmith, had always said that he went to be a code talker so we can have our freedom to vote whoever we want, and that we should not be told who not to vote for, and we should always be respectful. And I want to say that to my colleagues here. I know some of us are for Mr. Biden and some of us are for Mr. Trump, but to be respectful. And so we have a lot of our Diné people who are support. So we have a lot of our people who are supporting both parties. And I don't think it's right, Speaker, that you really need to control some of the words that are being said out of respect. And so because of the prayer that is always said before our meetings, and so want to recognize our veterans. Speaker, sir.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Yazzie. Individuals, if you're on the line, colleagues, staff members, can you please make sure to mute your phones? I have respect for individuals who have the floor. Thank you. Point of privilege, Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you have staff over the next couple of weeks compile the number of interruptions requesting support for Trump while other speakers were speaking. Thank you, Speaker. From our meetings over the last few weeks.
You compiling the message or compiling individuals who have just spoken about President Trump at every single committee meeting and at Navajo Nation Council sessions, Honorable Slater?
We've had numerous speakers interrupted by Delegate Yazzie going, Trump. And that's what I'm requesting, Speaker.
Okay.
It's Speaker. I've never. I don't know what is being said, but maybe we should do a recording testing on my voice.
Speaker, point of order.
Okay, colleagues, let me get back to the question here. We are on recognizing guests and visiting officials at this time. We will look into that matter, Honorable Slater, with individuals, and then go back and clarify how many times that someone has stated those words. Thank you. Point of order by Honorable Eugene So.
Yeah, that was my point of view. Explained it, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let's get back to the agenda, colleagues. Recognizing guests and visiting officials. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
The Speaker and 24th Navajo Nation Council. I really just wanted to recognize my chapters, chapter officials, the chapter manager, the assistant, and also Kayenta Township. We hear a lot from Kayenta Township also. I know that Mr. Gabriel Yazzie, the Kayenta Township manager, is listening in, and we work really well together. I'm very proud of my community and the work that they're doing. They have, during this pandemic, they really stepped up, and even though we get criticized, they still function and helping the people. And I know that, and I've said this before on this council floor, we've lost a young lady who worked with the ASC, basically in the line of duty, and she'll never be forgotten for serving her people. And she left a child behind, a husband, a family, and so when we speak on the council floor, when we acknowledge our people, thank you for the respect that all of you have given. No one's perfect, but I just want to acknowledge that the people that we have lost in this pandemic and the people who are fighting. I have a really good friend who's an EMT that I know we have relatives that work in the health field, and I just want to acknowledge them because I just got off the phone with one of them, and as leadership, they look up to us, and I know that we're all doing our best. Thank you, Kayenta Hospital, Kayenta IHS, for everyone that's there, for being there day in, day out, for taking care of our people. So Speaker, and then Beshmas Sending Education Shehat Dollars Kodo Issue or Shehat Dollars. Yeah, Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Brown. That, colleagues, any other recognizing guests and visiting officials? If there are none at this time, let's continue down on our agenda. Moving on down to review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, proposed agenda of the 24th Navajo Nation Council special session via telecommunication, November 2nd, 2020, Navajo Nation Council Chambers, Winter Rock, Navajo Nation. Presiding Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, reports, none. 5, old business, none. 6, new business. A, legislation 0262-20. 7, close of session, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
That, colleagues, is there a motion?
Motion, Helena.
Honorable Lona, is there a second?
Daniel
Soul.
Honorable Yellow Hair. That, colleagues, any comments, questions, additions, deletions to our agenda today? Vice Chair Walker. Yes.
Yes, thank you,
Vice Chair
Speaker.
Walker, go to you first. Go ahead, Vice Chair Walker.
Okay, Speaker, though, members of council, while we're considering the adoption of the agenda, I'd like to offer an amendment, which is to request a report from the Navajo Nation Department of Health, our executive director there, Dr. Jill Jim, and the Navajo Area Indian Health Services director, Ms. Roslyn So. This is a report on the second surge of the COVID-19 on the Navajo Nation, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. That there's a motion by Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Is there a second?
Eugene So, with a piggyback on it.
Second by Honorable Eugene's. Well, let me get a second first, and then you can piggyback. Is there a second?
I said I second with a piggyback on it.
Okay, so what's your piggyback then?
I got a situation regards to Denny's within St. Michael and Chinley. They have laid off 120 employees, and I was thinking that maybe we can ask JT Willie to report to what he has on it, and we'll see how we can help it. Agent report it on this JT Willie. That's my piggyback. Thank you.
So report number 2 would be a report from how JT Willie can help Denny's, Chinley, and St. Michael. Or any other businesses, I guess, too, as well. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, are you good with adding that on as a second report?
Speaker, though, members of council, though, Eugene, so piggyback, whatever that means. Thank you.
What's to modify, I guess? Add on to your amendment. That's what I guess.
Yes, I concur with that.
Okay, with that, any other comments, questions on Amendment 1, colleagues?
Speaker, Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Che Estoya, thank you for the motion. I wanted to ask if we could also add a report from the controller.
Sorry, report from the controller on
the update of we're getting a lot of confusion out of our chapters. I'm at Huntley right now out of Herfinale, and I also got one of my other chapters. There's a lot of confusion going around. I think we need some clarity on CS 73. What is allowed and what's not allowed? My chapters are to be in black and white because we approved an expenditure plan, but then there was word on Friday through several calls out of the agencies that certain things are allowed or disallowed again. So I think we really need to get clarification on this because our chapters are doing their best to prepare themselves and position themselves. And I actually have here at Herfinale, they're taking applications at this moment. There's a drive-through application drive on the hardship as well as utilities right now. And I don't want to say this, but we're setting our chapters up for failure if this is the case. So we really need to know what is allowed and what's not allowed. And I appreciate Shamoya asking this question earlier about the CARES Act guidelines. Because our chapters did their due diligence, they did their homework, they went out and did their community assessments. Right now, they're putting those assessments and those plans of action into place right now, or into motion. So there's a lot of confusion out here at the chapter level. And I think all we're going to do is really put our chapters in a bad spot. I'd like to know this firsthand. Thank you.
Colleagues, is that recording right there? So we're still good on recording. Okay, with that, colleagues, we're having technical difficulties over here at the council chambers. The internet service or something is not making us able to have internet access here at the chambers. So with that, let me go ahead and make sure we're good. Okay. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, there's a request to modify that to add on a third report from the Office of the Controller regarding CS-73-20 and an update on the controller just asking questions pertaining to that legislation and pertaining to some questions that constituents are asking of that legislation.
Speaker, I'm okay with that request from my Honorable Che Freeland. I'm good with that. Thank you.
Speaker Daniel So put me in the queue.
With that, next is Honorable Kealan Begay. And Chairman So, I did put you in the queue. On the amendment number 1, say Honorable Kealan Begay.
Speaker, the one thing Kodole chapter Hatniniki, I believe that a report directly from the AFC and the Division of Community Development would be more appropriate, because the controller, we continue to just get these staff away from their daily work of all the lengthy questions and so on. But what in the ASC and Division Community Development in helping and how they're helping the chapter would be more beneficial than working directly with the controller. That's my comment on this request.
Okay. Chief, I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time here. Can you please repeat that?
Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, regarding the request by my brother, Delegate Mr. Freeland, maybe a direct response from Division of Community Development and all the agency programs. Let's see how they're working directly with the chapters. Rather than the controller. And I believe that we're just dragging our division directors and staff away from their work on a daily basis with all these lengthy report and lengthy questions by us delegates based on every single day. We drag them away from their daily work, and maybe that's another reason why we're not getting things done. So 8A could maybe modify rather than the controller, ASC and division director, community development director, speaker.
Thank you. With that, request to modify to Honorable Vice Chair Walker on the third report instead of the controller coming on. The recommendation is to have DCD and under that the ASC manager and the ASC agency directors to give an update on where they're at.
Speaker Freeland.
Vice Chair Walker.
Speaker, I'm okay with that. The adding those offices or the additional reports from those offices, ASC, the ECD. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. In regards to my brother's request, thank you, brother, for that. Honorable Keelan Gay. I asked for the controller for one specific reason, Shinatai. Yes, it's okay that we do hear from DCD and ASC, but they're really getting their, I don't want to say their directive or their directions or their orders. Everything's coming through the controller. Whatever the controller tells them is what they're relaying to the chapters. So in essence, ASC and DCD is sort of the middleman, Nahalo. So everything that they're getting is from the controller directly themselves. That's why I asked for the controller. Just to give you some clarification, brother. Adia, thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Thank you, then. That colleagues, I don't have anybody else on the board. Good on amendment number 1. Oh, sorry, Chairman Daniel. So
this is Daniel. Put me in the queue.
I can't see.
Speaker, this is Delegate So. Point of privilege.
Hold on. Our computer went down. So we have Daniel So. I'm Herman Daniels. I want to speak on this. And now we have Honorable Otto So. Point of privilege, Honorable Otto So.
I guess we're adding on reports, and it seems like the last two discussions related to the controller's report on the chapter disbursement, whatever is going on, and then Honorable P. Ellen Begay's point of just having the control of community development do their report, and then somebody else raise a question that someone's a middleman there and so forth. I believe we should just combine the controller's report with community development. That would make it a lot easier, and instead of having 3, 4 reports, we combine that report into one. Then at the same time, Honorable Eugene So's request on the layoff, I believe it's tied to the CARES Act too. So if we could put that together, and it'll make things a lot easier to move a lot smoother. Thank you.
Thank you. With that point of privilege. With that, let me go on down. Chairman Daniel So, the floor is yours on Amendment 1.
Thank you, Cecilia. Speaker Damon. Otto, Shinantai, Honorable 24th Navajo Nation Council. Since Cecilia, Honorable Eugene So did a piggyback, I'm going to do something that's a little, to give you a heads up. The Indian Health Service had staged a couple of sessions on tribal consultation, respective of how when the COVID vaccine becomes available, of all the tribes, who would you want the vaccine to distribute it to, the states or the IHS? And it appears that the Navajo Nation hasn't given feedback. And so this morning I've asked Chief Legislative Counsel to prepare emergency legislation to be included in this agenda when the legislation becomes available. So just to give you the heads up, when it's ready, I'd like to get the indulgence of the Navajo Nation Council to suspend the floor rules so that we could add it to the agenda. That is the only thing I was giving heads up on. When it comes to answering this question from the federal government. I appreciate what Shemayaja, Ms. Amber Crowdy, has basically talked about last week. Thank you, Cecilia, for giving me the floor. And good morning, and thank you to all the people that's on the call throughout the world. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Daniel. So with that, colleagues, let's go back to the lineup. Honorable Daniels on Amendment 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment. My colleague, my brother, Delegate Freeling, there is a lot of confusion down at the local level on me. Yesterday, I one of my chapters, they had their planning meeting. This is allowable, and this is not allowable. So, I see I make a controller. I don't know AFC then lineage even then let him work with the chapters. But you see now, only done clinical his controller, don't out of division director, you can community development to chain in the delegate out of so I need it could I see could hitting the hobbies I see could the kid still could on the great December 30 president stuck with I don't know I see Jundle extend Haliada. I see that I see Baba here he lead or still could but could on the great I think that it is what's controller I don't know them it's division director for community development. So it is Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels, for those comments on the amendment number 1. Let me go ahead and actually, I don't have anybody else on the queue at this time. So,
this is Delegate Crotty, Speaker.
okay, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. On the amendment, I appreciate Vice Chair Walker and Delegate Freeland for the request. Speaker, I would like to, if there's any written documents that this council can review prior to the report, that would also expedite or help with any type of questions, what prolong the discussion. Since the COVID report was asked last week, if I could get a written copy, I'd appreciate that. And Speaker, with the comments here regarding the reports, this is a great place to ask staff to record and document when delegates are now saying that we, as council, we should not request for reports because we're taking up time from the division directors and controller. Because we do honor the request of all of our delegates when they ask for reports to be added onto the agenda. So I appreciate the request for these reports, and I'll support the vote. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you with that, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Let's move on down on this then. On recognizing, actually on the agenda, or everybody else in the queue, but I do have a request. Is Madam Chair Charles Newton, are you on the line? Madam Chair Charles Newton, you had a request. I can see you on the. You're not. She's not muted on our side.
She said, I can't speak. My speaker made out.
Madam Chair Charles Newton has stated she's having technical difficulties on her phone, but she would like to ask for a report on NHA, but what specifically? So we can contact NHA and let them know, because a report on NHA is so broad. I don't know, like what specifically though. Madam Chair Charles Newton, if you could text that in. Hi, colleagues, I don't have anybody else on the board. No one with reserved time on amendment number 1. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, anything? We haven't got a response on this side whatsoever.
She said update on NHG and how they are assisting with homes during COVID.
Okay. Madam Chair, Charles Newton has asked a request to modify for what again? An update from Navajo Housing Authority on how they are assisting with homes during COVID, during the pandemic of COVID-19. With that, I guess Vice Chair Walker, the request to modify to add on amendment number or report number 4.
Speaker and members of the council, Asheen, with that? Okay with that.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Eugene So.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, other comments, questions?
Speaker Kellen.
Honorable Keelan McGee, you didn't reserve your time.
Okay, I just emailed my statement then.
Okay. Hi, colleagues, if there's no other comments, questions.
Speaker,
Chairman Yazzie, you didn't reserve your time.
I haven't spoken yet, sir. I didn't ask to. Okay, I'll let it go.
Oh, that was on recognizing guest division. I'm looking at the wrong lineup. Chairman Yazzie, go ahead.
Speaker, sir, thank you. Members of the council, I give my time to Mr. Keelan Begay. Sir.
Okay, with that, 4 minutes, 55 seconds to Honorable Keelan Begay.
Order.
Point of order by
Otto.
Honorable Otto So.
Speaker, through this discussion, I didn't hear any delegate say reserve my time, and you're going back to reserve time. I guess just the fairness you need to get out there, put out there on the floor, because I did not hear any delegate speak to the amendments, say reserve my time. So to my knowledge, their time is burned through. So thank you.
Oh, Honorable Otto So, and as of right now, no one has reserved time. Honorable Chairman Yazzie is a new individual who had time, a complete 5 minutes, and he gave his time to Honorable Keelan Begay, 4 minutes and 55 seconds. So there's nobody with reserved time. I'm not recognizing anybody with reserved time, Honorable Otto So. With that, Honorable Keelan Begay, 4 minutes and 55 seconds was given to you from Chairman Edwin Yazzie. Do you want that time?
Speaker, I appreciate the time, but with the time of essence and email a statement for clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, colleagues, there's no other comments, questions. Once on Amendment 1, going twice, going 3 times, second reading.
Mr. Speaker, amendment number 1. Add report A, report from Navajo Department of Health, Jill Jim, Executive Director and Area Indian Health Services, Roslyn So, Area Director, on the second surge of COVID-19 on the Navajo Nation. Report B, report from Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development, JT Willie, Executive Director, on the layoffs of employees at the St. Michael's and Chinle area Denny's restaurants. Report C, update report from Division of Community Development and Chapter Administrative Services Centers on the clarification of CS-73-20. Report D, update report from Navajo Housing Authority on how they are assisting Navajo families with housing needs during this COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker.
That, go to the board. Vote on amendment number 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canaz-Bakati.
Delegate Amber Kines-Bakati votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaz-Bakati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
I vote green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto Stowe.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto Stowe votes green. Honorable Charlene Stowe. Honorable Daniel Stowe.
Daniel Stowe votes green.
Honorable Daniel Stowe votes green. Honorable Eugene Stowe.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene Stowe votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Delegate
Honorable Elmer
Winika votes
Begay.
green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Charlene Stowe. Speaker, with a vote of 21 yeas and 0 nays, Speaker not voting.
That, 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Thank you. Moving on down, any other comments on, I don't have anybody on the main motion for review and adopt the agenda. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. That second reading.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, you have one amendment, Amendment 1, just to add 4 reports. Report A, report from Navajo Department of Health, Jill Jim, Executive Director and Area Indian Health Services, Robinson Area Director on the second surge of COVID-19 on the Navajo Nation. Report B, report from Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development, JT Willie, Executive Director on the layoffs of employees at the St. Michael's and Chinle area Denny's restaurant. Report C, update report from the Division of Community Development and Chapter Administrative Service Centers on the clarification of CS-73-20. Report D, update report from Navajo Housing Authority on how they are assisting Navajo families with housing needs during this COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker.
Hey, thank you. That, we're board. Accepting the agenda with one amendment.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Knez-Barkhadi.
Delegate Amber Knez-Barkhadi votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knez-Barkhadi votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Alan Begay.
Votes green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Speaker, with 21 yeas and 0 nays, Speaker not voting.
Thank you. 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. We do have an agenda before us, colleagues. Let's continue on down. With that, Honorable Daniels.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kaya kodota afshtayaja. Arunana kodosnat arasumigi kodot nagaita. Legislation need that is such a day can so you could Arab kiddo is toy there and hinani so kitchen the reason that listen to it is kiddo listen so much so I'm gonna make a motion to suspend the floor rule and go straight to legislation 262-20. Mr. Speaker.
I'll second yellow hair.
That suspension of floor rules. Honorable Daniels to go to legislation 0262-20 at this time. Second by motion by Honorable Daniels, second by Honorable Yellowhair. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on suspension of floor rules?
This is Delegate Crotty, Speaker.
Yes, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. My concern, Tiaj, with the suspension of floor rules is a report regarding the COVID projected surge, which I think would inform our decisions on what gaming enterprise is requesting. So if you can help me understand, I did request a written document to see that surge. And so I would, Speaker, I would need to see that report or at least be provided that information before moving forward on the legislation to reopen an enterprise, which is also asking for to be exempt from the public health order.
That request has gone out. Back to motioning party. That request, actually not a request, just, well, let me answer this way, Madam Chair. Amber Crotty, I don't have any documents right now. We have reached out to them. We are reaching out to them right now. If there is a document, we will forward that out. But as of right now, we have not received any documents on the surge or on Dr. Jill Jim or Rosalind So's presentation today. Is there any other comments, questions on suspension of floor rules? That, if there's none, going once, going twice.
Speaker, I have third time.
Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, you have 3 minutes and 32 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. If I could ask Judge Delegate Daniels if could compromise and hear that surge report first, and then the legislation, and then move the remaining reports to after. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Daniels, request to modify.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your question and also I believe we can include Ms. So and also Dr. Jill Jim when we get to the legislation, and the document that Shema is requesting for can be provided as physical for any of the users. Also, I'm going to end with my motion. Sure. Speaker.
So you're standing with your motion, Honorable Daniels?
Yes.
Okay. That, moving on down. The one on the board, Madam Chair, I'm recording 3 minutes, 17 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. It's, I understand, the efforts of working together and trying to get done. Always we have to create a space for compromise or to get this information. It was Vice Chair Walker who requested this report at our Navajo session last Thursday. I think it's an important report. And I'm not exactly sure why gaming enterprise feels that their legislation should be heard before the report to leadership on the projected surge numbers, and then how we are going to be accountable for that, because there's liability issues. Delegate Brown mentioned earlier, we did lose Navajo Nation employees to COVID while they were on their tour of duty. It's still not clear the liability and how that works with the nation. And I think those are critical information we would need to know prior to making any informed decision. And I can see where some of these agenda or some of these items are just being pushed through the council. I can only say for myself, I think that we should have as much information as possible before we make these decisions, because we may need amendments, or we may need additional support to make sure that our Navajo employees are protected, and the patrons in terms of who are going to the casino, and the likelihood in terms of any possible liability to the nation, and how that looks like for last or 2 weeks ago, this council passed opposing opening the schools, and now we are here 10 days later looking up to open up our casinos, which I'm assuming has the vast majority of our elders who go to that casino. And so I think that's where I need to have the health numbers, and just respect the request of colleagues who are asking for reports for better informed decision making, rather than trying to make it just a pure economic, from an economic standpoint. And the gaming enterprise received millions of dollars from Navajo Nation through the CARES Fund. And I think at this point, we should have these security measures in place. And I just want to ask my colleagues if we can move forward with the reports first, this COVID surge report, and we'll just have a better idea on how we either want to move forward with the legislation or the prior report on CARES funding. Thank you, Speaker. I'll yield the rest of my time. I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, yes.
I highly respect Shemakoto, the Delegate Karate. I could her request to hear the reports first on the COVID-19. So with that, maybe after the report from Dr. Jim and also the Rosalind So, she will go to that legislation. So right now, I'm going to withdraw my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Yellow Hair, as a second.
I'll stick with the way it is. Kind of messing around all the time. Let's move on with this legislation 0262-20. Move on. Well, let's
Honorable Yellow Hair's main motion is there a second on suspension of floor rules. Moving on to legislation 0262-20. Going once. Going twice.
Delegate James, second.
Honorable James. You second. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? Further? Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Go board on suspension of floor rules.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Keller votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakati.
Delegate Amber Knaz-Bakati votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakati votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Vote green.
I vote. I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Mr. So?
I vote green.
Green. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Speaker, with the vote of 17 yeas and 4 nays, Speaker not voting.
That, a vote of 17 in favor, 4 opposed. Speaker not voting on the suspension of floor rules. Motion carries. That, colleagues, moving on down to item number, or actually legislation 0262-20. It's an action related to the Budget and Finance Committee, Health, Education, Human Services, Resource and Development, Navajo committees, and the Navajo Nation Council supporting improving the Navajo Nation gaming enterprise reopening plan, supporting improving reopening full operations of gaming enterprise facilities at a minimum 50% capacity, permitting Navajo Travel Center, Navajo Blue Travels Plaza to operate at full capacity. This is legislation that's sponsored by Chairman Nez, co-sponsored by myself, Seth Damon, co-sponsored by Honorable Halona, co-sponsored by Chairman Henio, co-sponsored by Honorable Yellowhair. That, Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Question of privilege.
Question of privilege, Madam Chair. Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. If staff can send me the listing of the delegates who sit on the gaming subcommittee, that would be helpful. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. We can do that. Well, staff will get on that. Listing of members of the Navajo Gaming Subcommittee.
Speaker, question of privilege, Delegate Daniel So.
Question of privilege, Chairman Daniel So.
In follow-up to Shemaya's Honorable Amber Knezbach Crotty, I'd like to also get the membership of the Gaming Regulatory Commission as well as the council's shareholder representatives to the gaming enterprise. Thank you.
The Gaming Regulatory Commission, Chairman Daniel So. The list.
I'm sending the
Is
list
there?
of the lobby to them.
To the Gaming Regulatory Office, Chairman Daniel So. I'm confused. I don't know who you want us. You want us to get a hold of the director over there.
Let's delete that part, but just the shareholder representatives. I'm sorry. I was looking at a different document.
Chairman Daniel So. I don't believe there is any shareholder representatives to Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise. I've never heard of.
Thank you.
We can research that though. Well, I will have staff research that. Does anybody sit on their board from the council or anything? Check their gaming the legislation. Okay, with that, colleagues, moving. Where am I at now? Oh,
Question privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, go ahead. Question of privilege.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you, Speaker. My question is, I'd also like to receive a request or documentation on delegates who toured the off Navajo Nation gaming facilities and at what dates. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Okay, with that, we will get that information which I just now asked staff to research that, Madam Chair Amber Cardi. As soon as we get that information, we can send that out. Now let me go back to legislation 0262-20. I was going to ask Mr. Rico if you could read that into the record. So, Mr. Rico, can you read that into the record?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I was finally able to get on. I have a question and privilege.
Good morning, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Question of privilege.
Good morning, Speaker. Yes, I apologize. My mute button would not unmute, so I finally got it fixed. Speaker, I guess my question of privilege is, what is the relevance of questioning where delegates have traveled? Perhaps we should, every 24 delegates should submit a report on all of the places that they have traveled, all of the meetings that they have gone on, all of the conferences that they have attended, and then to highlight those areas where they've missed committee meetings, they've missed council meetings. That way we are clearly letting the people know. I just don't see what the relevance of asking for those documents are. If that's going to be approved, then I'd like to have every single delegate where they have traveled since inauguration, and again, highlight those areas where they have missed committee meetings and then also council sessions. Let's just put it out on the floor. Thank you.
So what is your question of privilege?
The relevance for asking which committee members traveled, because I did. I'm not afraid to admit it. I mean, I did admit it.
Relevance. Well, I had to go back to the individual colleague who asked that relevancy, and that would just be Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. So the question that the delegate is posing regarding my point of privilege?
Yes.
Speaker, according to our rules, point of privilege may not be debated. And so I'm not exactly sure why you're allowing that question to be asked. It's relevant because
she just had a question of privilege, and I'm just asking to see if you want to respond.
Speaker, I'd like you to uphold our council rules of order and remind delegates in terms of council's rules, and it's relevant because I asked the question. Thank you, Speaker. And I can provide all of my documents online if the Speaker's office and their finance office has those scanned. So please update all of those to the delegate website for the public documentation. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, moving on down. Mr. Rico, can you please?
Question of privilege.
Question of privilege, Honorable Eugene So.
Regards to the legislation 262, is it in conflict with the public health executive order and also the president's Navajo Nation curfew executive order? Is that in conflict? Are they in conflict? That's my question. Maybe Dana.
Ms. Barbara, if there's a question of privilege. Barbara, you might have to press star 6.
I got it. You would think I would learn to remember the mute button. What is proposed in the legislation, of course, is not consistent with the president's executive orders. The purpose of the legislation is to provide an avenue, because it's not consistent with what the gaming enterprise wants to do is not consistent with the executive order, and so they will need some exceptions, for lack of a better word. The reason, and because of the legislation not being consistent with the executive orders, the public health orders, the curfews, etc., that is the purpose of the legislation, to put in place those exceptions, for lack of a better word, and it is going across the streets out of respect for the president and his executive orders. So the president will have the opportunity to do a regular veto of this legislation. If that is done, the council will need to override it by a 2/3 vote. If president does not have issues with the legislation, then he can sign it into law or take no action, and it will become law in 10 days after he receives it. Thank you, Speaker. I hope that answers Delegate So's question.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Rico. Now that we're back onto main motion, actually, we haven't got a motion yet. I just need Mr. Rico, if you could please read legislation 0262-20 into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Council, tracking number 0262-20, an action relating to budget and finance, health, education, human services, resource development, and Navajo ethnic committees, and the Navajo Nation Council supporting and approving the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise Reopening Plan, supporting and approving and reopening full operations of gaming enterprise facilities at a minimum 50% capacity, permitting Navajo Blue Travel Plaza to operate at full capacity. Mr. Speaker, you have a committee report from the Resources and Development Committee with one amendment, page 7 of 7, line 1, insert new paragraph D. D, notwithstanding applicable public health and executive orders, a person who is an employee or patron of the NNGE shall be authorized to travel to and from an NNGE business without incurring penalties or fines. An employee or patron of the NNGE shall carry on their person documentation evidencing their status as an employee or a patron, and shall present such documentation upon request by the Navajo Nation law enforcement. Strike D _ E. The Navajo Nation Council supports support and approval of this is contingent on the NNGE's continuing compliance with _NNGE reopening plan. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, we do have this read into the record now. Can I get a motion?
Motion, Halona.
Honorable Lona. Is there a second?
Second, delegates.
I couldn't.
Yellow hair.
I couldn't hear.
Oh,
Honorable Yellow Hair, second. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? That there is individuals on the board. So with that, Chairman Nez, floor is yours.
Yeah, Pena, Honorable Speaker Damon, Aro Espas Anna Senegi, Yat Echo Nikananish Off, Nihi chapters done, Elgon, the Nadon Hikation, Jago Bandash, and Ohat Abin Hafenson. Shehan Kirin Nidole, Nihananish Anin Daz, though Behas Ani Hatal Inja, how we enact laws. We're appropriators as well. Kurosa Betanahadi Ahi legislation 0262-20. It's in reference to Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprises casino reopening plans with all the safety plans in place to be opened back up at a minimum of 50% capacity. Snedo.
and permitting Navajo Blue Travel Plaza to operate at full capacity. But these the casinos have been shut down for 17 weeks. Just it's that the more is late that escala. The plan is to reopen by November 17. Just it's that yos kasiki the underdog no. If we don't open, we can just shut it down and close the doors just like we did in GS and move on. It employs 1,180 people. Aside the mail as on as not say between 82%. A cocoa and then leniki as bananas yossen. Bananas yosseniki as the family bastion the fight ashin yek eat last o yek and that a kind. A co the coro sabet and hadit ahige yan hin hassel la beshmahas an not leniki. Hajikushi or adige and hiben hohadnit or lesson and an not leniki. Nehisat Elna and that the Ashin Nabets Ado a Kihuit after less. Joe the Nebenant Agil no Ahota Hakihat Asha Alswacha. The Sariki business silly lesla. Not Ahit Ashin Sadman can be Haji Zihigisto, Kro Be Bene Benashan Tintala. I could end the Shindi Korosad and Hitaros of Sozigi 0262 and Lenigi. A Joshin of Giadil Kito, Daidos Kidoshin Korob and Nash Ehozango. Ha Hajigoshin eat Adole. Arab Kira hate Arashinla as Leoda. Asian President Abdi Bohane hate Ashin Yan Sikeshit Abijit as Ele. Nesnara is kata appe aje behs ani appe pedone la ani lang go bahan sinna la the COVID-19 the question sagi the han nesti ne go bahan sinna ni heda neda on leje bet need ne hisla need sin go bayel tke and the bayel tke git sto dik at na josh at adat Cortez, Ignacio, Genota, Nihidana Aja Hika, Aja, Beso de Ja, Ado I-40, Jinare Laguna, Jo Ahonadat, and Hidana. And he Beso, Kuja, Na Joshi, Yahnahin, Dato, Aja Beso de Ne. Do Apide had a Pelicana, do Ahishidan, Anashi, Aja Beso de Ne. A Koani Ban Sin, Halit Ashinosan. Hidden there, but those never got any even in the gay. Phoenix has either nail in that they had a really good safety plan, and I was really impressed with the way they set it up. They have plexiglass between machines. Every other machine was off. Everybody was wearing their masks. They were warned if they take off their mask one time. The second time they were warned. The third time they were asked to leave. A cook and then Bansi case gone lay casinos the la. I did a cousin sagging hip on the Hazta. Oh, Alia go eat and never did a dollar, not on that note. Asian do hot either. The job on Sahas case in Handal, Nashigi. Casinos, then Ligido, Board of Directors in Lenigi. Hans Sebastian, but it's on the Shin, Kodo, a Shanshi Bohot not ha. Fala, base or la the meal so. Argent Nilgo a Adalia. Better Nil Kala, if we shut this down our investments. I should on Antland at all this so. If we were to open back up, it's going to cost between 30 to 35 million. You don't need a benefit in the Hazna. I asked the casinos down there in Phoenix,
if anyone has contracted the COVID-19? The answer was no. They opened back up in June. Nego, yen has just a safety plan. The halonit on Fisto, or Nigit, ending in Hassel and I'd like to give some time over to Mr. Brian Parrish, the CEO, Mr. Speaker, my agent.
Yes, go ahead. Mr. Parrish?
Mr. Speaker, thank you, sir. Chairman Nez, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, all of chapter officials and Diné people listening in on today's call. Brian Parrish, Yinishe, Diné Be, Na Ajosh, Banashnish, Ba Akhe Nisin. We are all five-fingered people, and we all pray for mercy for everyone. We pray for strength and wisdom and blessings for the people we serve, the people we love, and also for ourselves. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address the 24th Navajo Nation Council. To augment Chairman Nez's comments, Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise has put together a very comprehensive reopening and safety plan. We have an 11-page checklist with over 233 safety items included on that checklist. This checklist and the supporting documentation has been reviewed by Navajo Nation Department of Health, and it is in full compliance with guidelines published by the Centers for Disease Control, the Departments of Health for Arizona and New Mexico, with OSHA, with the National Indian Gaming Commission, and also with the White House's plan on opening up America again. This plan is extremely comprehensive, and it covers testing, reporting, contact tracing, protocols of in every single area of the operation, both in the front of house, where we'll be hosting our guests, as well as back of house, where our team members are also working. Want to share that we've made these provisions and implemented these safety protocols in all areas. So when you tour back of house areas, you'll see plexiglass and hand sanitizer and cleaning products and face shields and masks and everything available for everybody to maintain the social distancing and keep everybody safe. We've been closed for 7.5 months now, and our team members for only 2 months of that 7.5 had to be on a temporary layoff status. That was a devastating impact that could not be avoided, which really brings to center stage what ultimately we're trying to do here. We all recognize that this is a people decision first and foremost. It is a privilege to be part of a team with our management team, with our NNGE Board of Directors, with Navajo Nation Council, with Navajo Nation leadership and the Health Operations Command Center, that everybody remains focused on the number one priority, which is keeping everybody safe. We know that this is a very difficult challenge. It remains a people decision, but it also has long-term ramifications that will affect people for many years to come. The number of jobs, as Chairman Nez had mentioned, 1,180, and then we also have over 100 jobs with the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office. So 1,200 positions, and about 85 to 88% of all those 1,200 positions are held by members of the Navajo Nation. Our concern is that if we're unable to reopen, we're going to be forced into a situation where we will no longer have the cash reserves to be able to reopen at some point in the near future. We've got to get reopened by November 17th. Otherwise, we're faced with a situation where we have to issue permanent layoff notices to our team members and start the shutdown of the business. This will have a tremendously devastating long-term impact on the Navajo Nation as when you look at fulfillment of financial commitments that we have made with loan agreements, with payments to various investment funds in the Master Trust Fund, monies going to the Gaming Distribution Fund for chapters, to the Navajo relocatees, to our sister enterprises who we have joint investments with, and then of course, Navajo Nation Police, Fire, and Corrections personnel. We have lots of opportunity associated with this enterprise to be able to continue to stimulate economic development on behalf of the Navajo Nation, doing much of that with our sister enterprises and with Navajo Nation leadership. We regret that this situation has occurred. It was not by anybody's doing or asking. I believe our enterprise has acted prudently, as have our Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise Board members in supporting all of the closures, all of the public health orders, and maintaining our team members on administrative leave with pay and benefits for the maximum amount of time. We know that if we end up closing, our team members are going to be forced to have to most likely leave Navajo and look for jobs elsewhere, which puts them at risk as well. While we cannot guarantee the health and safety of any of our team members, our patrons, or the Diné people, we can tell you from our hearts that we can keep people safer being at Navajo, on Navajo, in Navajo casinos, and in Navajo businesses than they will be anywhere else outside of the Great Navajo Nation. Chairman Nez, Mr. Speaker, and honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Kehe.
That, Chairman Nez, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, we go to the board. Honorable Slater, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Nez, and thank you to Mr. Parrish for your presentation. At this time, I do not think I can support the legislation. I've done everything in my power and in my abilities of analysis to find a good reason to do this right now that overwhelms all of the potential negative reasons and implications from reopening. As we see rising case numbers across the nation, the Navajo Nation, across the United States, in adjacent states, and particularly what's concerning for me is reading reports that emphasize we're starting to see our emergency room or our ICU bed availability go dramatically down due to these rising cases. And to me, my fear is that we will overwhelm our healthcare system. And that's always been my fear. Due to the actions of the nation, the Health Command Operations Center, public messaging from the president, we've been able to combat and not have a second wave that was in line with the United States' second wave. Our second wave is aligning with their third wave. And for us to take a step back right now will be, I think, potentially very harmful to our people. I'll reserve the rest of my time at this time, Speaker. Thank you.
Hey, with that, reserve your time at 3 minutes, 26 seconds. Oh, let me see. 326. Okay, with that, moving on down. Vice Chair Walker, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the council for this time. Although Chairman Nez, sponsor, and your agent, Mr. Parrish. Thank you for bringing the legislation to the council for discussion and debate and eventually decisions That's how we have come this far with our nation. Many times there are issues that are, that are hard to discuss or consider or hard to decide on. But nonetheless, they have to be made, and we will make these decisions. This council will certainly, but with information that's available to us, the best available information, I would like to say, and as a responsible legislative body, I think we should also listen to our health authorities, our health experts, as this relates pretty much 100% related to health concerns, health risks. So as a responsible body of legislators, I think we should hear from our Department of Health and the Indian Health Services on reopening across, our Navajo land, not just the casinos, but across Navajo land. So I want to make that request, Mr. Speaker. I reserve my time.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. 2 minutes and 46 seconds on your reserve time. Let me go to Dr. Jill Jim or Ms. Rosalind So. Are you on the line? Any comments, I guess, pertaining to this legislation 0262-20?
Speaker,
Question of privilege, Delegate Bates.
Question of privilege, Honorable James. Hold on, Dr. Jill Jim.
Thank you, Speaker, and then members of the council. I'd like to request for a breakdown of how much the chapters receive from gaming since gaming started operating, if possible. I believe we need that information as well of how much gaming funds has been contributed to Navajo chapters and how Navajo chapters are allowed to utilize the Navajo gaming funds that are brought back to the nation. Thank you.
Okay, we can reach out to the controller's office. Reach out to
Speaker, this is Dr. Jim. Did you want me to comment now?
oh yes, sorry, I was talking to staff to get Honorable James's request over. So with that, go ahead.
Speaker, just to clarify on the question for today's, basically any comments regarding the legislation for the casinos to come open up at 50% and also at full capacity with the travel plaza. Is that the question?
Well, I think a clear over question is just what is the overall I guess, basis from you working together with not only the health command center, but pertaining to not only this legislation, but also pertaining to what Honorable Vice Chair Walker was indicating, asked of earlier, and probably maybe a summary of what your report is about that you're going to be given to the council after this legislation?
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Also, members of the 24th Council, and questions from Honorable Walker. And I will be providing a summary from the Health Command Operations Center regarding gating measures. We have a lengthy report that we usually use internally, so the staff have not put that into, at the time, into this shorter version that we make available. And the gating measures, I can start off with the gating measures regarding businesses reopening. I can go ahead and show my screen only maybe for that interpretation. So I don't know if I'm able to share my screen or not, but I can show how the gating measures are made available. It looks like I'm not able to share my screen, but I'll go over the gating measures and indicators. There are 4 phases in the reopening plan, and it really is dependent on the number of cases. There are new cases per 100,000 individuals in the last 14 days. And these are gating measures are based on the White House and CDC recommendations that were provided to all the states to develop and also to monitor their own state reopening plans. So each state has a variation of how they interpret their own gating measures and indicators. So in New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah, they have different gating measures, but all of them usually have to address 3 different categories, which is the number of cases, also testing capacity and hospital capacity. And then we've included public health capacity. So those are the gating measures that we use internally, and they have specific indicators. And to be at phase 0 for the businesses to operate at not at 25%, basically shutting down the government again, we did meet that requirement to fall out of the phase 1 category to go back into the red phase, which is based on 25 cases per 100,000 persons. And so, and we were doing very well a couple weeks ago in September, but we are no longer seeing those type of low numbers anymore. So we are seeing a little bit close to 100 cases a day, between 69 to 80 cases a day, and only hitting 130 cases last week. So we're still in the higher numbers, and so it's not going down quickly, but it is showing that is slightly fluctuating, but it's not a sustained downward trajectory yet. And we also have positivity rates is what we look at as well. So the number of positives for the tests that are being done every day, the lower number of positive tests that is provided every day based on the number of tests, we usually gauge that by 1%. So if there's 7 to 10% positivity, we usually use that as our orange criteria, but our positivity rate has been slightly higher in the last couple of days, where we're hitting over close to above 10% now. So we're no longer in the orange phase for positivity rate. So when the positivity rates go above 10%, we're no longer seeing that we have control of COVID-19 on the Navajo Nation. And all states use that measure to indicate if they're fighting the pandemic or where they have control or not. So most states right now are not doing well as well in our surrounding areas. And so that's a strong indicator that the disease is not under control. We also look at capacity and hospital beds right now. They look at all inpatient beds or all beds available across the different hospitals. So we're monitoring the 3 states right now, and we're seeing that New Mexico has their hospital capacity has surpassed the 80% capacity, while Colorado is around 70%. Also, Utah is a little bit close to 60%, but they've been fluctuating. They were on October 15th or 14th, they were at its highest around 70%. And then Arizona is past 50%, possibly looking at around 55%. So the reason we also look at the ICU beds availability or hospital beds too is that if those beds are at full capacity or close to capacity, meaning towards 100%, that means our ability on the Navajo Nation to refer patients to any border town or maybe metro area hospitals will not be available or could be actually there will be limited referrals from our own hospitals because a lot of our hospitals on the Navajo Nation do not have specialty care and any sort of advanced respiratory services and care on the Navajo Nation. So those are the issues that we deal with. So we have to monitor those, but we did notice last week that our ICU beds are a lot, we have fewer ICU beds than hospital beds. So inpatient beds are for more critical patients, and those beds are a little bit going high for the IHS area where they're hitting a little bit over 80%, while our old Navajo Nation total averaging 638 beds is probably a little bit closer to 73%. While the 638 hospitals has a lower percentage, but they have a lot fewer ICU beds. I mean, the only ICU beds are going to probably be in Tohoto Medical Center and Tuba City Regional Medical Center, otherwise Regional Healthcare Corporation, sorry. So those are the reasons that we look at the hospital capacity, because as hospitals fill up, as you know, that it becomes a crisis and something unmanageable. But as far as healthcare facility readiness, they are looking at their hospital beds and also expanded beds. What they did in their first go around is they were preparing for their surges, and so their surge plans should be all working on their surge plans and also re-looking at transforming certain areas of the hospital to meet the demand for any hospital beds or any overflow that they need to prevent. So in regards to the hospital beds, so we look at hospital beds because it really looks at what type of care is available. When we are looking at hospital beds, we are looking at a trigger point for the alternate care site. Some hospitals have set their rates at 80% to 100% when they start referring over to a tier 1 alternate care site that the Chinle facility is located. Right now, that is a isolation area, but we will be carefully monitoring if we do start seeing hospital capacity that begin reaching close to over 80%, and also looking at if there are any referral or transfer issues that we're going to start experiencing due to the situation I just mentioned, and then we would activate the alternate care site to bring on individuals that are low acute care that will need to be monitored. So they're changing from the isolation to a alternate care site. We do have some backup plans for the Farmington and also Gallup area as far as isolation, and also Kayenta to date open as a quarantine site for hotels. So individuals that are needing to wait for testing results, so they should have a short-term stay if they need to wait while they're waiting there for their testing results. So it could be less than 72 hours depending on how long the lab tests are. So that's now available. We are having transportation issues as I think our outer satellite clinic areas, we're having discussions with them as well. So there's really some transportation issues that we need to resolve in order to get people to isolation areas. So we were in contact with one satellite clinic this morning to further look into expanding isolation areas for that location. So as we're preparing for this, there is a concern now that we have to make sure that we're monitoring hospital bed capacity on the Navajo Nation and the ability to refer to other locations. And so those are the gating criteria. And then as mentioned before, when I looked at public health capacity, there has to be 5 contact tracers for every new case, and we've at some point we are in far greater need into finding and getting more contact tracers. On the Navajo Nation, we did discuss over the weekend with the executive branch and the Health Command Operations Center to look at training up Navajo Nation tribal employees as contact tracers, and also we did execute, or we will be executing the contract for contact tracing this hopefully very soon today or whatnot, with President's signature on that, so that should help alleviate some of the concerns around contact tracing needs. Right now, some areas do not have sufficient contact tracers, but we are hoping that we will fill in those gaps for finding additional workforce or resources. But contact tracing can only go to a certain extent where it becomes ineffective, even though it is an effective strategy. But if we start seeing more areas that are community spread based on the increasing cases, we are in our second wave. The United States is in its third wave, which they peaked early on April 3rd, and they also peaked again on July 20th, and they also are now peaking, setting record level daily cases for the entire United States on October 24th. Our peak for the Navajo Nation was on May 9th, and now we're starting to go towards hopefully not another peak, or we can mitigate some of these. But we, as I mentioned before, we are on track for our second wave right now in comparison to the United States. So those are the measures that we look at as far as gating measures and indicators that we're using here on the Navajo Nation, that we jointly do this with Indian Health Service, the 638s reporting on a daily basis, and also the epicenter, and we monitor these every week. We provide a report, and it's a 2-week report from Thursday to Thursday, and it's usually available on Monday to decide on how to re-engage or open businesses. But these gating measures also let us know that to what extent the situation is on Navajo. But with all the service units right here on the Navajo Nation, there are only 2 areas that have sufficient contact tracers available to support the Navajo Nation. And also the states and the areas are experiencing high number of cases that we're starting to see. So there is a rapid increase in cases, double in time 16 days, meaning that since our lowest number of cases in September, our outbreak is doubling every 10 to 16 days, which isn't good, as the transmission is not slowing down. If you compare us to if we were a 51st state, we do have a chart that will be provided that shows you where we're located across all the states and some cities. Right now, if you count where we're at in comparison to the United States, we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, ninth in the, if you were going to compare us to other states. And then Utah is they are ranked 7th as we're monitoring our numbers, 7th in the nation. So we're hitting that very high number of cases every 14 days, and our rates are now being seen as new cases are going up. So as small as we are in comparison to other states, we do compare ourselves, and we put ourselves on an equal playing field of calculating out the rate per 100,000 persons for the last 7 days. We are now, we would say we're in top 10 right now in relation to other states in across the United States. So that is where we're at. Collectively, we are looking at those indicators, and we'll have a report. But all 4 states that are located on the Navajo Nation, we're all at uncontrolled spread. Our positivity rates are above 10%, and Arizona is 10.5, Colorado is 7%, New Mexico is 8%, but Utah's at 16%, and so there is a increased trajectory that is occurring. And so right now we are showing that a lot of these numbers will probably likely go back down to the red phase, and we're still in consultation to decide on what that will actually look like. But we are in a second surge, and our numbers and all those indicators I mentioned will be on the summary. So that will complete the overall summary of the report. And then in relation to the gaming question right now, the gaming was recommended to be in the yellow phase, or the green phase, sorry, at 75% when the numbers are really low. So at 75%, when gaming was recommended to be open on that, it is basically, you'll be seeing less than one case per 100,000 individuals. Our percent positivity would be less than or equal to 3%, and that our inpatient and hospital capacity would be less than 70%, and there will be 30 contact tracers for every 100,000 persons. And so our disease spread would be 0 to minimal community spread. Disease risk is very low. And so that is where the recommendation was for casinos to reopen at phase 3, which is at 75% of maximum occupancy based on the reopening plan. As far as that's the recommendation, but that's what was put into the reopening gating measures plan. As far as the safety plans or reviews, those are ongoing conversations that we're having. The Health Command operation has a community mitigation group that is consistent of different authorities that come together to discuss how they're addressing COVID-19. For example, we have the Navajo Office of Environmental Health, which looks at food establishments, and then we have the Navajo Area Office Environmental Group as well. They look at institutions, closing institutions, and also their regulations cover all of that. And they also are in the work group. We also work with NOSHA in the group, and also we have invited agriculture to look at land management for other areas and oversight of different regulations. So that's how the Health Command Operations Center is working in response to businesses or community mitigation strategies. So the group under gaming is actually their oversight and regulatory body is the Navajo Area Indian Health Service. So they were in attendance at the tour at the time, and we're doing ongoing reviews of their safety plan. We've offered recommendations. So that's to the extent of what the Health Command Operations has done, but there is a reopening plan that I just explained regarding the different indicators that determine which phase the nation would recommend the businesses to operate at. So that would complete my report. I don't know if Ms. Rosenslow is on the line, if she has anything else to add. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know, Ms. So, I don't know if you want to add anything on. Are you here? Are you on the line? If not, thank you, Dr. Jill Jim. That, let me go back to the floor. I don't have anybody else on the board, so I'm gonna go back to reserve time.
Speaker, this is Delegate Begay.
On my Elmer Begay, go ahead.
Back to Shahad, Speaker, under the members of the Navajo Nation Council, Sudo, reporting on the health, Ms. Jill Jim Yate, so listening to your report regarding the status and the conditions of the pandemic cases throughout the Navajo Nation. There's going to be a lot of people coming over. Like we said, that so, for example, Delcon chapter,
audit. There's been the cases that were found positive again when they were doing the application called last week on Wednesday. So we were given a report that on Friday saying that that person, some of their worker, they were there, caught positive. They had the alcohol damages. So the workers there, they now quarantine, and some of them went to get tested again. So that's what we go through. And I don't know how many people are out there that are like that. But over here, we mention names because it was just very important that where they got it from. That's the only way that we can track or solve from it, especially if it's going to be one of your relatives. It's very important that you will have to know. Because over here again, so that was my biggest concern, and throughout the Navajo Nation, because at that time, based on all the members of the Navajo Nation Council, I brought this up, the safety of the people. So I'm very concerned about it because, like I said, I have an elderly at home, both of them, my mom and dad, and like I said, that I don't want to think like that, but that's the only, my mom and dad, I wish them that they can live together for a long time. And I wish them well, even though their health is not that we have to really take care of them. And just need a Winston. And then we all spoke, we say that we were for the elderly. We spoke on it. We go on the national media saying that we care for the elderly. And right now, we're pushing the election there. So right now, my biggest concern is the rising of this COVID-19. And then we say that we want to be have a maybe a timeout for these frontline people. Right now, listen to Dr. Jim. That what they're doing out there, we're putting a lot of time for them after they see a positive, and now they have to be really careful about it again. So like I said, the last time I mentioned some names of my own sisters and my one has under from my dad. Some of them are scientists, some of them are nurses. They're out there in the front line. I see that they go there, they test them at this hospital, and they come back to their home. My brothers and my sisters, I can't try to come back to my mom and my dad, take care of them. So we have to be really careful about it. That's my biggest concern now. I just want to say that again to the leadership. Which one do we really want to do? Is we say that there shouldn't be no gatherings, but we were getting this. We just put some more money into this election, and right now the positives there again at Dalcon chapter. I don't know if they're going to have that continue the election there. The people we use the fundings again to sanitize that whole office, and then also the chapter house again for this past weekend. So right now they're just passing out the application. They're not filling out anything like that again. I just want to mention that. So thanks for the report, Shadeja. And we're looking at you. We're listening to you. That the rising of this COVID is there. It's very important. I just want to stress that again. All right.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Eugene So?
Eugene So, go ahead.
Actually needs a tough decision for us. Say based on need you don't have $10 say need. Say need it. I could another one this case this 262. The Han should metal with the executive order law president the way I found out the White River had curfew they had to get the enrolled Apaches out of there at a certain time. So only the Anglos are in there until closing. So what are the regards to curfew? And then but that one they reopened it 24 hours, but they found a positive. So now it's closed out again. So their reservation is going high again. So they're thinking about locking up the whole reservation again. That's how I understand. I got a friend that always listens to this council. He's I don't know. So over that case, should you see on this case, the next one has a year. It is Cardi on this case, the one that's at the front. We're not at the front. How about the doctors and the nurses? So they can't, like she was saying, Jim, that transportation, there's an issue now. The call sheet already had so she what I needed on from the but to me I would like to listen to the doctors and the scientists if I'm gonna vote green. Even now she going this case I go she's in Navajo right now it's rising. I was looking at it every time and gosh it's going up and up again. So on so what happening right now, so the people that's going to be doing the work are the nurses and the doctors, not anybody else. But the people at the front, ADE in this case, caution rate in leaders, hospitals, and they caution us. It seems that you're working 24/7. That's the main issue I'm very concerned about. And I know that I can't really trust the White House administration to us. So you're open, and then also it's political nonsense. Because, like I said, Arizona governor reopened Arizona. He's a Republican. I found out reopened sky record. Positive. So that's what we are standing on right now. Asking to vote on the situation, but I'm just hoping. I don't know how the president's going to do, but it's really his issue is to save the people. So it is what. So I want this case, the president how we're going to vote. Or because he's just going to be in his hand. On us, but me. I don't think I'll be back to this. I think so I don't want to say vote red or green, but that's my main issue is the people at the front line, AGC on this case. So I've been eating now I don't now what like I said before, over almost 600 people died. They on this case they realize and that then just thinking about it. I thought because and saw about this case now I think over had on us by you. Just looking at the news sometimes and what the United States are doing. Gosh, and I thought gosh, so it's really hard. So it is they have street all this speaker, but there might be it would have been amendment to get all the people there out of the casino if they're not enrolled Navajos at a certain time would have been good too on that legislation. It is all the I don't say it's just more time so I'm chasing I don't the presidency bothering for this. Actually, thank you.
Thank you. That, Honorable Eugene. So we can move on down. Honorable Vince James, floor is yours.
Thank you, speakers and members of the council. Wanted to bring up some issues and concerns here in regards to gaming. First is the request that I made of how much funds have been contributed to the chapters for chapters to utilize the gaming funds and how chapters uses those gaming funds. One. Number two is how much have we invested as a nation into gaming funds for gaming to operate. Three is in regards to $24 million of care funds that we've helped gaming enterprise employees. So with that 24 million, we've helped and assisted our Navajo people that are working at gaming. And so if we've done that, why would we be voting red on this legislation again? And then on top of that, if we decide to vote red on this legislation, how are we going to give monies back to the chapters when chapters were relying on gaming funds? Where do we get those funds? And if we vote red on this legislation, where do we get the funds to start a gaming enterprise when that time comes again? So those are my questions. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Hey, with that, let me go back to Chairman Nez.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. It's good that you're asking all these questions and expressing your concerns. I respect your votes. And I appreciate your honesty also. That didn't need a call. Not on the seat, that didn't need. Keeping in now, dates as they at the Nobana. Dinner Hick at the Globana. Wait, ocean, Bansi, Casey, not Asha be Hadits. Head of Rebecca, made not a share, are a save it, the signals. I couldn't attend the Hans to a shin yard and hit yarn hitch. Nothing data be on the stubborn, yeah. Ain't need all later so. Lad and then I'd Nashigate so, the non but I see the need all there. I don't near you have the Public Health Order 2020-025 in HSLA. DKA you have encouraged each individual to be responsible, personal responsibility, but not ordered to stay at home. No, because the Napa Boholi Nahala Haushi Navago, a conde Shatons and Goshin Hoto Gas. I ship it Tahina. I bet that Hunson. Croye go Napo Yada, let it do data, Hosina, but they no Hagen in Apesh, and Nate Lenin at Annie, Leniki, Nikita go in Has, Land halfway Liado, no aid of bigger so. Ashland, Aquagi. Ona or can't a her, hit a nanny can't ash order. Nit cheat on his say, Besiana as Barlow, they no send Yego Tada Docus. 6 feet away, his tight isn't that in so that but don't but there's none article. A cohort amounts question and I don't yet I just don't have and let me defer some of these questions to Mr. Parrish, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go ahead. Mr. Parrish.
Speaker.
Hello?
Mr. Speaker, I'm here, sir.
Someone said speaker.
Speaker, this is Edmund. Can you put me in the queue box, please, sir?
Chairman, you're already in the queue. You're up next. With that, Mr. Parrish, go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, sir, thank you. Honorable Delegate James, sir, thank you for your questions. In regards to the loan agreement that the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise has with the Navajo Nation, since 2008, let me back up, the starting principal balance was approximately $230 million on that loan agreement back as loans for each of the properties were consolidated. Since that time in 2008, the Master Trust Fund has received $142.4 million in interest on that $230 million loan. The Master Trust Fund has also received almost $30 million in principal repayment. In addition, there was $6.2 million in closing and administrative costs that were also paid to the Navajo Nation with regard to those loan agreements. For the Gaming Distribution Fund, there's been $23.3 million that has been transferred to Navajo Nation for the Gaming Distribution Fund since 2008. There's additional monies, $8.2 million in benefits to the Navajo relocatees, $5.2 million to Navajo Nation Police, Fire, and Corrections. Sir, I hope that answers your question, sir. Thank you.
Honorable James, on your question referring the breakdown to the chapters, we are still have not received anything from the Controller's Office regarding that. But we have reached out to them to specifically for that request. Honorable James.
Are you working on it? Mr. Speaker, this is Robert Willie.
Yes, Mr. Willie.
Hi, I'm currently working on that right now, if you want the actual listing, but the numbers are from 2016. It looks like there were there was only one chapter that got anything that year, and in 2017, it looked like a number of them got it, and that was a $2 million allocation. But I'll have the numbers here, and I'll send it out to the council shortly, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on down, then Chairman Yazzie, the floor is yours.
The Speaker, members of the council, and everyone that's listening, Mr. Nez, and to Mr. Parrish, your agent. On the legislation, I know I've talked a lot on the NABI committee on Friday night, but I just have a couple of questions on this legislation. Since we have Dr. Jill on the line, she explained the process, numbers, and whatnot. But I would like to know what is her opinion. Should we vote in favor of this? What is it going to cause more at risk? Like just as it was indicated, the frontline people, the doctors, the nurses, and they're the ones that are going to have to work twice as hard when the numbers are back up again. And so I am just very leery at this just because of the safety of the people. I do miss the spam and eggs and potatoes and tortillas there at Fire Rock. But when I had breakfast there in the mornings, I would see a lot of our elders, and they're the ones that are at risk, much higher. And so that's really questionable. The other question I have, Speaker, and is the legislation states that it seems like, I don't know if we could get an opinion from Ms. Barba, it states in the legislation, opening or closing decisions lies within the board, the gaming board. So if that's the case, then why are we hearing this legislation? So if we vote this, if we approve this, if we vote this down, then according to the legislation, the board has the final say. That's what it reads, and I just want that clarification. So, Speaker, I'm not going to reserve my time because I know we need to vote on the legislation. Speaker, sir.
Hey, thank you. That I'm good. Dr. Jill Jim first response, and then I'll go to Ms. Barbroff on the gaming board question.
Yes, Speaker. Thank you for the question on Honorable Edmund Yazi for that question regarding my opinion. We have not thoroughly looked at the risk associated with this. It's not solely my decision right now. We do have a small group that we consult with the safety of the Health Command Operations Center. Also, as we were still reviewing the plans for the Navajo Area IHS office regarding their safety plans, so that we have not met again to review the safety, and with that in mind, I guess right now I don't really have an answer for you until I collectively look at the entire safety response plan again with them. We did make recommendations regarding their safety plan, and I'm not sure if those all have been met. I know at some point we said we wanted to go through the changes that were made within the facility. And at this point, as another reminder, the business reopening plans really laid a foundation of how businesses should operate depending on if we have the disease under control or not. Right now, we're definitely headed in the wrong direction regarding the COVID-19, not only in the Navajo Nation. We hope we can control it and we might have a different pattern versus the United States, which is just, like I said, setting records. The United States set a record on Sunday with the highest number of cases so far. And right now, I guess I don't have a complete answer, only because we've had recent activity and movement on the Navajo Nation that we have to really be careful on, because right now you're looking at the hardship applications that were done, where we did hear that there are some areas were not implementing safety protocols. And also we're going to have the election that's going on tomorrow as well. So it's really up in the air depending on how severe this gets, especially with the amount of interaction that we were not able to see, and we can't forecast right now, because we are increasingly seeing workplace exposures too. We do have a portal up where individuals need to report cases, and since we opened it live on the October 23rd, we've been seeing and responding to not only businesses outside the Navajo Nation, but all tribal programs, but within the tribal programs. So it's getting busy, and how we respond and do our next step really depends on how we depend on everyone to be making those preventive measures and decisions. So right now I don't have a response, only due to the increasing trend, and how high we go or how low we go really is dependent in the next coming weeks, because whatever numbers we're seeing right now are things that occurred 2 weeks ago. It takes 2 to 14 days to see the impact of an exposure. So if we're seeing cases from 2 to 14 days ago, and if we still have movement that's still happening on the Navajo Nation recently, we really can't project how much numbers will go up. And so anything we see right now, today's numbers are things that have happened 2 to 14 days ago. So there are those interpretation of the reopening guidelines, I think, that maybe can be relooked at, but otherwise that would be what the public health order really referred to, was the reopening of percentages, and the risk of those were put in there for those reasons, depending on what is considered high risk or low risk. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you, Speaker.
Question of privilege, Delegate James.
question of privilege before I go over to Ms. Barbara. Honorable James.
Thank you, speakers, members of the council. Dr. Jim, my question to you is, did you go on the on-site site visits for the other tribal or neighboring tribal casinos? Did you do that on-site visit with those individuals? And when did that on-site visit occur would be my number 2 question. And depending on when you did your on-site visitation, I guess I would determine that you would have plenty of time to work with the emergency management team to address the matter and putting it in writing of your consideration to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. That's my question. Thank you.
For that question of privilege, let me go over to Dr. Jill Jim.
Thank you, Honorable Vince James, for that question. I have to recall that visit, but basically, I did not go on the visit to Phoenix. I have not traveled, done an off-reservation travel recently, and that doesn't include that one. So I did not attend that. I did attend the next day, as Honorable Paul Begay mentioned. He was the only delegate there. The next, I don't recall what day that was, but Honorable Paul Begay was there. And we had Mr. Wilfred Quito with safety there, and also 2 representatives from the Navajo Area IXS office. As I mentioned, this is the office, the Environmental Health and Occupational Group that is working together under the Health Command Operations Center to provide consultation to the gaming. And I also would like to just reinstate that we do understand the different authorities regarding the regulatory functions, but also the Health Command Operations Center. The date I need to look in my calendar right now, but I did attend that visit. I hope that can answer your question while I look for the date. I know it was somewhere in October. It was October 2nd, but we've had 2 meetings with them to review their safety plans. I have not received or viewed the final safety plan or anything in reference to what final recommendations they had met or not met. And basically, we're in the consultation role at this point with them to review their reopening plan at some point. But right now, the reopening plan for the Navajo Nation does say that it's at 75% in the green phase. So there already has been a decision within the reopening plan for the casino to open at 75 in the green phase at 70 when the 75% occupancy rule applies. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go back now to Ms. Barbroff. There was a question specifically towards yourself.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. This is Ms. Bobroff. Can you restate the question? I had to take a call. I apologize.
Honorable James. No. It's Chairman Yazzie. Chairman Yazzie?
Yeah, Speaker, members of the council, Ms. Barbara. Permission to talk, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay. So with that, Speaker and council, Ms. Barbara, my question was on the legislation for the one we're talking about now. It states that the gaming board has the say-so in opening up or closing up the casino. And so if that's the case, then, my question is, why are we listening to this? Is that how much weight does the gaming board have? Speaker, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Barbara?
Thank you, Delegate Yazzie. That's not a particularly easy question. There's nothing in Navajo law that specifically says that the gaming board can open up the casinos and not comply with the Navajo Nation public health orders. And that is essentially the crux right here. I do believe that the Gaming Enterprise Board does have the ability to open up the casinos, but without this legislation, I lean to the fact that while the Gaming Board may be able to open up the casinos, they still have to do such in compliance with the Navajo Nation public health orders, the emergency order issued by the Commission on Emergency Management. So if you will, and so that is problematic, and I'm not an expert with the Health Command's approach to what businesses can open and such, but for the gaming enterprise to open, allow visitors, to allow Navajo Nation employees, the first thing it needs to do, it would be deemed an essential business, and all have essential employees. My understanding is that has not taken place, and certainly the casino doesn't have the ability, or the casino board doesn't have the ability to tell Navajo patrons that the patrons don't have to comply with the public health orders, the emergency orders, the curfews, etc. So the reason that this legislation is in front of you, in my view, is that the casino board has authority to a point, but to accomplish what the casino is requesting, which is to open up under their reopening plan, they needed one of two things to happen. And that would be for the Division of Health to bless that plan, that reopening plan, make sure that the casino is in the proper category to open at the capacity they wish. Also would need a particular exclusion for patrons and employees for the public health orders. The nation, the council essentially delegated to the Commission on Emergency Management the authority to establish and to declare an emergency, which we know they've done. The council has also authorized the Department of Health to regulate and enforce health codes, regulations, policies, standards, and I think that most likely, as well as the Office of Environmental Health, I forgot them. But both of those delegations allow them to establish policies, regulations, and enforce those. So I think that their health orders fall under that. For the gaming enterprise to reopen at the level they wish to is going to require council action, to lack of a better word, override some of the decisions made by the Commission on Emergency Management and the Division of Health. So I hope that clarifies. It's actually fairly complicated when reading the code, the Navajo code, to pull all of this together. But the short answer is they could reopen as long as their reopening was in compliance with the emergency order and the public health orders. If they want to do something different, which is what they're requesting, then they do need council approval. And as I said earlier, it does go across the street to the president also. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Yazzie.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Barbroff, you go ahead now, back to the floor.
Question of privilege, Delegate James.
Honorable James, question of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker, member of the council. In regards to question to our legal counsel, Dana. So the way I'm interpreting your response is that Mr. President Nez issued an executive order to gaming to shut down. And through the process of that, Dr. Jill Jim, the emergency management team, and others would need to provide a report back to President Nez to lift that executive order for gaming to start operating again. And so with the due diligence that was brought up a couple of weeks ago, why isn't that happening? So am I understanding you correctly that it was an executive order and the report should have been submitted back from emergency management through Dr. Jill Jim and then back to President's office, maybe even with the gaming board to make that recommendation, but yet it's before us here when an executive order hasn't been lifted? Thank you.
The council has that authority, didn't it?
Hey, that, Ms. Barbroff?
Thank you, Speaker. The short answer is probably yes to that question. The original emergency declaration under the Commission on Emergency Management's Plan of Operation, the Commission, with the concurrence of the President, has authority to declare emergencies. That's why, if you will remember, you had the Commission on Emergency Management's emergency declaration supported by the executive order by the President. As far as the Division of Health public health orders, which really I think are the key to this shutdown, those are authorized through their plans of operation in Title II, as are the ones for the Office of Environmental Health. The short answer is the Division of the Health, with the support of the President, could authorize the gaming enterprise to open under their reopening plan. Apparently, and I don't know all the details, so this should be answered probably more properly by the gaming enterprise, but apparently they have attempted to do that through the President. The President has, I guess, not agreed to that or not committed to that. So they have come to council And council does have the ultimate authority to override those public health orders or make exceptions to them through legislation. If the Department of Justice is on the line, they might be able to provide a clear explanation of the procedural details. I unfortunately don't work with those too often. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate James.
Hey, thank you. With that, let's go down and then on to next individual on the board. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, I appreciate the questions that are being asked. I had a question to the gaming enterprise regarding the funding you received from Navajo Cares. It sounded like when you asked this from the council, it would be used to assist the employees. Please provide how this funding was used to help your employees during the closure. And then I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Four minutes, 22 seconds on reserve time. With that, we go back to Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Let me defer the questions to Mr. Parrish. Mr. Speaker?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Nez, Honorable Chairwoman Crotty, ma'am, thank you for your question. We received the $24.6 million on September 24th. Upon receipt, we had a meeting with our NNGE Board of Directors on the 28th, at which time they approved returning our team members back to administrative leave with pay. Under the document that we submitted, under I think it was 0144-20, we were getting reimbursed for monies pertaining to three areas. One was maintaining our team members on administrative leave with pay, which included benefits. Also, what was eligible for reimbursement was interest payments due to the Navajo Nation on loans we had with Navajo. Not the principal, but just the interest. And then there was also emergency and medical related expenses tied directly to COVID. And so we had been paying those monies up until that point. We ran out on July 28th when we had to put our team members on layoff. When we did get the funding, we returned them from layoff, and we've been continuing to service our debt with the Navajo Nation, and we've kept our team members on administrative leave with pay. Thank you, ma'am.
Hey, that. Moving on down. I don't have anybody else on the board. Let me go ahead and go back to reserve time. Honorable Slater, 3 minutes, 26 seconds.
I'll reserve my time, Speaker.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes, 25
Question
seconds.
of privilege.
Question of privilege. Vice Chair Walker.
Yes, Speaker and members of the council, though sponsored and your agent, Shananta, I'd like to hear from the Public Safety Director because we're considering acting on legislation that would override public health orders. Some of those health orders directly relate to traffic, getting on the highway, driving between communities or distances, although human activities, mobilizing people, because it relates to going to a casino. I would like to know what public safety, how they see this, while everyone else is shut down, just what allowing one of our enterprises to operate, what the concerns are there. Speaker, can we get public safety to give us some information? Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna have to reach out to them, Vice Chair Walker. So.
Speaker, this is Daniel. Put me in the queue.
Okay, we're reaching out to the safety and health section. Vice Chair Walker. With that, Vice Chair Walker, as soon as they get on the line, I'll put them on, but I don't have them right now. So I'm going to continue moving on down on reserve time. Vice Chair Walker, 2 minutes, 46 seconds.
Speaker, I reserve my time.
2 minutes, 45 seconds. Honorable Vince James, 3 minutes, 40 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker and member of council. I'd like to just encourage my colleagues to vote green on this legislation due to the fact that it supports all the 110 chapters and it's serving and assisting our Navajo people throughout the nation. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Three minutes, 25 seconds. That, moving on down, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 4 minutes, 22 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I think, Mr. Parrish, if you could provide full disclosure to this council regarding how gaming used your CARES funding. In our weekly CARES expenditure report, you mentioned that your staff, a vast majority of your staff, about 90+%, predominantly Navajos, were put on unemployment. We're actually, I don't know if the term was removed and had to be on unemployment. And now it appears that you're stating that you use that money to help keep them on administrative leave. So I'd like a breakdown in terms of that timeline and how much money was used, because this council, when voted for that money back in July, it was to save jobs, but yet your workers were put on approximately 2 months of unemployment. I need clarification. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. That, let me go back to Chairman Nez and then over to your agent.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Let me defer the question back to Mr. Parrish, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Hello? Chairman Nez?
Yes, I requested to defer questions to Mr. Parrish.
Oh, yes, that's why I said, you can refer over it. When I first you, Mr. Parrish, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, sir. Chairman Nez, Honorable Chair Crotty, ma'am, thank you for your questions of clarification. When the enterprise closed on March 17th, we reduced and eliminated any non-essential expenses, and on an ongoing basis, our fixed expenses, which included payroll and benefits for our team members, it was $1.7 million per week. When we reached July 28th, we were at a point where in order to continue to preserve the enterprise, we had to do a couple of different things. We had to go to the Budget and Finance Committee and request to receive access to our own restricted account funds that we had deposited. And those were for gaming distribution fund and also for construction of a new permanent Fire Rock facility. We were able to get those monies and get the approvals to start accessing those again, because we also had the Navajo Nation Senior Loan Agreement payment that was due, and that was $4.8 million, which was due on the 30th of June. So we were forced to put our team members on 90% of them on a temporary layoff, and we had to do that in accordance with Navajo Preference and Employment Act, which we followed to the letter. Anyway, that occurred, and that lowered our weekly expenses from 1.7 million down to about 1.1. We still had to pay the debt service on our NTUA loans on the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. We still had fixed expenses associated with just power and lights and things like that, and other contractual obligations that we were not able to get out of. So we stayed at that level of paying the 1.1 million in expenses each week until we got to the 28th of September. So the team members, 90% were on a temporary layoff from July 28th until September 28th, at which time we returned them to admin leave with pay. The cost of our weekly expenses, which now included payroll and benefits again, went back up to 1.7 million. So in addition to making our payments to NTUA, Navajo Hopi Land Commission, payroll, and interest to the Navajo Nation, we had to make sure that we had monies available for our June debt service payment. That was the 4.8 million. So that was covered under a grant agreement that the enterprise was required to sign in order to receive the grant funding. And it was also outlined and dictated in a limited forbearance agreement between the Navajo Nation and the gaming enterprise relative to our debt service obligations for our senior loan agreement. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Pat, I got a new individual on the queue. Honorable Daniels, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Legislation, legislation 262-20. I don't know quite what just the great I wrote about the plan just case of that did. Nahashin, they Nishiki, casinos now, let's go. The 4 casinos, 80 pounds case of home. Non spits are dark, they loan from flat that did. Non spits are dark, they don't ever that it's on data as better told Mexico. In GF, it's like it, Peabody, it's like a Cadito. In fashion, it'll cover the car, non the sweating, take the car. I guess, non the sweet, you can't guess, or to catch in down the show. Akoti o yo kon heki na le ki te ko do aro anal yago aro na ko do na ko do chapters base of honda he po ho example le to ka ko do o so do dal yago gaming revenues na the chapters of honda aro na host chapters da yo lago of honda ko do da e go da pan so ke to ta ti da la ham so ko do da the hazo el me se joy to ni ko do Aaron Juno Yahweh, Macodona Gaydam, Chairman Ness. Of course, on up with Bekena, which is net or Letico. Of course, in Hikodo, a Dahaya, Adonana for the Benan Ken. Finos not Nelco. It was Letty eat Asher Besped husband, Senho. The great CDC guidelines. The great reopening the casinos at 50% capacity. Because actually, but Bonet, it's a horse as and Doho, but Laham Soy could always Galshin Day, Nishigi, Eva Bantas, case with them. So, Eddie Hotel Arunan, and Minigida cut a without code, they can't get the 8 and Liniki. So, the hut need the 6 feet had need in a way Walmart, going to oil naked out matter. So, especially on a weekend, first of the month, when you go to Gallup, or to have to say that, no, watch one here on that case. Or that the other band, that's case of the shame of a time, or letting Sinoho. Or she every day, who meant that the cut or sad, she did maybe once a week, she it's not as that or letting so by bands, case of that doesn't all you go a bands case of that data. Or the echo Hodota, she says, then to Oyabe. The case has the data, but has no else now. She has joined all next with Adonana Kodo. Adon led the great the 6 feet social distancing, Minigida. Adonan face covering, so that Eggy electronic sanitizing your hands, sanitizing the machine, so that ego that, so that she now she is all natural. But so Sazan do it gone that all nations in the world, but the case has with this legislation could according to my chapters at Dara in the House of Snake. AIC and that all nation no yard, yes, the whole Neko. So we can chapter. So AED Hoda, Ego Hodo. So I don't see now, don't never that Hodina, I don't order all, let's go. I don't have it all, should it all, let's go. So can we go on this call to second he pays we yego ya on Mexico. So the late Nana Dollar. This COVID-19 he killed Dodo Ayat or Yagon Hot Hanako, Adonana Kodo or on a hot sit Halon 8 Nebis Bevis in the Hal Jesus Kodo. I Yos Kodo. Boyan Dali to the Halo Yos Kodo, but Hazota Hayado Hazo Kodo Adole. It's shame we get asked to get all job and Tinoche dot $8 so the Hotaba had extensive Mr. Speaker Kodo. Adonana Kodo I'd see he could reserve the shlish. Thank you.
That Honorable Daniels. 1 minute, 6 seconds. Let me move on down. Honorable Paul Begin, and I'll go back to the sponsor.
Thank you, and good morning, Speaker, colleagues, everybody that's on the air listening to this very important issue. It's been a few months now. Kachid ayego, nikilchuda is lado ata hayan gikat, nikilpeda hosen. Ye yaha nengi eshin kilpeda hosen. A cot end, a jayi yaha nendet ati. Na liebaho one conte kai. Lahot ati ta haslagonte kai, a conde. An hita a huilianko e ade jongo. نهغان جناهي تا نخارشن بسيهناهي تا آدو أتهدا ستاتا أخيانجي إيدي أزاج أقديش جينجي قدية وناس وقات آني نهت ستية أكون خلو وناسو هالبلكانة أشد نغيا انت أسكاهجي اتسيس انت أسكاهجي تأنيسة so don't get it to your head نيسة أسي نهت ستيبا أتيشليه شيء تقع نيجي قبعت ستوتا وقد أوهد أوت نبيان تحويل جس نيجي ناس نيهت ننجي بعت ستوكت إند بتسانيت إيدو بتسان تحويل ياندو لسيجي كشين كالبيهوزن جو إنجي ليشان دا يلا قوة Navajo gaming ني إين غيخوز تقو يا أكيد سيادو يات إيكو إنس جونكو إياه أتعليانا آدو تنايا بتشيتو بزي بكتا أزبار آدو يلاب بيتخانا كيسيكي تحلو سو باش ديت هاتسيسا هاشي نيشكيتكي إي بينال كاهكي تا شايتينكي بين تحت الكاكو أندا يحجي كا كنت إيجي خلو دولي حد خطوني State Western Agency, the Lada Slack Canyon Tours, Argent Danish. Ada yeah, that been I see peso, a stink. Halet egoti got the scars be hote shigo. Is that il sotole halet on in the hotot, halet betani, be in Naniki. Chunade deal, Chudanigo, Ekodaya, the Bin, Barchundo, the Hayusa, Marchun, the Ostra, Hate Ego Yake in the Kredole, Joeban Sakis. Okoeben at 80, Slack Canyon Tours, business in Kachi area. Dr. Jim, Ado Dr. Shabala, the Nikid, as he does, is not a co. November 5, on the announced day, the old kiddo. You said the nap, which I had to see. You said, email, Elian, a call. They did, such a now don't see. Could the net, I could ego, so eat that is in the chain that has it. Now, Nishpatan that the need crow, the Shabbat had to see. Tash, who didn't hit the shn. Ado die yakim in a neniki, a janshita del card in the oh, have you other tracks? Hinago, Kate had iniki kiss early than the Ado Bayots and the San Juan Southern Pie in the Haago, planning to claim a stake where they can build casinos in and around our area. He's on era that is with the state of Arizona. They have the ability to put a casino anywhere in the state of Arizona. Casino now, go con days, Nalcoshan. You get the nada con nada caton. Of course, it's the same thing. Whether it's our casino or somebody else's casino, these same people will continue to go over there. Everything out of the bonus town. What are they at? Bonus town. Bonus. Not near not lot or needles. Been by natural cut or this. Done it all catching. Has owned all knees. Done it all cut on, not all cut. I don't that Chinese could ever yes, let you hot the door. Mrs. Paz and Nedani, okay, Condeshe got out, I came in, she's never, but not a case of window, let's see her.
Thank you. With that, we go back to Chairman Nez. Any comments, questions?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Aro Peshmahas Anna Senegi. Hota Nabgias Kitida. Nedohna as Anta Benos Ingago. Ado Hait Oshi Eat Ahde. Ashi Pohonest given the Chimpe Ahozando Les Nasco. Aron Shezel and Dad Nesteto. Salah has honored and hitting the Hadneko. Hot Adano, Sto Abicht Eb in and Tin Ed over nature. The nation today case or that you net and here. Like to Honorable Speaker Damon defer back to Mr. Parrish.
Mr. Parrish? Mr. Parrish, you might have to press *6. Mr. Parrish?
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, thank you, sir. Honorable Chairman Nez Akehe, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This has been a tremendously challenging decision for all of us and an issue to face. When the reopening plan came out that was approved by the Navajo Nation, we were put in the green category, which is when all of the COVID containment measures have proven to be effective and essentially the virus is under control, if that's possible. The other businesses in that category were smaller types of businesses like flea markets and street vendors. This enterprise is in a little bit different situation because we do affect so many people and we have so many team members and families that are counting on us. We take all of this to heart. We discussed on Friday night how the health and safety of everybody is paramount. It's by far the most important thing. But at the same time, the challenge here is that recovery starts with reopening of this enterprise. And unless we can reopen, we are not going to be able to be in a position to help with that. We know the enormous emotional and psychological trauma that is inflicted on everybody by this pandemic and forcing people to be isolated and kept at home and not being able to get out and see family and do other things. We talked about that at length on Friday. The challenge with that is that also comes at a price. That's very harmful as well. And going forward, there's no easy answers here. On behalf of our board and all of our team members, we have tremendous respect for Navajo Nation Council for being willing to entertain this issue. We just were not in a position to be able to violate what was laid out in the reopening plan in order to go ahead and make that decision ourselves. That being said, that doesn't make it easier for council to consider all the moving parts and issues here. But we have a tremendously productive enterprise. It's deeply intertwined with the Navajo Nation, not only with loans and payments to the Gaming Distribution Fund and fire and police and rescue and things like that, but we also have other things that we're doing with economic output, job creation. And the beauty of this enterprise is if you compare it to taking money off Navajo and getting a return on investment, you can certainly do that, but what you lose out on is the job creation at home and the economic development at home. And I think this is an enterprise that has the ability to give back to the people and contribute in all those different areas. This being said, this is still a people decision, but there are some very serious financial consequences associated with this. Mr. Speaker, God bless, and thank you so much for the opportunity to address you and your honorable colleagues, sir.
Thank you. With that, Parrish, my colleagues, I have a new player on the board, so let me go to Honorable Yellow Hair. Floor is yours.
Hello, Yate. Good afternoon. I hope you hear me, Speaker. Is okay now?
Oh,
Everything fine?
I can hear you.
Okay, yes. Yes, today, yes, this is on by Yalchi, Hayalchi, Nabi Hobby, Saudi, Long, out of 24 councilman, not only in his colonial station, legislative staff, no attorney. What I share. Share not to the Tadia, Dean Lake, Kishin, Fort Medell, talking stick, those two. In our big eye, I can't be Kado, your Axi, the net in to behas on it, it is, yeah, the Hanyani, in it, as I see your internet into Tapasan is a consider Cocheto, and the deal Nihato name. And not a share your shit, not but a hot place a Korean song, and just get a little Jim right, Nasha. Kayan has, he's on Kayan, right? Nedosit ego, the netacha. The add-on that it is a tractor. The add-on led or bulldozer get a hair, who can't eat a teacher. What Papa Honana Nella, Gila and Son just kiss. Kodoya kiss Ani Nin Hiyagonati, in Craig Casinos Anigi, Passing Kodon Hiyahe Questo, Hashin Circle, there's a low space, adon there, adon da, land and hill. Adon there, did it what is Hiki, Bejer Nondata, Nahata, La Nipayat, Hindati, Adon Hatan. Ochota no begin so sad on this no you had Rico. A cut on the no cook Kadebich no later a con Nihiyagi uncritical to be was a toll that's based on here I to just like it is in ebony now. See your pa what's not be careful. It is not large. Mr. Parrish in Junonan, she learned some bantus kiss. Out in the casino, twin air last Saturday. Is going in Lanchadale Yado, but Hati Kapitako, Kata Star, but Hatnas Nelly, Kata has Nezat Dina Yana Kandeko, Kashlat Nibi as a car star na Hotalia, or but Hatnas are plexiglass was the Adole, but Hatnas are what are Ataliako, Bonet Radan so in Taskisha, a call on Snarkin Len. Arahat Iran Choi Disney Glen Doshi Don Nista Hada Beso Adole Otasni Nispehosen NGS People close Delia Aben Naden and then Nibik Eho Kadena Beso. Our revenue is declining about a year. We're going to be receiving less money 2022. What us She I see your butcher in Shine. I don't learn trying to the door, the 8 of a main sheet of she only corner canal stoned. I used to ship a yard or John his hello. She is the temperature check. I don't that any that you're trained Dalia. I think Janagoya Dalia Elia. I don't hear that. Naya is Beta, who let us show that no law. Arabella Canada, Honana, take care, respectful. Where others had known Patana, Abitana, the temperature yet the 8 of on John. Out of the laws, it can be changed any time. As what I what's shape by yet, it's not at all. condition, there's essential that there should be some card that the hello card no much of a call at the card no in the by a cheeky the after 8 o'clock that is card that is from the so they can have that card coming back from casino. Esteban case but they are done law are the card that is but should be now the nation with all 도저히 과대 때려서 가스인가시나 아니 가스천도니 게인데 도준다 그저 아리아나 카 에코진 히코제에 혼난 히간예도 핫에다 헛에 안하던 신시 미히 타한다 벤레니 타한다 이때 relatively live on reservation I talk to them so take care of it 아리 아비가 한 반다 kai. So I'll support 110% to approve this casino, and I look forward to Mr. Jonathan Naz and my other son too, Mr. Lizer. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
God bless.
Thank you, Honorable Yolher. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else on the board, so let me go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 422.
Yes, thank you. I think in terms of, I don't know if the board or how the CEO, acting CEO had, when you laid off your employees, that needs to be clear. And so I'm going to ask Legislative Council for an amendment on, I believe it's maybe page 3, where it states that after the enterprise received Navajo CARES money, their employees stayed on paid administrative leave. That's not true. And so I'd like that amendment language. I'd also like some amendment language regarding Exhibit A. The legislation states that this goes above and beyond CDC and the Navajo Department of Health, but there's no supporting document to reflect that. And so I'm looking through this document and cannot find that. So that's my second question. And my third question is, what happens to the children of your patrons? Usually they're out there in your lobby or in their vehicles, and we have to do our child protection orders. So I need to know what's the plan for the children, or when we see elders who are sitting out there in the lobby areas. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Reserve your time at 3:07. That, we'll go back to Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me defer to Mr. Parrish, those questions.
Parrish?
Speaker.
What was yours, Mr. Parrish?
Mr. Speaker, thank you, sir. Chairman Nez, thank you. Madam Chair Crotty, thank you, ma'am, for your questions and requests for clarification. So we placed our team members on temporary layoff, 90% of them on July 28th. The CARES Act money was approved in the amount of $24.6 million on the 16th of August. We did not receive the funding for those monies until the 24th of September. The board convened on the 28th of September and immediately returned team members effective that date back to administrative leave with pay. So the only period that they were on the temporary layoff was when we were running out of cash, and the cash reserves we did have were required to be allocated under our grant agreement and our limited forbearance agreement going to other areas. And that would be the loan agreements and continuing to satisfy other debt with the Navajo Nation, as well as paying fixed expenses that we were and continue to be contractually obligated to pay. In terms of our facilities and our elders coming out, the Navajo Nation elders coming to the property, we tried to be very, very diligent with reaching out to caretakers and making sure that if there are elders that are escorted with family or or caretakers that the elders are not sitting unattended. Our security is always posted full-time in the lobby to watch out for them so they know exactly how long anybody may be seating in those areas. The same thing with children. We do have some children's facilities at Twin Arrows, but our other facilities do not. So we have to rely very diligently on our security team, which I think they do a very good job on, of reaching out to the families and making sure that the children and the elders are not left in the lobbies. We also have exterior patrol and we also have surveillance that our security department monitors to ensure that there's no children or elders left in vehicles. So we are very, very diligent in that area as well. That is a priority for us. Honorable Crotty, ma'am, thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Parrish. With that, let me go on down. Back to reserve time. Honorable Slater, 3 minutes, 25 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the presenters and Chairman Nez. At this time, I still cannot support the legislation. I believe in its intent, but the rising caseloads in the states adjacent to the nation, as I said before, they've seen their ICUs and hospital capacities just astronomically increased. And as Dr. Jim said, there's uncontrollable spread that's occurring among the patrons that we desire to bring into our facilities. So I'm concerned about the staff safety as well as our patron safety. And perhaps most importantly, I really disagree with the way that the legislation was constructed because it gives the message to Navajo business owners that an enterprise, and one that the nation has invested in, but for which the nation hasn't invested in our own businesses, our own individual entrepreneurs, that they will always receive priority over them. And that the rules can be twisted, they can be bent, and that ultimately the nation takes care of its own, but it doesn't take care of its own people. And so for that, I'll be voting red. I mean, I sit here and think about the artisans, think about the small business owners, everyone else who is denied the opportunity to make a living right now because of the public health orders, which are put in place for our collective safety, not just the safety of certain members of the nation. So I ask my colleagues to deeply, deeply meditate on this issue, but I think everyone has already made up their minds. And for that, I will yield the remaining time. Thank you, sir.
Speaker Freeland.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Yes, Honorable Freeland, I have you lined up. That, moving on down, Vice Chair Walker, 2 minutes, 45 seconds.
I reserve my time.
2 minutes, 44 seconds. Honorable Vince James, 3 minutes, 25 seconds.
Reserve my time. Thank you.
3 minutes, 24 seconds. Honorable Daniels, 1 minute, 6 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kodo siya kodo sunat shanigi aye ko ikodo pa haitrito kodo banti kies kodo adona kodo na idos kedo adona kodo hitcha odzi na the Department of Health kodo the Executive Director hitcha hitcha ha ziko. So at this time I'm going to make a motion to cease debate, Mr. Speaker.
I'll second.
Question and privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Question and privilege, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So Mr. Parrish mentioned budget and finance waived loan repayments. Clarification from our legislative council that gaming enterprise loan repayments were waived. That would be helpful in terms of how they use their CARES funding when their employees were temporarily laid off. Thank you, Speaker.
So is that question to Mr. Parrish?
No, to our legislative council, Speaker. There's a budget and finance resolution that waived the gaming enterprises loans and then gave them access to restricted funding. I just need clarification on what loan repayments were waived by that resolution. Thank you, Speaker.
Office Legislative Council. Maybe Ms. Lowell.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Crotty. Ms. Lowell, I don't even know if she's on the line, but she will answer that question after she's had the opportunity to research and find that resolution. Thank you, Speaker.
Have legislative services saying it's BFJN 15.
Speaker, can you have them forward that to myself and Ms. Lowell, please?
Good forwarding. Yeah, they're forwarding that information over to you. If you look at in the, they're trying to download it and send it in the email, but they pulled it up under DIB, and the number again is BFJN-15-20. Hold on, colleagues. I'm trying to get this question of privilege answered here. I'm having staff pull this up. After this question of privilege is answered, colleagues, I am going to recognize, while we're waiting here, I'm going to recognize the cease debate. And the reason why is because we've been debating this for 2 hours and 18 minutes. In that time frame, there has been individuals that are for this and against this legislation. So I will recognize that by Honorable Daniels. My colleagues, I'm going to recognize while waiting here. No, the Office of Legislative Services staff here is asking Ms. Barbara. It's 300 pages, the legislation, and if you, it's going to be hard to send it over through the email. If you guys could, if Legislative Council could just look it up under DIB, and the number again is BFJN-15-20. also known as legislation 0127-20. Legislative Council, have you received that document?
Oh, brother.
Speaker, it's Kristen. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Speaker, I just need a couple minutes to pull up the document. If I can get just a few minutes. BFJN-15-20.
Okay, colleagues, with that, I'm going to go into recess at this time. And then when I come back, answer that question, then I'm going to recognize, I did recognize that, I will recognize that cease debate motion. Time now is 2:18. We're going to reconvene back here at 2:30, so we have about 12 minutes.
Question of privilege.
Vice Chair Walker, is that you?
Yes.
What is your question of privilege?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So if you recognize the ceasing debate motion, what happens to my earlier question of privilege where I asked for request for public safety to speak to the legislation? It does concern public safety, and I feel that council could hear from them. And I know appreciate gaming enterprise providing assurances.
What did they?
I see. Yeah. So, hey, what happens to that question of privilege?
Well, as of right now, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, nobody has responded back to us, and we requested that immediately once you asked for that. And if there's no response, I can't give you an answer. I can't give you a time. I can't give you what kind of report they can give if there's no response from them, Vice Chair Walker. So we would still go towards cease debate on that, Vice Chair Walker. If I receive anything from now till we get back, and then I'll go to that report, Vice Chair Walker.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. So with that, we'll come back into session at 2:45. Time now is 2:20. 2:45. Recess.
I'll take a nap, Speaker.
Speaker. Hello.
Good
Hello.
afternoon, Mr. Wanika. The council is on recess until 2:45.
Okay, thanks.
You guys back on?
I'm on. Good.
With that, colleagues, time now is 2:45. Let's go ahead and get ourselves back into order, come back out of recess. In order for us, I think we give some time over to Office of Legislative Counsel, get that question of privilege answered, and then we can go from there. Well, with that, Bobby, if you want to go ahead and give us a roll call so we can go ahead and make sure we have a quorum here this afternoon, and then continue on from there.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Present.
Honorable Elmer Begay answered roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton entered roll call via text. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Here.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Present.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker is present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James present. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Oto So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, you have 15 members present, including yourself.
Albert Green too. Yellowhair.
Okay, with that, 16 members present. Motion carries.
Yellowhair.
I got you on wheel there.
Speaker Kalen's here.
Can you hear
Thank
me?
you.
Oh, you can't even hear me.
Yeah,
Huh?
thank you.
Can you hear me? Chairman Yazzie, that's 17 members present. Chairman Yazzie and Honorable Yellowhair. Yeah. We have 17.
Delegate Kalen's here.
That's including yourself, Shay. Okay, with that, moving on down, back to the
Delegate Winika is calling in.
question of privilege, or question of privilege. Ms. Barbara from Ms. Lowell, do you have that information now? Go back to you.
Speaker, this is Kristen. I have the information in BSJN 15-20.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Lowell, for the record.
Speaker, members of council, the Budget and Finance Committee approved in BSJN 15-20, and if anyone is following along, I'm in the approval section on page 8 of the resolution. So the Budget and Finance Committee allowed the controller to, or I should say concurred with the controller's request to take the following actions as requested by the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise. So NNGE requested waiver of requirements in Section 5.9 of its loan with the Navajo Nation, and that was to suspend and defer all payment requirements under the loan. So those aren't waived per se, but those were able to be put in a forbearance status. Also, the gaming enterprise is allowed to use the $5 million that would have gone toward the gaming distribution fund payment for its debt service. And the gaming enterprise is allowed to use the $2.4 million that would have gone to the Fire Rock Permanent Facility Reserve Fund and $10.5 million that is currently set aside for the Fire Rock Permanent Facility for fixed expenses during the shutdown and ramp up. Speaker, I think that answers Ms. Crotty's question, but I'm happy to give more information if that's requested.
Thank you. All right, with that, colleagues, there was a motion to cease debate by Honorable Daniels, and I did state before we left off to recess that I would recognize that cease debate. And is there a second now at this time?
Yellowhair.
Second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. That, colleagues, on the cease debate motion, we're on the main motion of the cease debate for legislation 0262-20. And with that, colleagues, there's no debate on the cease debate motion. We go straight to the board on the cease debate motion. That, go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Albert Green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kalen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canesba Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith, Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith, Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart, Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart, Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
Zero, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Thomas Walker, Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker, Jr. votes red. Speaker, with a vote of 18 yeas and 3 nays, Speaker not voting.
That, colleagues, of the vote of 18 in favor, 3 opposed, if you're not voting, motion carries by 2/3 majority of the vote. With that, colleagues, go to the board on legislation 0262-20.
Point of privilege, Speaker, Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, I'd like to ask Mr. Parrish why he paid the Navajo Nation interest on the loan with the Navajo CARES money instead of reserving that money for his employees. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Parrish.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, sir. Madam Chair Crotty, thank you for your question, ma'am. In order for the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise to be in good standing, we were required to enter into a limited forbearance agreement. That limited forbearance agreement stated that if we received the CARES Act funding on or before the 30th of September, we would be required to make our June 30th loan payment on the senior loan agreement. Also, in the grant agreement for receiving the CARES Act money, it stated in that agreement that we had to be in good standing. So in other words, both of those agreements had to be in effect in order for us to receive the $24.6 million. We received the $24.6 million on the 24th of September. which was in advance of the deadline. And so we were required, because we did receive the CARES Act money, to go ahead and make that payment. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Colleagues, voting.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canasba red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green. Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Holona.
Holona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Holona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
Mr. So votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Speaker, the vote is 14 yeas and 8 nays. Speaker not voting.
Speaker.
The vote of someone
Speaker.
said speaker. Hello?
This is Delegate Saul. I vote green. I'm trying to unmute myself. Thank you.
Okay. With that, then the vote is 15 in favor, 8 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries. Legislation 0262-20 is final authority and Navajo Nation Council, but goes across the street too as well, as indicated earlier by Ms. Dana Barbrock's presentation. So with that, we are back to item number 4.
Chairman Henyo.
Chairman Henyo?
If
If I may, if I'm in order, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the floor rules. To add legislation to new business.
So you just make a amendment to the agenda?
Yes.
We're making an amendment to the agenda?
Yes. To add a legislation.
Add a legislation?
Yes.
What is your legislation?
It's I don't know the number right now. I picked it up and it's over at OLC being assigned a number, but it's an emergency legislation. Speaker Damon, and maybe if your staff could retrieve that number for me. It's a legislation to amend the plan of the scope of work for Navajo Tribal Utility Authority from installing solar panels to actually hooking up power lines as part of the CARES Act, and I believe was CJY 67-20. If I'm correct, speakers. So that's what my motion would be, is to add that legislation to the agenda.
Okay.
I'll second.
Thank you, Chairman Hino. For the record, talking with legislative services, that legislation's not ready yet. Still going through the process.
Okay.
So it's probably going to be about another hour. Okay. All right. That, colleagues, moving on down on the agenda. Item number 4, reports. Item A, report from Navajo Nation Department of Health. Dr. Jill Jim, Executive Director and Area Health Service, Ms. Rosalind So, Area Indian Health Services Area Director, Ms. Rosalind So, on the second surge of COVID-19 on the Navajo Nation. So with that, I know we had a overview from Dr. Jill Jim on the previous legislation. So I don't know if you wanted to add anything on to that, Dr. Jill Jim, but I know Ms. Rosalind So is on the line now. So I give the floor over to both of you ladies, and I don't know who wants to start first.
Speaker, this is Dr. Jim McCatnon. I'll go ahead and give time over to Rosalind first, if she has anything to add. And then the report was also sent to everyone regarding the gating criteria. I can't.
Okay, great. Did you get that? That was sent out to the 24th Navajo Nation Council from yourself, Dr. Jill Jim?
Oh, it was sent out. It has the title Navajo Nation Gating Measures Report to the
Okay, I just got confirmation. So thank you very much, Dr. Jill Jim. So with that, we turn it over to Ms. Rosalind So.
She's calling back in right now.
Ms. Rosalind So, are you there? I'm not seeing her. If you want to start, I guess, Dr. Jill Jim, she's not on at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker.
Maybe if you just want to finish up or do a recap of what you presented at the last on legislation 026, and then maybe go from there. But it's your time.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, I have Speaker Nanda, 24th Council, on hearing the report. She Jill Jim and she look on so touching the bus change out, she does a dot is on it. That's another. The Executive Director for Navajo Department of Health the class second surge bahaditsa set the non-class the not talking grading criteria and reopening safely tracker because they've caught up because that neat ain't that's all the number of cases in the last 14 days epidemiologist did the is in that the state epidemiology or state departments of health the data the Navajo Nation residents trending on date in touch so these numbers report they're only Navajo Nation residents, but Navajo Nation border town data we keep track of that on the Navajo Department of Health webpage on that in that regards. But on the testing capacity, the 14 days decrease over the last 14 days in the last 14 days from this past Thursday, from I would say the dates from October 29th through October 15th, they go through a 14-day period on Thursdays. A quiet day, the check mark at the binagi the caution tagi now states at the Alquitin they go to the gentle Arizona a bus at the Tangi. I think they also set a new high today in the state of Arizona, and the cases were reported today as well for that state. And what after the Arizona, state of Arizona, Utah, and New Mexico. Eta adeko del kedo na ayo basketo big that need del ka del to agliche a codi cases holgenegi ayago honing so the tatas kind not there okay big that need dot they go kitchen and not check mark although testing holgeni dot non kaiti the question target kaiti testing as in the tested up at the endo clad hit the naya hikako a cladi tested up at the endo for a that the deep symptoms that then the symptoms that had not there although the CDC protocol has been good to all the the get close contact with go a that the a cladi they is not the hot that needs that test hot the took a dot husband that did the question charging now states up if the gay the question of sneaky up before ball that's a door so yeah husband the door so the our cleats that they are clad the allergies in not the clan hit the nap at Katahanes go what the nice sort of betting Kodie the question charge now states are testing the neck 11% a testing availability but on the second page a 11% and lays the cheat and not kid say aquatic the orangey a clan not kidneck a day take a hot saw egg non clady and the neck the question charge now states are they test positive more in the daily testing, even not clarity the check mark at ed after auto is in the ninido clarity is in the door clarity they go decoy testing you thought they go set or make it more available that the net door a quarter thousand dollars. So the more tests you do doesn't really mean the more positives you get. So in order to better understand the testing, we need to increase our testing availability to everyone. A class is in the best husband being not kitchen not like I do meeting that I give those meeting notes to the HES committee on that testing. So this morning they see the Sunday but the husband the testing me they go ahead and listen to the Navajo people so we can get a better picture that they know I thought so. So testing positivity is high right now at the 11% the and they kidneck they go hot not ayo bahas that's all yeah. Although due to a hospital capacity, not that the nini is the capacity to treat out of crisis care, the nigi do a check mark. Ada abina behas di the ICU bed and hospital capacity a na kiko habik and lost saya ayo ho yata na kiko a 40% to 40% to ho yata a bina behas di a those that are not critically ill a they occupy those beds, but ICU beds are mainly for those that are more seriously ill because ayo tego desk kidona ayo kwati adani ingo dek touch genigi at hospital beds a question haned not that the kwati head that the occupy and dodo occupy in that holia a bin not a capacity genigi if you so go kwati danil to Adolf I used to the hospitals they expand their own rooms we look at capacity too for them to scale up and down so because of the ICU beds about ayoteg of this kidigin not on the ICU beds isn't been check mark class on the Danil Ingo de Ashon that Yohandon Nifo at Jodi de Godale's kid and then his numbers they are it's been under 100 the last couple of days all quit their names and Oshinga at on the a being that has shiki the elections the hardship applications on the state the Kushina kitchen they show symptoms like so although the public health contact tracing the organic on the I think on the third page the 246 contact tracers. There are 3.3 contact tracers for every new daily case. You need to have 5 contact tracers for every case. It's not meeting our benchmark. So that is also a checkbox because of our capacity to do contact tracing. The public health emergency. The question but that's not go. There has to be enough hospital beds to treat the individuals. They have to be isolated. There are multi-generational homes or they don't have running water. Summertime at the water projects. If people have less access to water, they also are more vulnerable of getting COVID-19. A CDC team, their WASH team, report at the Holland that water access does influence COVID-19 cases. A day desk has been the hospitals though isolation though we don't give out isolation kits anymore too. Even now we have to refer individuals to these to the Chinle area or to the quarantine areas that we're currently working on. But that's really all dependent on what's going to happen in these coming weeks. The trending the need and all the community mitigation members are mitigation by kits we're in the top rank of the 10 if you are looking at rate per 100,000 individuals, we're in the top 10 if we were considered a 51st state. Although waves they need that is on the third page at the bottom blue DA United States they're into their third wave and we're halfway through our second wave when we were at our highest. So whatever we do really matters at this point to mitigate those so that the numbers do go down. the public health orders or curfews that any which are been a big S so that we demonstrate that it is effective in that way, that if when we instituted weekend lockdowns and also certain public health orders, it did show that those were effective mitigation strategies to reduce cases. And so it's not shown in this graph, but you'll see at the highest peak of our cases, we began implementing full weekend lockdowns and then also providing more access to isolation at that time in May. So I've been the public health emergency. We try to use all the tools that we have in order to keep numbers down. And then on the last page, as I mentioned this morning, all the states around us all are considered uncontrolled spread at this time, based on the report that we look at internally to make decisions on reopening. And so everywhere else is red, though. You can also look at the entire United States. The only one state that's yellow is, I don't know if that's Maine way on top, and then one is only trending better, but everyone else is trending poorly or uncontrolled across the whole United States. Most of the states are very dark red, so we're not in this alone, but we know that the impact of these cases is what we're also seeing, but we don't have to trend that way. As you can see how the United States trended on page 3, we have demonstrated that we don't follow the same pattern as the United States. I believe that our own tribal sovereignty, ability to exercise our own authorities to initiate public health orders have resulted in mitigating and reducing the spread early on. So we always have a different story. We can always draw our story right now and say the decisions that we make, that this new second wave that's trending, we can put a stop to it by supporting correct and effective mitigation strategies that have worked for us early on. They go at a far higher rate than us right now. And so it's been the second wave to kind of demonstrate what I'm talking about. So, but it's really our own strategies, and we have our own way of dealing with COVID, and it has worked before. So I think Ms. Rosenso is on the line. If she has any additional comments to add, speaker.
Thank you. With that, for that presentation, Dr. Joe Jim. We move on down to Ms. Rosalind So. Are you on the line, Ms. So?
Good afternoon, Speaker. This is Rosalind So.
Oh, good afternoon. It's good to hear your voice. Floor is yours.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Dr. Jim, for your presentation. As Dr. Jim has probably already noted, that there is a lot of, I think it's fair to say, better communication and coordination going on between the healthcare system on the Navajo Nation, which speaks volumes to, I think, our ability to address in a more coordinated way the needs that we have. So with that being said, though, from the IHS perspective, we continue to monitor our entire healthcare system on a daily basis. We're just on our way back, actually, from a meeting out in Shiprock, just again to make sure that everything is where we want it to be as far as preparedness. For right now, we know that many of our hospitals are very busy with sick patients, not necessarily related to COVID, but we are preparing and making sure that we're moving many of our outside clinics back to inside our facilities to again, for in preparation for the cold weather that we're looking at. We're also working very closely with the Navajo Nation on the vaccine distribution. And this is a plan, a very wide coordinated plan for the whole Navajo area, that when those vaccines is made available, we will be able to get those vaccines first. Priority systems are being developed, as well as tabletops for an efficient distribution that will happen. We're also just signing off on the third team that we're asking for commission officers, public health officers. We want them out in the Navajo Nation to continue with the water improvement projects. And then we also know now that we have available to us the Binex now. These are 15-minute antigen tests that are available, and we're trying to get them out to each facility. There is a little bit of preparation that needs to happen to make sure that these tests are accurately or sufficiently provided to each of our facilities. So we're hoping that this will help with the clusters that we have in real time. Being able to get a result back in 15 minutes is huge progress for us. We're also looking for staffing at this point, continue to make sure that we stand by and be ready for sufficient staffing. We know that we were able to sort of really leverage the challenges that we face with COVID to hire many of the providers that we have on staff now. Just as an example, at the Gallup Indian Medical Center, we are 80% staffed on our providers. And so this is huge. And so I think a lot of the publicity that we've had through COVID has really drawn some people to us to want to work for the Indian Health Service. So we appreciate that. What we are looking for right now, and we will continue to coordinate for all of the Navajo area, IHS is needed nurses right now to be able to, again, provide the best care possible for the patients that we see. Again, many of our hospitals are very busy right now, a mixture of COVID and non-COVID patients, and also continue to look at surge plans and being able to plan accordingly and appropriately. Thank you, Speaker. That's my report.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, on the presentation from not only Dr. Joe Jim and Ms. Rosalind So, is there a motion?
Motion, Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So. Second.
Seconded by Otto So.
Second by Otto So. With that, colleagues, any comments, questions? For either Ms. Rosalind So or Dr. Joe Jim?
Question, Daniel So.
Chairman, go ahead.
I'm okay, too.
Thank you, Shadeja, Dr. Jill Jim, and then to Area Director Rosalind. So basically, IHS had held tribal consultation regarding a question of basically how each region within the IHS system would distribute the COVID vaccine. And several tribal consultation teleconferences were held. And I, for myself, and the HES committees didn't participate in the teleconferences. And I don't think very many of the regions responded. So the deadline was to say yay or no, or in what way, either through the IHS facilities or the state. I think not too many of the regions responded. The deadline was October 30th. It was extended to November 6th. And I've requested Chief Legislative Counsel to draft an emergency legislation. And I'm hoping that we have that particular legislation to add to today's agenda. And I just wanted to give you the heads up that that was the process that I had initiated. And I realized that it puts both of you in a precarious position, but I didn't hear anything from the Health Command Operations Center or the President. So that's how come I basically asked Legislative Council to basically establish if the legislation passes, it would establish the Navajo Nation Council, Navajo Nation position. That would be the extent of my comments. Thank you.
Excuse me, Honorable Daniel. So this is Dr. Christensen. Can I just update you, please?
I guess
Speaker, go ahead.
Dr. Christensen, Ms. Rosalind, so I can turn the floor over to you, and if Ms. Christensen is one of your agents.
Thank you, sir. So the update on this, we have been working on the Navajo Nation, Navajo area COVID vaccine plan, which was finished last week. Had multiple meetings with all organizations, and we will continue to meet every week. The decision was made that all of the facilities on Navajo, with the exception of Utah Navajo, would take distribution from IHS. And Utah Navajo would work with the state of Utah. This includes, we contacted NACA in Flagstaff and also San Juan Southern Paiute, and we've been communicating with all of them regularly. So we have already notified headquarters of the choices of all of the facilities in Navajo area. Although I appreciate your extreme diligence to make sure this is done, sir, but we have taken care of that, and I actually checked back with everybody, and that was still all their intention was to take the IHS distribution. So I just wanted you to know that that was progressing along very well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We move on down. Sure, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker Damon, I do have an update on that last one. El Speaker.
Well, go ahead then. Then I'll go to Elmer Begay.
Okay. We did issue out a notice. We've been consulting, as Dr. Christensen said, with the vaccine branch group and the 638s with their preference. It's regarding either if they select, we select IHS distribution or from the state. And so all of the health facilities were consulted, and then we did initiate a letter before the deadline, or on the day of the deadline on October 30th, before it was extended. So there were letters from the president's office that was issued to the state tribal liaisons to initiate that final recommendation to the State Department of Health. So there has been lots of emails, communication. We're still hearing from the regional directors, and even though we made those contacts early on, I think they're just messaging everybody on a continuous basis. But in here, those letters were received by the tribal liaisons in the 3 states. I did send an email to Sherilyn earlier on today regarding her question, and it included all the 24th council members on their speaker. Yeah.
Thank you. We have sent that information out per Chief of Staff. already, Dr. Jill Jim. So thank you for that. Let me go on to Honorable Alma Brigay. Are you with us, Honorable Alma Brigay?
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you for that. So we're all the members of the Navajo Nation Council. Jill Jim, thank you for the update. And then also the update that you gave us, the report, which we're looking at it. Called it's really hard right now, that the way the pandemic is working. Called the case that it's still here with us. We all know that it's still here with us. And then right now, I always think about Dalcon, that we've been very hotspot, and we're try to be very careful. We all know about it, that the virus was still here, but we did. I seen this office from here, and they practice everything they did. They went through a trial to how they can be safe to do that. But somehow, there was I don't know, that I think people out there, they're positive, but they come in and they wanted to apply for this hardship funds, and there's no laws against them to say that if you're positive, you cannot give this application to you or help you fill out this application. That's what we went through. That we tell them that if you're coughing, if you have symptoms, that we went through this. So that's how some of these workers got been contacted with that. So how much people, if we urge them to do something, just like for example, that people, they want money. They're being with this hardship funding that they need to go. The people here are in very low income. Some of them don't even have income. They just catch a ride to come over here to get an application. So it's very hard to do right now. Right now they're giving out application again. I don't know how we're going to stop this. They will not tell us that they're positive. But so that's what that's how we experience it here in Dalcon. And this is the hub of all the 5 chapters that I represent. Then we have a Hopi tribe. They come before especially right now, but closer to the ending of the beginning of the month. The Hopi tribe comes over to Bashes. So we're been I don't know how we would stop that, but that people are here with us every day. So then he told us that we put up signs saying that that this is it's a hot spot for this COVID. And there's nobody really making themselves accountable and responsible. Tomorrow, I don't know how it's going to be. Just like you said, and you mentioned England that I don't know how we can stop that, but we know that. But this is just one day. It doesn't take one day. It can only take about a few minutes to be in contact with them. hot out nationally heat hot out hey ko one day it could no that they go to ban seat and just like the way it is right now. I haven't seen the election. So today, tomorrow, Dalcon chapter is going to be open for national and state election at the same time. Because the same place is in there. A Navajo Nation election, but not this. And then we just found out that the school board election, then it's going to be it's not going to happen because of that. So there's a little update I have. So because my elderly, some of these families, like my mom and dad, I want them to spend both of them their lives together. They go for over close to 70 years. I was able to hold the stories that they're going to be together. I wish them that they're going to live together for a long time. Then all the elderly that are around here, I want them to live together for a long time. That's my wish for them. That's my prayer for them too. Speaker,
No.
thank you.
Thank you. With that, I don't have anybody else on the board. Any other further questions for Dr. Jill Jim or Miss Rosalind So? Once.
Speaker.
Speaker.
And twice. Honorable Vice Chair Walker and then Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker, and colleagues, other presenters, though. Shitsui, Dr. Jill Jim, Ado Rosin, so Shitsui, though. Yet it's all here, yet was now. Nihina Nishigido, the Nahot, the question, sir, not me. Bakon of Sunigid, though. By yet hit open the initiative up in his horseness linko. At us in Sunday, the Thursday, at I kid report again. I call in the calendar at this. I don't not be scanned, not be scanned, none Ado bana holgida. Ado penna edo anani kid. Abjan holgi shonde counter. I bet not or next link. I had ashing at Ash indeed. And quite but get what dots neha. Or dots are not kidna hello. Or sheets are only aid and the judo or what and hello. Nal echo. The Joe. Nahot in Sagi Echo. Adoko Basahulani, Hinago, Kayadawisto. And the Washington Behonel. He did about Alta, a dog Nisto, Bena and the story Higit Ego. Is she bed echo? Ashin, see, so you not machines. Nan state, Jehijo, need to talk about Nana. I could echo. I ended the court Nagy by Henson. That's the same thing. Dr. Jill Jim, the public health orders, ADA, Chadik Casino, another Yago, a con nada al desilink. Aje oya exemption halong ibadil yani reopening plan nigi ebikaho. Ako adi public health orders hadaho nisigi that's ito to that's a bit go innocent dole. Okay, na I just kid dole. I reserve my time, Speaker.
2 minutes and 22 seconds. Okay, thank you. With that, moving on down, Honorable Slater, floor is yours. I'll go
Thank you,
back
Speaker.
to the presenters. Let's
Okay.
Honorable Slater.
Thank you. Thank you to the presenters. My question is, what sort of contingencies are you evaluating with respect to the lack of available ICU or other types of hospital beds, particularly if the healthcare systems in our adjacent states that we have those sorts of agreements with end up at full capacity? I reserve my time. Thank you.
With that, 4 minutes and 35 seconds. Honorable Slater.
Honorable Speaker, this is Dr. Christensen. Ms. So is driving through an area with no reception. I can answer that question, sir.
Okay, hold on, Dr. Christensen. Let me go back to actually, I'm coming back to both Dr. Jill Jim and Ms. So. So, Dr. Jill Jim, if there's anything for the past questions from my colleagues, and then I'll go to Dr. Christensen.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Honorable Walker, I think the gaming and casinos and any hate if we're going to support it or not, the nini it's going to be a collective effort. The Health Command Operations Center however we operate it, it's a collective effort between the health BIA, the 638 representatives, the healthcare representatives, and also the Navajo Nation. A unified command group, they are the decision makers, and then also beyond organizational chart. There are many epidemiologists and other staffing that are contributing to those numbers every day. They go to Yagan the question sagi with nast eight halyanigi dahate the public health halyanigi bondate ingo the heshit the shelter in place or safer at home that's a dalyani cried what abayadel and the the public health emergency halyanigi. It's not a disaster, or it's not a natural disaster. Although the public health profession in Jobelaganic Echigi a public health it includes every sector of the community. Hate Cispa Hyanje with from WIC, from all of these areas of public health. What ended in this public health emergency? The hate and the shigi even the nahat ahal it will be really dependent on the situation at the point in time when we make our recommendation. It's gonna have different implications because the numbers are very high. It's really a timing issue, and then for the ability for us to scale back up and down, there's a gating measures and criteria in our recommendations that we've reported out. We are able to measure community spread. When is it a crisis? And now is the crisis because we were headed halfway up the second wave, and all that we can do, there is no vaccine, there is no treatment. The only tools that we have are our abilities to encourage everyone to stay home. Yes, you can leave it up to the people to make those decisions, but it kiso betadel no. Eshe kwadi betadel no and the shin kwai yahaka. Yahaka ko do yego bent in the to eben na kwadi asymptomatic dal yeni. Eshin kwai quishi what up at that's not. Okoshi do yego dito yego shenst in the ashin kona na swalla. Ashin digo to do yego shenst in the the question sage do yego at the shita at dansen. But what end the dequan hits on he kagi a and he mustn't don hit that any equation she quadi Dyson in tangi do question hick a hit in the quishy in the house cowda. And quadio well she but so the deals in the day, Sakabat Hatahaneske. All creature quadi non the shon the star has seen hundred in the she what on quadi the question sage said that's not quite that. Ta no quadi the hasn't don't hit the hasn't. Ain't no she quadi did it in no quadi honorable Eugene so non hit a had it in the jo quadi she. But that the chedito and not the banon hardy door handle that any dojo the auto dojo at the high ingo on ni quadi super spreader gi hot at a no quadi ille that's all get joy don't quit the sheep at the head see a gathering so any gatherings is the and also traveling off the Navajo Nation, and I think that we need to really consider that these are all public health emergency orders, and it's related to the health of our Navajo people. Navajo Department of Health, we oversee in our legislation, our enabling legislation to look at the comprehensive health care of our Navajo people. We are. It doesn't matter if people go to the federal facility or the 638, for quality the need Asian quality been not in the city creature in the initial Asian not though I should they quality should that the go the quality decision that the linigi it is going to be a collective response to the timing. Depending on when that recommendation will be asked for. Don't know the ICU bed that the nini do question the height the more years ago question every weekend that it's not they go those meetings happen even more at the and the quality has turned and not all kids are quality and not the heat although they don't like his conduct question taught that the hate that the tribal programs or health facilities but at the need the no the he not the hate net to yaga del keda go the na hat geniki have been not the don't not the hate author so but the ICU beds have been implanting and I can have Dr. Christensen if you want to talk about the hospitalization bed capacity that we had talked about regarding how to increase bed sizes and also referrals to the ACS, that would be great. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Jim. So we have an area-wide surge plan, and each facility also has one. And sometimes it wasn't maybe conveyed so well during the first wave. A lot of these contingencies actually did go into action during the first wave. So for all the facilities across the area, including the tribal organizations, we have plans to extend our internal capacity. So for example, Northern Navajo usually has 4 ICU beds. They ended up with using 18 beds. They redesignated beds for ICU. And they maintained that for quite some time when they were having a lot of admissions. So in our contingency plans, we look at the daily occupancy of all of our facilities, ICU and floor patients. We look at the surrounding states to see what beds are available there as well. And if we have to convert beds, then we have internal plans to do so. We also have internal plans to make separate COVID wards, so we can provide congregate care in those wards. And we have plenty of ventilators in every single facility so that we could actually have a ICU bed capacity about 4 times what we have right now. We very much hope that that doesn't happen, but if it does, we're prepared. We will use all of our best trained professionals, and they will have to fill in as ICU doctors. We also have kept all our relationships and connections with the volunteer agencies, and they are aware that we may need them again. And they did provide a lot of critical care support in the first wave. So this is all part of our internal surge plan that we have of how to downsize and upsize any of our ICUs, respiratory units, COVID units, and then we place a separate area for those who are non-COVID to keep them from exposure with separate staff in a separate area of each hospital. So this is very much on our mind right now. We do track this very carefully. We do have information on number of COVID admissions, and they are up, but not consistently up. So we are seeing a variability right now. During the first wave, if we had to keep every single patient that needed ICU during that time period of April 15th through May 15th, we would have definitely run out of beds and we would have had to use these contingency plans. But I am very confident that we are ready to do all of the above because we did expand our beds in all of the facilities during the first wave, and we were able to staff them and we were able to take care of all those patients. I'm happy to answer any questions anybody might have, and we'll certainly keep you updated on this, but it is at the top of our list to be vigilant. Thank you.
Thank you with that for those comments back to my colleagues and those updates. So with that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Honorable Eugene, so I'll put you in the queue. Honorable Paul Begay, go over to you.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues, and all those people listening today. Just a question to Dr. Jim. I still need an answer from you. There are people here in northwestern part of the Navajo Nation that would like to speak with you on the severity, I guess, the health concerns. They are wanting to open the slot canyons. So we talked about gaming a while ago. Now, either you, somebody in the health field, Rosalind, so Dr. Shabala, because it pertains to natural resources. Now, so now emails into that way we can plan. Right now, I think the request for a meeting was for November 5th on Thursday at 9:00 a.m. Or just text me if you don't want to say anything on the air, or reserve my time. Thank you.
Honorable Paul Begay, reserve your time at 3 minutes and 16 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So on the report.
Report we look at it. There's recovery precaution numbers. How many that got infected, those numbers precaution. The death that created that precaution. So when you all subtract this and that everything, and then you will come up to something like around 2,000 that are still in the hospital or still ati bendashni ati tapastahadlo. I don't know I'm doing the right thing, but I try to figure at least we got under 2,000, or now sometimes it goes up and down. So it is we don't know to know how that thing is used. But I know there's a lot of people that are got recovery. I would like to maybe later on see how much of those recovering are still effect, and I mean they had some kind of a bit cloud the British jaw the they had to see the say part of our island and not so out of this disease that we're getting. So the colony to bend the JB has on the hospital saying they set national exchange. There when you know Zobans could it on quite reject that Asa but that's not they had to close it back up from the call off. I'm asking that's asking on it asking your has young you can read that not hard other not that they spray them soft and white, and then they sanitize, and then they take a long hot shower before even touching anything in the house. After a shower, and then they go through the house, wipe everything down again before they start their cooking, start cooking their meal. As that's all nanate is quick and you can nanate or don't the kid in the yan illa yan dita. I don't know not anati like a lot hundred kiso sometimes and I also thought so some of people are like that, and I know they really try to take care of themselves, but still there was it was on the Facebook. There's no pressure to have no ownership. One guy did the same thing at that, but somehow he got it, and he passed on. So he was at the same time was going somehow trying to figure out what he had got it when he was doing all this and that, everything, but still got it. So Tashiani Hodan, so all Hodona House na even Nashigo. I can lend a hand go Hodona Suspending the Jesus on the show. Nasbet that ceiling. Judy George on a Yanni Beso. I think about, I don't know if you guys ever seen Moses. That the movies at the end when they were the puppet in that but the house can't out of the script that the cut over Hayana. Seems like what analog, but the case seems that money is the only thing that can save our life now. Because we don't do the no gardening, no farming, no nothing. So just need to see clean. We're things that we just don't do those kind of stuff no more. We would have been ready for this kind of stuff. I think we should be start getting ready for that, for another some kind of something's going to happen again, emergency later on into the years. Hoping that we don't get it again, but we're not ready for it. So because money was the only survival now. That's the only thing that we know is survival. So the question in this case, part of the house, it cut as we always see the numbers, what effect they have, and how many had a liver problem, or maybe their lungs problem, or but he the heart out of part of the house out he has kind. I would like to see a report on that one. It is a report non and then I can listen in on it. But to me, I try to make everything positive and more, everything's gonna come out all right. And so on bonds case to share you can't have a station between and this and that CDC that and she could cut enough Johnny cut enough time of chick, and I commend you guys for taking care of us. For the now, no, I know it's dangerous. It's really dangerous. You can't see it. No, you can bump into or you can. This day young had 8 the opposite to that for 8 pounds. I could on your shoulder or your on your elbow or anything. You can come back with it no matter what. That's how I see it. So I could go eat this disease and you can't really see anything. Neither hard at all cares at the hard it is to the hook all day. So even though we use masks and everything that we can, but somehow some people will still get it. Like the person I'm talking about, he got it somehow. He didn't know. So it is about in the Diego, being the Diego. The sun, his son, who knows sin. Thanks to all of you guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So that, let me go back to, I don't have anybody else in the queue, so let me go back to reserve
Mr.
time.
Speaker, this is Delegate So. Can I speak?
Yes, go ahead, Honorable Otto. So
Thank you very much. Yeah, Speaker. I know, Shinanta, I think so. Don't you from the funny door? I did, and that is on like I don't know, Shima, the Nofego, Kodoni, Eastern is Osado, as there is in there at least the nationality to a large. At this Tito, the large so coffee condo, at least Nagagi call Maniacho, is Copeshmas and be Eastern Osha. First of all, Yakudo, or Yad Ishni. Ado, acid, yeah, easy, Kudo, in Ish. Rashine na egon hicho ego baben na chikodo na hat alini adope na nishipe baben na chitna lini baben no ito rashin so anib bicha atke hat ba lanje doch ko what yani dishnito apetos ni the hunt the hati nishiki this mahayanje as in health services adon the kodoni 630 facilities in our in DOH staff I think about ajo ego actually the Navajo Washington Lini Rashin Savo ko Yadna Hagi to the Yego be Bahas here. Adon the Ahadit Ego Dapene Yego Chita the Beacons. How can we move forth with the pandemic and at the same time with the reopening, and to what degree as across the Navajo Nation. You have some businesses on the Navajo Nation taking precautions. For instance, you go to Bashes, temperature, but you go to some of these other establishments on the Navajo Nation which do not do that. And particularly, those are like our Speedway gas station across the Navajo Nation, or Shell gas stations, and never Washington, never whether it's in Cameron, Arizona, or whether it's in Shiprock, New Mexico, or Crown Point, New Mexico, or down at Tokakai, or at Tohatchee, Winderup, to have a better sound implementation to the to reopening up the Navajo Nation's economy is a year about here. We have the surge coming upon us, but we have to look at how can we try to protect that, with being mindful of health orders and working with the health professionals and the health individuals to have a safe environment so that transactions can continue. The Navajo Washington the economy everything is related to the economy.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So that we'll go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Walker, 2 minutes and 22 seconds.
Speaker, those council members, though, presenters, though, Dr. Jim, though, Ms. So, I have a question for Dr. Jim. I consider you as our health authority. I consider you in a position to advise, the leadership, the government, the communities in areas of health concerns, so health risks, health hazards. I would like your expert opinion on a facility or a commercial facility serving alcoholic beverages and allowing smoking during a pandemic. I reserve my time.
Every time, 1 minute, 20 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Slater, 4 minutes, 35 seconds.
Thank you. I want to elaborate on a point that was made earlier and ask, I guess anecdotally, or if there is some hard data about the long-term effects of COVID on our citizens on the reservation or in our healthcare system. And if we're seeing people who initially did not show signs or were asymptomatic outwardly, if they are exhibiting long-term signs or symptoms well after the fact, and what the prevalence may be on the nation. I reserve my time, Speaker.
Okay, with that, 3 minutes, 56 seconds. Let me go back to the presenter.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Joe Jim or Rosalind. So, Dr. Jim, go ahead.
I'll go first, and then I can hand over time to Rosalind to answer some of the medical stuff. But ik had non kwa speaker do kwa and dos kidigi non kwa di siyas pa honorable bigay kwa di invitation din new degi AI don't kwa response on that day. Asabi got the snow and has to make sure there is social distancing and also referring to proper gathering and protocols. So it's been not quite a meeting at that safe to are you connect in an enclosed area gushing they quite the sabi got the I also want to see if you can add Mr. JT Willie to that invitation to A business quite the so I did accept the invitation, but I did ask for proper protocols that your safety measures that are going to be in place when meeting with the tourism groups out there. So, but thank you for the invitation. Ado class Eugene so Naiden Kitigi Kwadi Quishin Gidana the Kosan Tagi Yi Kwadi has Kagi recovered the Ninigi number is Kwadi they go big echo Kwadi number is every day report that but those are all confirmed through either their case manager or somebody else. So you can't really add and subtract numbers easily on here. So those recovered numbers are usually captured that way. It has to be some sort of confirmation from the case manager that they have. And we do have a definition, and the definition for recovery, they either have gone home and they reported they were doing well, and then also if they report it, we try to track ones that go off-site, off the reservation. So those numbers are usually captured on recoveries regarding, you can't quickly just add and subtract. And so I think that was your question. If not, you have to probably clarify for me again. I thought this is what I said that's on the also take also businesses. How do we move the forward on the Navajo Nation? The Neba Washington, the Ninigi, do kwadi kinazligi, do kwadi grocery stores, all that the Nini. How do we oversee gas stations? I think we had some public health orders, but how do we move forward on the Navajo Nation? There is several conversations that we're having. I think Vice President has an economic recovery group. Every Wednesday, we talk about economic recovery, what the tax impact is regarding the economy, and regarding the latest information regarding the ways to oversee some of these businesses and then the reopening plan. So I think I'm willing to sit down, and there is a group, as I indicated, under Vice President for his economic recovery group. Several of us are on those meetings, including Division of Economic Development, also Tax Commission are on those meetings to report tourism and the businesses that currently when we were opening, we are right now today, we're open at 25% of all businesses. The only businesses that we hear about that are not open are probably casinos and tourism. So when we say that not all businesses are open, those are the only two I think that are on top of our list regarding businesses not opening. But if you read the reopening plan, it says 25% of most businesses. And in order for tourism to reopen, I think the council will need to look at the legislation regarding no visitors and tourists as well. So there is that legislation. We're also, out of respect, making sure that we're in compliance with that legislation as well. And then Honorable Walker, you talked about the commercial alcohol and beverage serving. My opinion is that that should not be open on the Navajo Nation. If there is already early on in the pandemic, restaurants and bars were the primary places where cases were seen as areas with the most exposures of individuals contracting or getting infected by COVID-19. So with that said, that's why we also don't really have in-person dining right now as well. There is curbside deliveries and drive-throughs, but not dine-in. Dine-in has not occurred. And also there is enough data to show that serving alcohol or area or opening the bars is a contributor to COVID-19. The surrounding states near us have made recent changes to that as well, as they know those are areas of getting infected by COVID-19. Yeah, and then Rosalind, I don't know if you could speak to, if Dr. Christensen can speak to long-term effects of COVID-19. I know we have mentioned, and she has mentioned, sequelae of COVID-19 in regards to data. If she could speak to that, speaker, Idea.
Thank you, Dr. Jim. This is Rosalind again. Yeah, I know that Dr. Christensen has been leading the COVID recovery program. These are actual clinics and actually looking for the information that the delegates are looking for right now, which is what are the long-term effects. And we know that we're still in COVID right now, and so we're still gathering data. Dr. Christensen, can you help us and speak to that a little bit? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And thank you, Honorable Slater, for that question. We have, we put together a work team, including, all of our facilities with concerns about post-COVID sequelae. Reading the literature from Canada, South America, Europe, we know that it is extremely profound. And even those who are fortunate enough to be asymptomatic during their positive COVID time are still getting sequelae. So we really realize that this virus is extremely damaging to multiple systems in our body. The two that are of the worst concern, of course, are damage to the heart, which can be arrhythmias, myocarditis, which means inflammation of the heart, congestive heart failure, and other such findings post-COVID. We also know that it causes inflammation in all vessels, particularly small vessels. So those would be the ones that both perfuse or give blood to the heart, and those that go to the brain. So we are seeing late strokes and strokes in very young people. So we have bi-weekly meetings where we discuss cases. We have presentations to update our providers on what to look for, how to examine these patients differently with a different eye, because you can't say because someone's young they might not have this, because they probably do. So we have to treat everybody very aggressively and make sure that we care for them properly. We have an ongoing survey where I'm collecting the symptoms from all of our service units. And of course, the number one right now is fatigue, followed by headaches, followed by shortness of breath, and then musculoskeletal pain and weakness. There's a lot of other symptoms are represented, but those are the top 4 right now. So as we get more post-COVID patients in, we will keep updating our data on what we're seeing in our clinics. Our biggest concern is, of course, those who were in ICU and hospitalized for a great long time, because along with the post-COVID sequelae, they have the sequelae, what we call ICU, post-ICU syndrome, which also results in cognitive decline, memory loss, insomnia, anxiety, fatigue, and muscle weakness. So we're getting the effects of both of those things on some of these people that have survived COVID in the ICU. So we also have been providing information, what to look for those who have been in an ICU. We're trying to make sure they have oxygen and assistive devices. They will all need a physical rehab examination, and we'll be in 4 weeks, we'll be doing a presentation on that type of examination for everybody so that they can accurately examine the post-COVID patients. We've also added a functional assessment to our electronic health record, so we can then prioritize those that absolutely have to get in right away, which is tier 3 and 4. And then the 1s and 2s, we still need to see them, but the 3s and 4s will need intervention and they will need specialty care. One of the things that came very apparent in our work so far is the neurocognitive problems. And that is one resource we unfortunately don't have in this area. So we're going to have to arrange for some telehealth or some volunteers or docs that are willing to come here and hold clinics for cognitive behavioral improvement and for neuropsychology, which is for post-trauma and post serious and critical illnesses to help them refocus and get back on track with their lives. So we're pretty active with this. Unfortunately, during the height of COVID, a lot of our clinics were not open. We tried to get in the most complex, our diabetics, to make sure they were okay. But we really would like to get them in at least one time in person so all this examination can take place. And we'll keep collecting our data and we're sharing it with all the doctors so that they also know what to look for as well. So that's where we are with our post-COVID recovery program. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me go back to the board. I have new individual, Honorable Yellow here.
Speaker, put me in the queue, Freeland.
Hello, Yate, speaker, sir. I guess I'm on right now.
Yes.
Hello? Okay, Yate. So, Rosen, IHS director, and also Jill Jim here. Good afternoon. I visited COVID-19 never not at this no. I visit where are these individuals caught COVID-19? Is it in the reservation or is it relative coming in from our reservation? That's my concern. No one talks about it. Do you guys do research on these patients? Where they caught the COVID-19? I reserve my time. Speaker here, thank you. Going back on mute now.
Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. 4 minutes, 13 seconds reserve time. Moving on down, Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Annotation on time, 24th Navigation Council. Thank you, Dr. Jim and Ms. So for that update. Dr. Jim and Ms. So, I was wanting to hear a little bit maybe about our relatives that are, at the beginning of this pandemic, we had concerns about those who were on the streets in Gallup or surrounding border towns, maybe those who are battling addictions with alcohol and drugs. What is the current status as far as, I know they had a high population or high infection count. What does that count look like now today at this time? So with that, Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
4:17. Moving on down. Everybody else in queue, go back to reserve time. Honorable Paul Begay, 3 minutes, 16 seconds. Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. For my remaining time, I just want to tell Dr. Jim and Ms. Rosalind Saul in the Health Field, Department of Health, IHS, how much I appreciate their help in helping our Navajo people. I see you, I know this is a very trying time, and you ladies are doing a very good job, and we hope that we can help you in some way. I'd like to yield the rest of my remaining time to Honorable Delegate Otto. Thank you.
Honorable Otto, 2 minutes and 32 seconds.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and Mr. Gay, for the time that you have. And moving forth, I guess a proper plan so that our businesses are not dwindling on Navajo, especially with the 58-hour lockdown that was put in place again. And what is the impact of the closure of the weekend to each business? I'm sure they have numbers, and but if we can plan something really do diligently, I think we can continue to move forward and leave our businesses open, and just have them do those safety precautions, and that way, we can continue to move forward as a nation. Because what I worry about is next year, fiscal year 2022, who are we going to send home? And most of all, Director Jim, who are you going to release if the revenues are not up to what we are bringing in related to sales tax? Your division. Who are you going to send home? Who are you going to recommend to lay off? And all the division directors are going to be put in that same predicament, because it's already projected to be a $30 million shortfall. That's without the leases and some of the mineral payments. But now we have to put in the factor of the sales tax revenues again. And that $30 million, and it may even go up as $40 million. We don't know what that number is, but we have to somehow start looking at ways to protect the economy of the Navajo Nation. But working with health officials, our health advisors, so that we can continue to operate safely. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, with that, let me go back to the panel. Dr. Jill Jim or Ms. Rosalind So, any response?
Yes, Speaker, this is Dr. Jim. Speaker and 24th Council and those listening on the World Wide Web. Honorable Yellow Hair, I think where that people can track or get infected by COVID. the Nuwatake, Dojo, other there's data, but the Indiangi, we started looking at clusters. I think early on in September, I thought then they go, we gotcha. If you look at your chart, there's a little plateau at the bottom. Around early September, I go, they go, from those clusters, as you recall, some of those, when we were very low in our numbers, we were actually going to open at, getting ready to open at yellow at that time, but we were preparing to open, and that these clusters occurred. And when there's a cluster that happens, there are several times, and not only this incident from the first one, people traveling off the Navajo Nation to hotspot areas and coming back. It doesn't develop like from somewhere. It's passed on from person to person. So if you really think about it, when the numbers were somewhat low, I mean, some people say like in other countries, let's create a bubble. And in that bubble, we control things, the way people move, the way people interact, so we can keep the numbers down. We were in that phase and people got really lax. We all know that based on the data that we received. And those were related to people visiting families. That's the number one thing right now, gatherings, family gatherings, birthday parties, food parties, house parties, ceremonies. I don't know if I missed out on some of them. People going off to the neighboring towns to go to work, and they come back home and pass it on to their family, and that they gather and it spreads into multiple households in a community. And also, it's really what we remind ourselves each time regarding this is gatherings. And so what we're up and faced against is going to be difficult. It's November 2nd. We have Thanksgiving and Christmas. How is the Navajo Nation going to respond to that? And is it acceptable that we say that Oshin it's not. We can't leave it to individual responsibility at some point. And if we learn from other countries, I think there's some practices that we're doing that no one else is doing or in comparison to theirs, and we're using the tools that we have. So where we're seeing a lot of this is traveling off, coming back, and also gatherings. Gatherings is number one. Gatherings outside your immediate household. We're also experiencing, now that we came up with our portal, we're hearing of more workplace exposures recently, as now we have a way to get individuals identified to report information. But if once I speak, I think Dr. Christensen can talk to, and Rosalind can talk to, the gatherings as the primary form of transmission right now in the communities across all the clusters that we've experienced. Each one of them had some sort of gathering, a first laugh party or something like that. So maybe we don't wear our masks. Don hichinto, don heze, patata spaldashi, doshi, o Jokwadi hate other Dahatlata the Wasto do young clad or Zoba Hodgins and no cladi you share it. Although the aware the you celebrate with babies, and you're in a place where you're exchanging and you're sharing things. It's like the flu. Either you sneeze or you cough or if we don't have good hygiene. Oh, allergies. And so you feel comfortable and you trust your family. And that's where the dangerous part is, that in your own family gatherings, and it's been difficult. I know we all, this disease has asked us for a lot. And when we talk about businesses, we never expected this. But holding me accountable for releasing people will not help, because this is a disease, it's a new disease. It is a novel disease. Ni kede be ya kwa oboto hai angi shinte kwa bin na kwa di jote kwa national kwa in general national di dahit ago jodi lockdown that is leon. But how do we redefine that? A shelter in place, safer on the Navajo Nation, a kwa di by a delte. Right now, the last curfew that expired was this past weekend. We have not established a new curfew or a lockdown or how businesses should operate. Today, businesses are operating at 25%. As I mentioned, the only ones that are impacted are tourism and probably the casino. I can see if Rosalind can speak to this, the Gallup area regarding homelessness, but those decisions are hard on the crowd. I think about the health impact, the lives, as we have about, if you relook at the numbers, there's 581 deaths. And how can we save more lives? And how many people can we get them to safely recover? It's at that point, this disease is ruthless. It has no boundaries. It doesn't decide who should live or not. And it's not up to anybody. This disease probably, we shouldn't let it outsmart us, but we should use the tools that we have. So on my part, in my eyes, I look at the health part, the number of lives we can save. And nahas kege I don't ni do kwadi ni hamasan don hi che don ni equigo go betis on nahas ke kwa ben da hegi ayopa has ani do kwadi by a del kege. It is, we're not the only ones that are dealing with it. The entire United States is dealing with it. Each state in the 3 areas that we're on are dealing with it. And so it is challenging us at its most, that we never thought we could deal with. But I need negotiation. If he in the shodo, to the deals and do, if he been not the queer creature, he non the shadel England. Is all those questions that you said, and I think we can do our best as much as we can to try to balance it out. And it reminds me of the work that we all do to help our Navajo people. So I think Ms. Rosenslaw, I don't know if you can speak to the Gallup situation that Shana, Honorable Freeland asked about. Yeah.
Good afternoon again, everyone. This is Rosalind, and thank you, Honorable Delegate, for your questions. I'm just going to go back a little bit with regards to the numbers that someone, I think it was Delegate Yellow Hair that was asking, where are these cases coming from? And I agree what Dr. Jim has said is what we're finding is that these are community spread. That's what we call them. So it's not coming. So we know that they're coming from some kind of a community event, whether it's birthday parties or other celebrations that maybe families are trying to have. But I was just looking at, just to kind of put this in perspective, I was just looking at a report that I got on the 1st, which was yesterday from our staff. The amount of data that we're looking at, like, I'll just give you an idea from I have information from the Chinle service unit area, and their numbers as of the time that this report was provided to me is 236 active cases. And then you go to Gallup and there's 223 active cases and other things like that. We're collecting enormous amount of data to try to help us figure out where we go with this information. But going back to the contact tracing and why that step is very important, as Dr. Jim reported already, we need 5 contact tracers for every patient that's testing positive. And if you just do the math there, you're talking over 8,000 people that we need to try to make sure that we find out who that positive person has been in contact with so we can stop the spread. That's a very important way, sort of a more simple way to think about it. And we know that we do not have 8,000 people available to us to help us try to manage the hundreds of cases that we're dealing with right now today. So, but I do think that what our staff are doing is impressive in terms of being able to go down to these different individual patient levels to try to find out where did they go, who was all at that birthday party, for example, so we can advise them that, hey, you might have been in contact and therefore exposed and so forth. So that part is incredibly important and very time consuming, because we also know that many of our patients don't want to talk to us. They don't want to tell us who was at those parties. So it is constantly an uphill battle, but nonetheless, I think we have good processes and good practice and good staff involved that are doing these contact tracings for us to try to help us get in front of all of this wave that we're in the middle of right now. With regards to, thank you, Delegate Freeland, for your question on NCI. Again, this is a very special population that we continue to do a lot of work on, a lot of monitoring of NCI and our brothers and sisters that might be living on the streets in Gallup, New Mexico. And so we do have a couple providers, and some of you have heard from the providers. Dr. Jenny Way is one of them that has led this enormous partnership from the Gallup service unit all the way with the Gallup city people, the county, the state. And so just today, they opened up their wellness hotel facility. And what this is this is supposed to complement NCI and all of the other programs that we have in place. There's got to be a mechanism where we put our positive homeless patients so they can recover. Again, then you go back to what we talked about earlier, is what are the long-term effects for these individuals? And so we're constantly trying to look at that part. But the reason that this continues to be very important, not just because they are our family members and our relatives, but because if we don't find a mechanism to help address this population, then they end up at the ER room or the emergency department. And it's right now during the summertime, we were able to manage that because we could find a place outside and, it was warm enough for us to do that. Now that it's turned cold, we need that space. And so we're trying to find the best place for our patients, whatever condition that they might be in, to be able to help mitigate and help us manage our patient workload. So that's a very critical component as all these things sort of all connect together, whether we're talking about the businesses, or we're talking about, the long-term effects, whether we're talking about trying to create some safe environments. All of these are connected, and I think that someone raised a comment earlier. Maybe we all need to just sit down and have a strategy session about what are the things that we can do in certain situations and how do we move forward with that. Dr. Jim is also correct that we are on calls at night and on weekends trying to figure out how to deal with these different things that are coming up in front of us. I think that one of the things that I'd like to refocus us to is that
when you go back and look, even though the April, May, June, July dates were months were very, very difficult, I believe now that our whole healthcare system is in a much better situation now to be able to respond to these things. We know how to respond to all of the things that are coming at us on a daily basis, if not an hourly basis. And so we have now developed some systems that allow us to be prepared and responsive to these particular issues that we're dealing with. So I hope that I leave you with some confidence in our healthcare system throughout the Navajo Reservation, whether it be IHS or tribally operated programs. It's a much more collaborative and comprehensive approach that we're trying to take in terms of whether it be the vaccine, whether it be even flu for that matter. And a report that I sent over to the UTG on Friday, Navajo area IHS has completed more than 33,000 flu vaccines in about a month's time. That was really what we're trying to get to. So again, we can mitigate the flu because again, those symptoms are very much like the same symptoms that someone could be experiencing with COVID. So we're doing all of these different strategies to help us mitigate and help us keep these numbers down as best as we can. Thank you, Speaker.
That. Go back. Okay, got a person on board. Honorable Daniels, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Arunana Dr. Jim should get the house Arunana Christians and so I see thank you for the update and your presentation. Should shake businesses on the Navajo Nation need during lockdowns. 57-hour lockdown that Lehana sheesh. Little you pay for this skins on the band of case of Sakadi. I visited one of my chapters at that time, when I was in Kayenta at that time during the lockdown. Chevron just I got fuel. The Lagana Zudo Hayu Lagana. They wanted to go into the store, but it's closed. So then I learned the hand also they so we missed out during the lockdown. Therefore only skin. I knew what I could have answered case to say has many delegates so one now elachate $8. Now kina hate the lachate $8. And so ban this case of Hokoto. Salahot $8. I don't know quickie. During the week, the great businesses, the HA, like Bashes, Chevron, Adonana and Shell, the HA gas stations. They do business. Like what the Delegate Paul Gay, Maggie and the Slot Canyon, just tourists. Those are business owners, tour operators. Jehedan on has combination. So we should what that should go pay should go see that a charge our own Navajo people they go there, they shop there. Because she and the net Jehedan. Khalita Batis, Nilan from about this case. Same here in Monument Valley. Khalit Edo Lanso Kakudo. Economists understand here how all this in front about this case. A person that's an expert in economics. Lay nasta. Hot Edo Lesiki. 5-year, 10-year, 20-year plan and here no. Nahayos and all Lesiki. Kadeten. It all that should hail over all. do. It's a date in a like and that is card. So I see what them. We really need to sit down, be at them, and talk about some of these revenues coming onto the Navajo Nation. Going into our coffers, Navajo Nation coffers. Your general fund is in the like UFB that I see that quiz in the whole. Even so, it's not every big at the so we need to. I see what else internet, but no, they be actually not understanding. Kodota should die as a Kodomaster speaker. I don't know. I see Khalid Ado Lesha. So 11 on a base on these niche. But not Evan C. case dollars. The 2 years of on C. case dollars ago. But Kodona Zaytam. Talking about tours. I see a lot about Europeans going through our Navajo land. Monument Valley, Cage or Hika, Canyon de Shea. And these tourists, they need to be educated when they come onto our reservation. Mazaitam, Forest Gump Hill. It's a tourist attraction right now. You said that it's getting famous, that place. That road right there is getting famous. Yesterday, I seen like 50 Pilicanas. Aronan and Mazaitam, Asians, and Benita. Zoto Hayu, at Hinch and Natja. What that ego Babansi Kesto, let's call them. They don't wear face coverings. Don't quite get kitchen hot get caught when they fuel up I slow down, they don't wear their mask, so they face coverings. Okay. So we really need to educate them when they come onto our Navajo reservation. So, Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Let me go back to reserve time. Let me go back to Jimmy Yellow Hair. 4 minutes, 13 seconds.
Okay, yeah, now it's the Speaker Damon, to my colleagues, 24 councilmen. I want to say thanks to Dr. Jill Jim and our Professor Rosamund Stowe. Thank you very much, Nick Council. Aro here, Shiro, Korea here, and the negotiation at Oni. Koron, Tati, Kiri, Yoyat, and Chatot. He checked our Carlon Genoa. As a last lead only, in here, not yet, isn't that totally. Once Soba has still a Yuma time, and maybe it's time to vote now. Yeah, once I can go back on mute now.
Okay, with that, moving on down. Honorable Freeland, 4 minutes, 17 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. 24th Nomination Council members. Thank you for that response, Ms. So and Dr. Jim. I have a concern, Nana. This has to do with Crown Point Service Unit. It seems like the air traffic has been getting really busy a lot lately. We're hearing choppers leave, come and go in the middle of the night. Is Crown Point Service Unit, are we hitting or seeing a high number of cases in the area? If so, I need to start letting our chapters and educating the community members know that, we need to be vigilant and be in our best guard and defense of this, because it's concerning to hear the continuing helicopters and airplanes coming and going from Crown Point. So that was a question. Eddie, I reserve the rest of my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Three minutes, 22 seconds. Thank you, Honorable Freeland. With that, let me go back to Well, Vice Chair Walker, 1 minute, 20 seconds.
Speakers, all council members, all presenters, Dr. Jill Jim and Mr. Rosin Sodo, Dr. Christensen. I just want to thank you for the report you've given to the council here. You've given us a lot to think about and be also concerned about, but there is also information that is also on the hopeful side. Go ahead, I will waive the rest of my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Going on down. Honorable Slater. 3 minutes, 56 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the presenters. I don't know exactly who this is directed to. I think it's to everyone, but I'm interested in understanding what the available funding sources are for contact tracers and who the primary funders are right now for contact tracers on the nation. And then is there anything that the council can do to support, I think it was getting neurological staff or doctors who deal with that to study the long-term effects or some of the effects that you're not able to analyze right now. And then with regard to the sequelae, I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. I'm interested in understanding how that factors into the public health orders and the sort of mitigation strategies and the logic that the Health Command Operations Center takes. I think that's an important conversation to have considering the vote that we just made. And it's probably something that's going to be relevant to the contemplation and consideration by the president. And then, Speaker, I think in the interest of time, I'd like to waive my remaining time. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me go back then to Dr. Jill Jim or so response. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Speaker. This is Rosalind. So with respect to Delegate Freeland's question about how busy we are at Crown Point, yeah, we do have nearly, we're tracking close to, well, over 100 cases that we have that we're tracking at Crown Point right now. And that is concerning to us with respect to the overall number of cases. But I think one of the good things that we're, if you can say good things, is that we're still able to get transport people out that we might not be able to treat at the hospital. Having said that, though, I cannot say enough. As I said, it's not. They all of these things link together, and I need to circle back because I know that I was notified the other day that the lighting system was out at the airstrip. I'm hoping that's been repaired, and then we're still waiting for some airstrip issues that we have at the Shiprock airstrip. And, you know, these are absolutely critical that all of our healthcare system, whether it is to transport, whether it's by ground or by air, we need to have our systems working at all times. And so I appreciate some help from this body with regards to getting those repaired as best as we can. But I think that, Delegate Freeland, we're going to continue to hear the transports out of our facilities to the extent that we can. I should have also reported earlier that we are again working with the Veterans Administration. During the first part, when we were dealing with this in the earlier months, we were able to purchase 8 beds, I believe it was, from the New Mexico Veterans Administration, and we will likely do that again. And the reason for that is that as those surrounding hospitals or states around us begin to get full, we want to be able to have an ability to transfer our sicker patients out of any of our hospitals that can't treat those individuals. So again, it's a very comprehensive approach that we're trying to take to this. So I thank you for that question. With respect to Delegate Slater, thank you for your question regarding the contact tracers. The Navajo area IHS has hired 25 contact tracers. We have a little bit of money that came to us in the area office for that were CARES Act funds. And so I believe they have completed their training and that they will be available to our healthcare system out through Navajo area. The problem we have is, of course, when we're saying we need 5 contact tracers for each positive, that's just 5 patients that we're talking about that we were able to support 25. So we definitely need more than that. And as we're trying to balance reopening, where again, early on, we repurposed a lot of our staff, like our dental assistants and our nurse assistants, they were able to help with contact tracing. Our administrative staff, we were able to train them to get them up and running to be able to do that. Now, as we're trying to reopen our healthcare system for patients that need other than COVID services, we're trying to find a good balance there. And Dr. Christensen is still on, and I'm going to ask her to respond to your other 2 questions that came from delegates later. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. So yeah, just to follow, we did have our new contact tracers start very recently, and we're getting them up to speed to make them independent. We are also working with our headquarters in a very large IDIQ contract where we'll be able to have access to the contract that provides contact tracers, epi, testing managers, etc. And I anticipate that will be awarded sometime in November. So that will give us additional staff that we can task order against. This would be offered to the tribal organizations. They just have to establish a subcontract for that process, but they would then also have access to these vendors who are providing trained contact tracers and case managers, etc. So we're very happy about that. That gives us a bigger pool. Our service units also have contact tracers that they've used their funds to hire some. And we work extensively with the COPE organization, who does most of our training across the area and helps us oversee our software platform that we use, which is ComCare. So I just like to emphasize what Ms. So said. This team and the EPI lead teams are doing a fantastic job. They're identifying things quickly and they're rapidly responding. Crown Point, yes, sir, did have an uptick, but they handled it very well. And it seems to be calming back down again. Only a couple of those flights were for COVID. So some of the other transfers were probably non-COVID issues that we routinely send out at Crown Point. The other thing I just wanted to add that you can assist us is there's a agreement between Navajo Nation and the FAA that we really need to push through, because that's holding up some of our airports as well, because we need their blessing to run 24 hours and to make sure that we're complying with everything. And I know these things take a long time, but it would really benefit us if we could get some support to get that taken care of. As far as support for our post-COVID, as we define it, I'm happy to reach out and let you know where we are. And if there's anything you could do to support that, that would be very welcomed and very appreciated. I do know neuropsychology, neurology, cardiology, pulmonology, we just absolutely don't have enough in this area. So we're going to be working on ways to get either volunteers or paid contractors to come and help us with those various parts of the post-COVID clinics. I think what's going to happen post-COVID remains to be seen. No institution yet has really hard data. It's more case report and generalized conclusions about where we feel this disease is going to go. The other thing we do not know is how long is it going to last? And I would say some for a lifetime, definitely for 2 years or more. So we're going to see a very prolonged recovery from all of our people who were fortunate enough to survive COVID. They will still have a lot of issues that we have to be there for them and help them get through it. So this will become more defined, and we'll certainly provide that information for you. And thank you for the offer of support. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Speaker, this is Dr. Jim. If I could add to that.
Go ahead, Dr. Jim.
Thank you, Honorable Yellowhair and Honorable Walker, for just a continued recognition of this fighting against this disease every day. And Honorable Freeland, I know you talked about is Crown Point a hotspot or not. So today our team has been working on identifying chapters that are considered uncontrollable spread before the election tomorrow. So please look forward to some sort of announcement that we will be making regarding communities tomorrow. I know that this morning we talked among the division directors at our division directors meeting that they'll be concentrating on highly populated chapter communities to focus on making sure there are safety guidelines. We will be issuing out a public health order regarding voting recommendations. Some of these are already, some of these organizations should be aware of these precautions or safety measures, but it's just another reinforcement of how the election will go tomorrow regarding safety measures. But there should be a list of communities that you guys can use to work with your communities on making sure that the chapters are taking the initiative to take any sort of social distancing and limiting individuals in an enclosed area. So those are just some regular recommendations that we're expanding from Public Health Order number 9, I believe it was, that was related to voting. So there should be a list that we can share, of course, with the 24th Council when we do make that available. And also you had asked about the neurological research. I think that's a long ways ahead, but I know that, as Dr. Christensen mentioned, that just remains to be seen. I think there'll be further actions by the scientific community to better understand what these sequelae effects are. And in relation to sequelae effects to public health orders, I'm not sure if there's a direct association, because the sequelae effects are barely related to, I guess it can be related to those that are recovering from COVID-19, but also related to non-COVID individuals that are probably dealing with some mental health issues regarding the pandemic. That is probably most likely going to happen. So I hope that we strengthen our mental health team and working directly with the Indian Health Service and 638 facilities to expand or either find ways to address the mental health concerns on Navajo. And there is a shortage of mental health providers across the nation. So I think if we're looking forward to identifying ways to increase capacity to address some of these mental health issues, that's probably one item. Another item that and I know that Honorable Slater had talked about the contact tracing vendor from the Navajo Nation part. As Dr. Christensen did indicate, we are working with COPE, both under the Health Command Operations Centers regarding training, and also we're working with a vendor regarding the ComCare platform to work with all the different service areas. And I believe that with contact tracing, if we're looking at continued funding, I know that for the Department of Health, looking into next year post CARES Act dollars that we don't know if they're going to exist or not, we did not use $2.4 million that we would like to continue to have access to continue to respond to the pandemic. And so those are resources that are definitely needed as a backup to the either a response to the legislation for rescinding the visitor, no visitor or tourism during the pandemic. That's yet to be seen, and I don't really have a comment until when that time does come. I think those conversations will begin to occur, but I just wanted to share that with you as I did receive your question, Honorable Slater, via text, so thank you for that question. And that will complete my response, Speaker. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Joe, Jim, and Rosin. So now let me go back to the floor. I have reserved time Oh, actually, we have a new individual, Honorable Keon Begay. Floor is yours.
Yate, kudo, hihinda horsna akito, hihinda huilna akito, histrena hot aniki, Chase Speaker, ados nanta, kudo daisna ashi, ados ikain lini, ado kudo, lead Dr. Jill Jim, ado kudo, BIA then. The only thing I want to say, I just sent you an email, Dr. Jill Jim. I've been, the state task force has been talking about this, all this for the past months, Doctor, about preparing for an election. And I appreciate all the information being disseminated and so on for public safety and so on. Safety procedures, Dr. Hecke. But as we're speaking, you know that I sent you an email a while back that an agency senior center had directed the local senior center facility not to be utilized for polling place. I believe some of the staff took that seriously, and that I guess some of them were not provided updated information. So the local senior center in many farms, that the place was locked up and so on. Kodira ahaki na sato bajenda huyilnado sato staff to dan diniki we Khalid Aldo, Chahatuk Aid, Khalid Aldo, the staff, the agency supervisors, the Sato Egypt, the Nazan, but I don't know. But could you please help direct the staff to help the local chapter? And it is after 5, and I'm sure they wanted to prepare to have the election going by tomorrow. So, Dr. Jill Jim, I appreciate that, and apologize if I had to announce this over the phone, but nonetheless, email was sent, but there was no response. Thank you. Speaker.
Dr. Jill Jim, I'll just have you respond real quick.
Yes, I'll go ahead and thank you, Honorable Begay, for that. I know I did send a message to the PS2, so I'll go ahead and redo that. So thank you.
Great. With that, let me go ahead and go on back down to reserve time. Everybody else on the board, so just Honorable Freeland. All right. Honorable Freeland, 3 minutes, 22 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to go ahead and yield my time to Honorable Otto So, the rest of my time, Speaker. Thank you.
That Honorable Otto So, 3 minutes, 14 seconds. Honorable Otto So. There's no. Honorable Otto So. Going once. Going twice. Honorable Otto So. I don't have any. Nope. No Honorable Otto So. That. Back to the board. I don't have anybody else on the board. I don't have anybody reserved time. We're ready to vote on accepting the report.
Speaker, this is Delegate
Speaker.
Charles Newton.
Madam Chair
Speaker
Charles
Daniel
Newton.
Phil.
Madam Chair Charles Newton. Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I finally got onto Zoom. Dr. Jill Jim, thank you for the presentation. I just want to know, at this point, we have had this virus on the Navajo Nation since March. You talked about the curfew and how, I don't know if you said that there was actual data that supported that the curfew was actually working for the Navajo people and also combating this virus. But I mean, it's been several months now. Can you tell me what plan you have in place for the upcoming winter, and then also what your plan is maybe for the next couple of months, aside from the curfew and the educating the people with the public service announcements? Surely you guys have to have a plan in place at this point. I reserve the rest of my time, Speaker.
That is every time at 4 minutes, 16 seconds. Moving on down.
Speaker, question of privilege, Daniel So.
Question of privilege, Chairman Daniel So.
This goes to Dr. Jill Jim. Dr. Jim Shadeja, on your contact tracing, how many of the virus has spread through the offices of the Navajo Nation? When the nation reopened, how much of that spread is through the offices? I know that the command center had to shut down several times, and I know that other offices had, but do you have a number that can be traced back to the Navajo Nation workplaces? Thank you, Speaker.
That, Dr. Jill Jim, let me go back to you for that question of privilege, and you can, after that, refer back to Madam Chair Charles Newton's question as well.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker and 24th Council Adolshana, Honorable So, Chair So, thank you for that question. Since the reopening, we have reported, or there has been a reported number of about 24, but we're still verifying where those, if there were any more. It's really there was either a negative or there was a reported exposure. It doesn't mean that there was an exposure that caused more positives, causing an outbreak in an office. I still need to verify those numbers to see what exposures have happened that cause small outbreaks. But for now, I've reported and working with DPM in regards to collecting more other exposures we might have missed. The problem with that is we did have an incident reporting tool that was at the health facility level to report exposures of 2 or more persons in a office to report to us, but that has some lag time that was not being captured very timely. And so we reconfigured the reporting system to the online portal on the Department of Health, where individuals can self-report any potential exposures. And so that has improved our process. But for all I know, there are probably still areas that we may not have captured because offices were not reporting it, and they were either doing their own cleaning or other things that were not following the workplace safety protocols. So right now there's around 24, but I mean 23, no, let me see if I count this by itself. Sorry, I'm using an Excel spreadsheet. 22, not 24. But those are just reported, so they're not, I have to double check if they were confirmed because they're just reporting an exposure, but the positives I need to follow back up with these cases. So it could be less than a handful of positives. Right now, as I'm looking at my spreadsheet, I'm looking at probably 3 or 4, 5, but I can report that back to you when I get these numbers confirmed. So that's the difference. And so as we're looking into the increasing cases right now, we are going to do another dry run of getting everyone familiar with the workplace procedures or guidelines from the reopening plan to make sure everyone is in compliance. We're going to change the portal to report cases to the portal. And this is for all places of business too. It's just not tribal programs. It's regarding schools and restaurants, food establishments, correction facilities, nursing homes. And so we're capturing that information. And so there's a handful of individuals that are monitoring those reports on a daily basis. So but going backwards, I would probably I did task the team to look at the ones before August 17th to look at the 213s on those exposures. We do have information on the cleanings that we did complete, and that can probably align with also the number of exposures that occurred. So right now, this is all I have since August 17th, around 22, but those are reported potential exposures. Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton, your question on what else do we have planned here in regards to the response of the pandemic going forward. We don't know how long this is going to last. I think one of Dr. Fauci's comments, we're looking at 2022. It's a really long response, and even with the sequelae, like Dr. Christensen said, there are really long time and lifetime effects of individuals that are recovered from COVID. And so then the federal government has not effectively responded to the long-term planning of their support to the tribal communities like Navajo Nation or other communities, and that comes with resources. And as we are now accessing and utilizing the CARES Act dollars, that's just a short-term solution. Right now, even with the COVID-19 dollars in regards to supporting, not the dollars, the decision to provide vaccines from Indian Health Service, that really comes with no dollars. How are we going to support the distribution and implementation of those, as the federal government may not even provide some sort of package until post-elections in January? So we're probably going to have to use our own resources. So nationally at the federal level, there's really an impact due to the election that's going on, and then also the lack of national coordination with all the federal agencies to respond to making sure that the tribal communities like the Navajo Nation have adequate resources to continue to respond to the pandemic long term. As you know, that we use only our general funds up to this fiscal year, and going forward, we're dealing with an economic crisis, not probably only for the Navajo Nation, but the entire country. And with that, what stimulus package will come? We don't know what that will include and how much assistance we'll have. But I think and then medically, we don't have a vaccine yet. We do have individuals participating in a vaccine trial, and right now those trials that we're participating in so far has not been shut down. It's continuing, and people are still reporting and participating in those trials to support the overall effort regarding a potential COVID vaccine that will be feasible for the Navajo people. And there are treatments that hospitals and healthcare facilities that are using, but back to the question of resources, we are still underfunded, and we still are dealing with medical shortages, staffing shortages in our healthcare system. We still have the long-term impact of not only the socioeconomic status of our people, but lack of water, access to water, electricity, housing. All of those still remain while we're still responding to the pandemic. So As we continue under the public health emergency, we work with public health and community mitigation strategies recommended by CDC, but we are paving our own way. We are paving our own path for the things that we think are working, but that requires a lot of people in the village to do that, and that includes every one of you. Every one of the community members and ourselves. And if you really think about the disease itself, it's the way it's transmitted. It's going back to really just the basics. How do we not gather? Those are the things. How do we reduce transmission? So we're only currently relying on reducing transmission by following all those preventive measures. And how do we operate and function and live with COVID? But living with COVID doesn't really mean that that we accept how COVID treats us, but we can learn how to treat COVID and how to deal with COVID. But that comes with a lot of resources that we never really had. So I don't really have an answer to your question, Honorable Charles Newton, but I know that the team here under the command operations, we are responding. This is a long-winded response, as I think some of you guys have mentioned, that the healthcare workers, we are still tired. We had probably some had a short term to recover, but then we're vamping up again to figure out how to respond on Navajo. So I think that we will continually rely on public health and CDC mitigation strategies, but also making modification to what we think is Navajo Nation specific. But that also relates directly back to the public health emergency orders. And if we really want to have an in-depth discussion, I'm open to that with the executive branch and the Health Command Operations Center to have, and with the area's office with our team to have an in-depth discussion on what is this going to look like. So I can't see into the future. All of us can't, and it's really difficult. I don't think we manage by the day to figure out how to respond in the next couple of days. But we work together as a team here, and I think we'll continue. We all will continue to do that. So I look forward to these conversations in a work session or other avenue to have an in-depth conversation with tribal leadership on a continuous basis as we're preparing to go into the winter season here, even though we're talking about tourism and all these areas. I don't the Closid regular flu is here too, as well. It's going to be here. And so as we respond, I hope that we can find solutions short-term and long-term. And I look forward to that. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Jill, Jim. That, colleagues, let's go back to the board. I don't have anybody else. Back to reserve time. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, 4 minutes, 16 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you so much, Dr. Jim, for that explanation. I want to say thank you for all the work that you're doing. I'm just a little bit worried because I think that the only response that the Navajo Nation has given is to put a curfew out. The problem with the curfew is it's not really a plan. It doesn't really lead us into I guess, fixing the economy. The state of New Mexico, I know they presented a plan, and their plan was to start opening restaurants at a certain percentage, to start moving forward. They also worked with the police department to try to enforce the executive orders. They shut down businesses in the event that these businesses were not cooperating. So to me, that's kind of a plan. And I just feel like Navajo Nation's, their response has only been to do the 57-hour curfew. And that, in fact, is hurting our businesses right now when we're talking about, how are we going to build the Navajo Nation economy? and our president doesn't even have a plan right now in place, aside from just saying that the vice president will be working on it. So I was hoping to have heard a plan at this point, but thank you for being honest that there's no plan in place. My next question is actually for Rosalind. So I know that IHS did receive that you guys received CARES money. Can you tell me about how much or if all the IHS CARES money has been expended? I reserve the rest of my time, Speaker.
Reserve the rest of your time at 2 minutes, 35 seconds. That, Ms. Rosalind So?
Good afternoon, Speaker, and thank you for that question, Honorable Delegate. So, yes, the Indian Health Service did receive some CARES Act funds. As I alluded to earlier in the call, there was a little bit of money that came to the area office. The rest of the money, the rest of the $253+ million went out to each of the federal service units or the 638 tribal health programs. So that's how the money was distributed, and I can get that information for you. With respect to what was spent, again, as I shared earlier at the area office, we did expend several of that to hire some emergency hires that we needed in the area office, as well as the 25 contact tracers that we referred to earlier. We also used some of that money to buy some PPE. This was for all of the Indian Health Service on the Navajo area Indian Health Service. So that was how we expended our money. At the service unit, there were different types of money that came in. Some were the provider protection funds and other funds for testing. Those were very specific to those particular items that we could expend it on. What we did do, though, whether they were spent or not, and I can get that report for you and where we are in that, we did experience loss in revenue. And this was, again, because we didn't have the patients that we normally see in sort of a non-COVID situation. So those funds were used to expend on again, purchasing a wide range of PPE. We also were mandated to pay hazard pay. There was a lot of money that went to that, necessary and important. So the money that we received, I think, was really how I would characterize it. And the meeting that I was at today, again, was really an offset to some of the revenue that we have lost. In addition to that, a lot of the funds were used to, again, purchase plexiglass to be able to provide a safe space for some of our employees. And Delegate, I'm glad to provide you some more detailed information just to how much of it has been expended. And if you can give me a little bit of time to do that, I'm glad to provide that.
Thank you, Ms. So. With that, I don't have anybody else on the board. Go back to reserve time. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Dr. Jill Jim, again, for the explanation, and Ms. So, thank you for answering my questions. So it sounds like there's a lot of money going into PPE, which is great, but it sounds like the people are not getting it because IHS is offering PPE, Navajo Nation through Dr. Jill Jim is offering PPE, and then now our chapters are allowed to purchase PPE. So it sounds like every Navajo should be able to get some PPE supplies from IHS, from Department of Health, and from the chapter. The other thing is, Ms. So, the last time you did tell me that you would provide me a report, but it never happened. I tried emailing you, I never got a response. I tried text messaging you, I never got a response. To date, my question from the last time you presented to us hasn't been answered. So I'm not gonna hold my breath for the report that you are saying that you'll send to me. I just wanna make it clear that that I never received the answers that I asked the last time. So I just want to make that clear. Speaker, with that, I waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
That, go back to you, Dr. Jill Jim. And Ms. Rosalind So, just for closing remarks, because I don't have anybody else on the line.
Thank you, Speaker, for that. And then Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman. I think that report was directed to me or Rosalind. I wasn't sure. In regards to closing remarks, Speaker, I think whatever report that you're asking, Eugenia, you can just text me and I can send you a report regarding your question. But otherwise, I think today is a good conversation. I know it's been a couple of hours. I was in the other sessions earlier late last week as well. And so as we're hitting the second surge, I think we just got to all hunker down and understand how we understand COVID to reduce transmission. It might be different for everyone, but I think from the health professional side, we do our best to try to translate the preventive measures as the way we understand the disease, the way it behaves, the way it transmits, the way it acts, the way it's boundless, the way it has no intentions. It just does whatever it wants. And the best thing we can do is try to prevent it by doing just basic cleaning and washing your hands and social distancing. So the hardest days are going to come, as I know that a lot of us have dealt with someone we know dealing with COVID. We have Thanksgiving and Christmas is coming up, and I think that's causing a lot of anxiety and stress for me. It is personally figuring out. I haven't really visited family all this time, so it makes it really hard how to address this. And I think we have several weeks to get ready for and anticipate and message. It's going to take all of us at the local level with your leadership, with the communities, and it can't be done alone. It has to involve every single one of us. And however we perceive this disease is how I think we've learned quite a bit about it to some extent. And I think it's up to us to make those decisions. But I look forward to any future conversations with every one of you to figure out how we can still operate with your suggestions about how to look at businesses and view businesses. I think that those are all things that could be still on the table in the future, working with the executive branch and the Health Command Operations Center to make the best decisions that we can and what is the new norm that we would say. So thank you for inviting me to do a presentation with Ms. Rosin Slow and Dr. Christensen. I always appreciate presenting with the two individuals and informing everyone. So on.
Thank you. Good evening. This is Rosalind. So again, I also echo Dr. Jim's comments that we are here to try to help. We spend many hours doing this on a regular basis. I have staff that have been working nearly around the clock during these past few months. And so I appreciate, again, the leadership of the 24th Council. I realize that I probably don't respond to every email in a timely basis, and I apologize for that up front. However, I do want to respond to the comment about PPE. I will say that we are constantly, even to today, regardless of how much money we might have to secure PPE, they're still on a national worldwide level where we're not able to get some of the things that we desperately need. Just this week, I was on a call with my team, actually late last week, and we're needing medium-sized gloves. And so it's very specific what we're looking at, and we're tracking that on a regular basis. To try to make sure that we have enough supplies. We're also anticipating that as this wave continues to rise, we're going to make sure that we're going to need PPE. Even though we were told with the vaccine that's coming, that PPE will be included in those packets, we can't guarantee, there's no guarantee about that. And so we still have to be prepared. We want to be 3 months to 6 months out to making sure that we have sufficient supply of everything that our staff, to keep our staff safe as well as our patients. With respect to Delegate Charles Newton, your question, I believe it had to do with how many Navajos off reservation were contracting COVID. That's a hard number to find because, again, these healthcare systems that we have today don't always talk with each other in sort of a smart way. So it's kind of gathering information from different venues to try to secure that information for you. I will continue to work on that and do my best to get that information to you. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Point of
Thank
privilege,
you.
Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. So and Rosa So and Ms. Dr. Jill Jim. Point of privilege, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Dr. So, I just want to clarify that my question was pertaining to the IHS urban hospitals and what their numbers were. I thought that you had that information working with the urban IHS hospitals. So I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Okay. That and colleagues, if there's no other further discussion, are we ready to vote and accepting the report? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Go to the board. It's
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keith Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green.
Honorable Keith Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I don't think he heard me when he under.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber
Ready?
Knazba Crotty.
How many legislations are ready?
Honorable Amber Knazba Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Oto So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Speaker with a vote of 18 yeas and 0 nays. Speaker not voting.
Okay, with that, 18 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Thank you very much, Dr. Joel Jim and Ms. Rosalind So for your time this evening. Cat. Going at. With that, moving on down. Item number B on reports, but before we go on to that, I have a text message in from Honorable Wilson Stewart. Honorable Stewart.
Yes, Speaker, members of the 24th Council, I have a request to amend agenda, please, to add a legislation. And that legislation number would be 0274-20. It's an emergency legislation for Division of Economic Development. Ashore.
Adjourn.
Second.
Colleagues, legislation 0274-20, sponsor is by Honorable Wilson Stewart. This, colleagues, is in adding on to, I guess, under new business item number B. The title of the resolution is action related to an emergency and the Navajo Nation Council amending the Navajo Nation Business Economic Relief Grant Program criteria within the Navajo Nation CARES Fund's Economic Development Expenditure enacted by CJY-67-20. The purpose of this resolution, if approved, will amend the Navajo Business Economic Relief Program within the Navajo Nation CARES Fund Economic Development Expenditure Plan adopted by CJY-67-20 to ensure as many Navajo businesses as possible can access relief funds. So with that, item number B, adding it on to the agenda by Honorable Stewart. Is there a second?
I second, Speaker. Thomas Walker.
Vice Chair Walker. That. Comments,
Speaker,
questions?
Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman So. On the motion.
Yes, I'd like to request of the moving parties to also add legislation 027520, also an emergency legislation, as well as the one I talked about this morning about the COVID vaccine distribution, and I don't have that particular legislation number. Legislative staff, could you help me on that request?
Honorable Daniels, 0275-20 is available, but the third one that you just now, or the second one that you brought up is actually not ready yet. So 0275 would be the one as a request to amend to Honorable Stewart's motion. And this is, title of the resolution is an action related to an emergency and Navajo Nation Council adopted amended Navajo Nation CARES Fund CJY-67-20 expenditure plan for Navajo tribal utility. Oh, that's 0275, yeah. Tribal utility authority projects. The purpose, if approved, will amend NTUA schedules and project listings included in CJY-67-20's water projects expenditure plan, power line projects expenditure plan, broadband telecommunications expenditure plan, and solar projects expenditure plan to ensure that the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority's funding allocations maximize the number of projects that can be constructed by the CARES Act deadline by December 30th, 2020.
Second, Freeland.
So with that, Honorable Stewart, there's a request to modify. And that would be a new item C under new business.
Biga, I'm fine with that.
Vice Chair Walker?
I concur. Thank you.
Okay. Good to go then. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on this amendment to the agenda?
Question of privilege, Speaker. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Question of privilege? Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Speaker, I'm still waiting to download the application. Does it still include the language that if the money is not spent by November 20th, the money goes back into the hardship? Thank you.
These are amending expenditure plans, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. So that language,
Yes,
I don't think that language would be here, but what that language, but
I
the link,
understand not able to download
but the Navajo Nation Napkitik Committee passed that legislation last week that would enact that and would actually still be the direction towards any expenditure plan, even though they are amended. And I can go to Ms. Lowell or Ms. Barbara to explain more.
Speaker, this is Ms. Barbara. In response to Delegate Charles Newton's question, as an expenditure plan and as the Navi legislation was written, yes, these would apply. We did not have, at the time they were developed, we did not have a resolution number to insert, but there is a provision on page 3 in both of the plans or both of the legislations. It may not be on page 3 in both, but it's under section 3 that speaks that the allocations and funded projects shall remain subject to all Navajo Nation laws, regulations, and policies, including laws, regulations, and policies governing the expenditures, reallocations, and reversions of Navajo Nation CARES Fund. So, Speaker, I think it is well covered that the Navi resolution does apply. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. With that, no other comments, questions? Going once, going twice.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton again.
I'm Chair Charles Newton. Go ahead.
Speaker, I'm sorry, I didn't get that. I'm using the Zoom because my mute button is not working on my phone. So I didn't get that. It just sounded very robotic. Can you repeat the answer to my question?
The Navajo Committee resolution that passed with, that has the date ending with November 20th applies no matter what, Madam Chair Charles Newton, to any of the amendments or any of these, that even if these passes even. Okay, that. Let's go to the board. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty going twice. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty going 3 times. There's no other comments, questions. Go to the board on legislation or on the request for amendment to the agenda. That, go to the board.
Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark.
Green. Green.
There's 2 things I'm gonna, one, before I go to your question on privilege, what was their vote, Honorable Daniels? I'll come back to you. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, question of privilege.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I could hear you, but you didn't hear me. My question of privilege is to Legislative Council. This is an emergency, but Supreme Court has a narrow definition. Why is this legislation considered an emergency within that narrow definition? Thank you.
That, Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. As we have, as I've said in numerous times before, it is the responsibility of the delegates in the council to determine why the legislation is an emergency. However, there is language in the findings section of each legislation explaining how the request does meet the requirements of 2 NNC 164A16. For example, the legislation, and I'm not sure the legislation number, but the one that is for the Navajo Business Economic Relief Grant Program. That explanation is that the COVID pandemic has created a public health disaster that the Navajo Nation is attempting to mitigate through projects approved in TJY 6720's CARES Fund expenditure plans. Failure to provide funding to Navajo businesses crippled by the COVID-19 pandemic and attendant public health orders will be a failure to provide disaster relief services and supporting direct services to the Navajo people, and requires emergency action by Navajo Nation leadership pursuant to 2 NNC 164-816. There is a similar paragraph in the NTUA legislation. And as I've said before, however, it is the determination of whether it is an emergency lies with council, and the debate debate creates more of a legislative record. Office of Legislative Counsel is aware of the Supreme Court's ruling that procedures are supposed to be followed, and thus we've gone out of the way to ensure that the emergency procedure included in Title II is complied with. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, with that, continue voting.
Elmer Gay votes red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Amber Knasbach-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knasbach-Crotty will vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knasbach-Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Oto So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Tom Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Speaker with a vote of 15 yeas and 4 nays. Speaker not voting.
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown. I vote green.
This is Daniels. I vote green too.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. And Mr. Brown, I did get your vote as in green. Speaker with a vote of 16 yeas and 3 nays. Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Speaker with 17 yeas and 3 nays. Speaker not voting.
Okay, with that, colleagues, on the motion, 17 in favor, 3 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Thank you. That, moving down on our agenda. Item number B, under reports. Reports from Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development. J.T. Willie, Executive Director, reports on the layoffs of employees at St. Michael's and Shinley area Denny's restaurants. That, Willie, you on the line?
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, aro yat anot ko. Shik edo sitkez in the hibes sa ane. DAJ Willie ane aro inlay landish kantarigi. Benant ani Saline aro hehen hago ba hens and shanant. I present to you a report this evening in regards to the concerns from Delegate So, who requested this report. I do have an individual who's also joining me on the line in regards to the report for the Denny's in St. Michael's, Arizona, and in Shinley, Arizona. One of the owners of this establishment, Mr. Darrell Brown, who I would like to weigh in as well. But before I go any further, I did send a report out, report number 11 and report number 10, in regards to where we are at with the Navajo Business Relief Fund and how this leads up to that conversation, and why the conversation came up to introduce the emergency legislation before honorable members of the Navajo Nation Council to talk about an amendment to the expenditure plan. The current situation that we are facing right now on Navajo, and I listened in pretty much all day to all of the conversations that honorable members had with various entities, as well as also with the previous conversation with Dr. Jill Jim and Ms. Rosalind So and Dr. Christensen, as far as the IH reports and Navajo Nation report on the health pandemic that we're facing now. As the conversation did come up, the pandemic and the implemented public health orders have affected the Navajo Nation very much on where we are at with opening up the economy on Navajo. Myself, along with other members of a economic relief team that is chaired by our Honorable Navajo Nation Vice President, Mr. Myron Leiser, have been coming up with different strategies to create a post-recovery plan for the Navajo Nation, which includes the reviewing of different entities that present to the Navajo Nation, as well as also strategizing how we can move forward with opening up the Navajo Nation. However, a lot of our weight is done heavily on the pandemic health order, the current reporting of numbers that come in daily, and we rely on the health expertise of our health officials to guide us and mentor us in how we should move the economy moving forward. As Dr. Jim mentioned earlier, There is a 25% occupancy level currently on the Navajo Nation. There is a implemented health order that takes place with the closure of businesses at 9 p.m., reopening at 5 in the morning. The weekends are a complete lockdown starting on Friday at 9, and they reopen again Monday at 5 a.m. The current establishment that we're speaking to today is one of many, particularly to Denny's, in regards to the effects of the pandemic on this particular establishment on the Navajo Nation. It is run and it is owned by a Navajo family, Mr. Romero Brown and his son, Mr. Darrell Brown, and their family. The original establishment is in Michaels, Arizona, and the other establishment is in Chinle, Arizona. I will allow Mr. Brown to speak to the employment levels that they have, but as far as the consultation with this particular entity, with other entities as well, I have ongoing conversations on where we are at with the pandemic. Mr. Brown has had a very good open communication with me on where we need to go and where the advice comes from the nation on their particular establishment. They are always in good standing when it comes to recognizing and respecting the health orders. They shut down accordingly. They take different steps to protect their employees as well as the guests to their establishments. Currently, the dining rooms are not open. They have been closed for the past few months, only with curbside service to their clients for both establishments. There have been some cases in the past where the family provided food to some frontline workers at the beginning of the pandemic. So we're really appreciative to their efforts in working with the Navajo Nation, particularly Division of Economic Development and the Health Command Center, to provide those essential needs and food to our frontline workers. As we are currently speaking now, the company has to take different steps to adjust to the current situation. One of those has been a layoff. Another one has been cutting back on expenses. A heavy expense that the company faced involved, a projection of food purchases that was done back in March. Therefore, they had to result to losing out on funds as well as the investment of food products, produce, because of the closure of the Navajo Nation and, of course, the closure of the surrounding states during those first few months that we were all taking steps to prevent the COVID-19 spread throughout the region. And so, therefore, in continued consultation with Mr. Brown, we have we can propose emergency legislation before you speaks to particularly those expenses. Like many other businesses, like our Navajo Gaming Enterprise, these businesses on Navajo need the relief to provide to meet those needs so they don't have to face such things as a layoff. Unfortunately, the companies have come to the stage of laying off individuals because of the pandemic and because of the lack of funds. Yes, there was an availability of the EIDL and the PPP that was offered from the SBA. However, due to some are not eligible for the program. So therefore, at the very last asset to them, they're looking to the Navajo Nation to provide some support. The support has already been identified there in the Economic Relief Expenditure Plan, the $60 million that's designated for Navajo businesses and artisans, with the approved amendments that are before you on the before you on the emergency legislation, who is sponsored by Shania Honorable Stewart. It will levy up some funds to get to businesses such as Mr. Brown's. If I could give some time, Mr. Speaker, to Mr. Darrell Brown to weigh in, I would like to give him that opportunity at this time. Yeah.
Okay, good evening, honorable members of the council, and thank you very much, JT, for this time, and to those council delegates as well. So, Yat Eshe, Darrell Brown, Unishia.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Brown. Hold on, Mr. Willie.
Oh,
Question.
sorry about that.
Question of privilege.
Speaker to Delegate Charles Newton.
Charles Newton. Madam Chair.
Speaker, are we doing the report or are we on the legislation? Thank you.
We are on the report. And Mr. Brown's
Thank you.
gonna, okay. Mr. Brown, the floor is yours.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So Daryl Brown Yanashia has kind of so nesne to tori chini bachis chin do bi patoni dash che do to glini dashanala. So as Mr. JT Willie presented, I'm Daryl Brown, Romero Brown's son. I help run his establishment as the district manager. And as he said, you know, we tried our best to employ as many of our Navajo people as possible through this pandemic. And, you know, we have currently kind of run through all of our funds. We've been closed since March 11th of this year, when this all first began. As JT Willie mentioned, we obeyed, you know, all closures, all curfews. We wanted to keep our people safe, our employees safe, ourselves as well, but still trying to offer the best service we could to our people, such as economic development. We did a lot of work with the hospital, especially during the hard times when a lot of the COVID patients that were coming through were at a high peak. So, you know, we tried to provide as many meals for those that were working through the clock and just trying to, you know, do our best for our community. And with that being said, we have burnt through our cash flow, trying to stay open since then. And we have also, you know, paid all of our bills. We paid all of our taxes. We've, you know, we have not missed any deadlines or anything of such. So we've tried to stay on top of everything. So, you know, I started working with JT to try to get things rolling on the larger, smaller businesses that are Navajo owned that require a little bit more than what the ceiling cap was. And just to kind of give you a small example is the ceiling cap at 60,000 only runs us for about half a month. And so that's why we were requesting for a little bit higher so that we can continue to replenish basically the expenses that we've already expended, so we can keep as many people as we can employed and be ready for the Navajo Nation opening back up again. So I won't have a problem bringing back the employees that I had to let go and put on furlough. And just to give you another report on that, each of our stores operates at about 100. Well, each of our stores operate about 60 to 70 people per store, employees at work, and that ranges from servers, service assistants, and hosts and hostesses. So I've had to lay off 45 to 50 people per store. I currently only have about 10 to 15 people working per store. And I kind of just rotate them in and out as people need money. You know, I do my best to help support my employees. If they give me a call and say, hey, I need, is it okay if I work this week? I just need a little extra money to help support my family. Then we put them on the schedule, and we kind of just try to rotate everybody in and out. We've also supported everybody in their unemployment applications, so we have not denied anybody. We know times are rough. We know we can't support them on a full-time or part-time basis, so we definitely make sure that they try their very best to qualify for unemployment, and then through that we have our insurance and everything that helps pay for that. So overall, we just wanted to let you know we would love to continue to working with the tribe, continue to offer our support to the community, and offer employment to our people as much as possible, especially when we reopen. We have plans to bring back everybody as much as possible and possibly hire on 20 extra people per store, so another 40. So when we do open back up, either in December or January, especially if we get these funds that we have requested approved, we're looking to be back to our employment rate of probably about 70 to 80 people per store. And, you know, so if we can get that, we would be able to start over and continue to employ our people and, try to recoup what we lost this year, which has been more than 60% of our sales. And, that extra 60% definitely goes back to the people we employ, the food we order, our insurance, our mortgage, our taxes to the tribe, to the state, everything as such. So that's our humble request at this time, not just for ourselves, but for the other larger, smaller businesses that are Navajo owned on the reservation, that, we try our best to help with the unemployment rate here on our Navajo land. So thank you very much, Akeha.
Thank you. That. Honorable Otto, so can you mute your phone?
Sorry.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So, and thank you to Mr. Brown and Mr. J.T. Willie for that. With that, colleagues, is there a motion? Accept the report.
Motion by
Trujillo.
Trujillo. Second?
Stewart.
Honorable Stewart. Any comments, questions? Going once. Going twice. Going three times.
Delegate Charles Newton.
Sir Charles Newton. Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you for the report. I like how you kind of threw in some of the CARES money and how that would help you. So I'm going to be very straight. I would rather help the Navajo people. I understand that you are a business and that you are asking for assistance, and it's good that you presented us this information. But I really have to weigh here, helping a business versus helping the entire Navajo people. So I just want to say that. I want to ask you, how many stores do you have on the Navajo Nation? And of that, how many Navajos are employed? Thank you. I reserve the rest of my time.
So great question. So we have 2 stores on the Navajo reservation. Before this pandemic started, we had about 130 people employed. 128 were Navajo. And I do agree with you. We do need to help our people. But at the same time, how I see it as a businessman as well is, there's only so much you can give to the Navajo people, especially in our area, through this hardship money. That's not going to go a very long way, in my personal opinion. But if we can employ them, they'll have a steady paycheck instead of a one-time deal that we don't know how they're going to spend it. We don't know if it's going to help them for very much longer than a month or 2 months or whatever. And that's just kind of how I see it. So hopefully what I'm trying to do is keep our people employed and get them a steady paycheck again so that they can continue to support themselves more than just a month or two, so that they can continue to support themselves from month to month for hopefully the next coming year, if we can get this CARES Act money going for not only my businesses, but for everybody. And I'm sure, so if I can employ 130 to 150 people when we open back up, hopefully, Casino de Dominguez or Mikasa or some of the other Navajo run businesses in the area can add on to that with another 40, 50, 80 people, maybe even 100 more people in our area. We can continue to pick our economy up that way instead of maybe running through the hardship money too quickly and not knowing if we're going to get some more or when this pandemic's going to end. So that's kind of just what I was thinking on that. But I do appreciate your opinion, your feedback as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. I just wanted to make sure you heard
that. Thank you. With that, any other comments, questions?
Eugene So.
Honorable Freeland and Honorable Eugene So.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Nomination Council. Thank you, Mr. Brown, for that report and your straightforwardness and honesty When you were talking, I was just picturing everything that you were talking about. Really appreciate you hanging in there as an entrepreneur. You're one of many Navajo entrepreneurs on the nation, and we appreciate that. We appreciate you sticking out this time and really thinking about your employees. More importantly, that's the true sign of a real business person, a business-minded person. I bet you had probably many sleepless nights, wondering what was going to happen next or how you're going to take care of things. I'm sure that probably occurred. But that's the life of a business person. I guess my question is, have you sought any assistance through SBA? Are you also considered? Would you be considered SBA eligible, but more importantly, a hub zone eligible person? And I know that the vice president's been pushing the opportunity zones. How can that opportunity zone also be beneficial to you? And then are you also would you also consider an 8A certification as well? Those are my questions, Speaker. And of course, we would love to have a store out in Crown Point. Please consider us out there as well, because we would love to have your business like yours out there, and more importantly, employ our people out there. So with that, Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
That 3 minutes and 18 seconds. About Freeland. Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So. Floor is yours.
Speaker, do nada istagi do are Nakagi Swilly, and also Sicily, Mr. Brown, and also Numero. Yeah, I said you know that only the man that said only Harrison. I business daily. I don't understand. The start in Numero. I look in Vietnam. That's good. But third generation, that's the fourth generation. So I happen so go been national. Had issue. Being caught or what it about was linking to being caught. It's just every discipline. I have the because you got, I think it's 129 or 130 employees. I'm pretty sure they all need some compensation. And that's it. I had a bit of the because of the pandemic. I guess it happens elsewhere also, all over the place. And since we got some funds, maybe we do need to help you guys out so you can help the other families. I miss my breakfast over there, so I think I'll Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So with that, let me go back to the, I think there's a questions. Mr. Willie?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. And to Mr. Brown, thank you very much for sitting in on this report with me, along to honorable members of the Navajo Nation Council. So in assuming this role and moving forward, our opportunities to bring technical support and the need for additional guiding to our businesses have been ongoing. And Mr. Brown is an example of that opportunity that we've been working with hand in hand. And moving forward with his ability to provide employment, provide impact, is all involved in our comprehensive economic development strategy and study. I understand that this study has been outdated for some time. My approach to the study has been taking a more in-depth perspective, which will involve the greater regional areas of Navajo, not just so focused on what we call growth zones, but also our rural sectors throughout the nation that many of our honorable members speak to most of the time to do some rural development infrastructure needs, identification of resources. Now with the current expenditure plan that we have in place to recognize businesses and artisans on Navajo, just like Mr. Brown's here, we have gathered around over 4,000 profiles necessary to really enhance this comprehensive study in order to move forward as to what opportunities are available and how can we allow all of our Navajo businesses to strategize and maneuver off their necessities. Mr. Brown is one example of a higher capacity business that needs opportunity for probably waste management, probably waste disposal management, probably cleaning management. All of those necessary needs, they are out there, but I think at this point, we haven't really taken that opportunity to harvest them into self-sustaining businesses throughout the Navajo Nation. Our opportunity is here to be able to gather all of those necessary areas and identify them and unite them into a comprehensive development. Now moving forward, and I'm trying to avoid speaking to the legislation that we're going to be speaking about soon, but now moving forward with the gathered data, with the comprehensive economic development strategy and studies that will get implemented, it will allow us to provide to honorable members a more comprehensive report moving forward, which will help us maneuver a 5-year to 10-year projection on how to guide and maneuver the Navajo economy moving forward with such individuals as Mr. Brown. Mr. Honorable Freeland spoke to opportunity zoning and also to 8A certification. The opportunities there as well. Again, it's going to involve that ability to work together because I know because of hub zone recognitions is to really focus in on how we can maneuver this moving forward. Tomorrow is a really big day for the country, and so therefore the need to advocate and to push forward a lot of our opportunity zonings throughout America, specifically to our rural sectors on Navajo, we need it. Mr. Brown's establishments don't particularly sit on an opportunity zone, but as Mr. Delegate Freeland mentioned, there is an opportunity to do some expansion into Eastern Navajo because there are some identified resources of opportunity zoning in those particular areas. Mr. Brown's holdings that he has in place right now could be one of many opportunities to expand forward, not only just to the Denny's franchise, but other opportunities for other franchising, even to point of Navajo franchising. Mr. Brown and many other Navajo entrepreneurs speak to that mythology that we unfortunately discredit a lot and continue to not recognize. It's being done off reservation, but now moving forward, we saw the need for essential services. We saw the need for resources for our Navajo people. And so now with this basically has lightened up and has brought to light the very most unidentified area of opportunity for Navajo businesses, entrepreneurs, moving them forward into a successful track. I would like to turn it over to Mr. Brown again to weigh in. Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, is he there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, yes, I agree with JT, Mr. Willie, on a lot of points that he brought up. We do have a DUNS number at this time, so we do set ourselves apart as being a unique business, especially on the Navajo Reservation. For the time that I've been here, going on my 6th year now, this definitely being the most interesting year. I've come to rekindle and know what our Navajo people are about. I have some of the hardest workers in there, and that's why I want to continue to strive forward together, help each other so that we can continue to employ more of our Navajo people and, help them realize their potential in the workplace and being able to provide and support their families. Excuse me. So, JT, Mr. Willie spoke a little bit about expansion, and so one of the council delegates asked if we could put a Denny's in Crown Point. I'll definitely look into that. We have been asked before by the tribe to consider putting the Denny's in Shiprock, one in Kayenta, which we're still looking into. We'll have to revisit those again. Definitely once, we know where this economy is going. But, definitely those are great expansion ideas. What I want to do, along with what Mr. Willie brought up, is I would love to expand as a Navajo franchisee here on the reservation, not just with Denny's, but other franchises. I personally believe that it's not just the mom and pop places that we need to support getting off the ground, but that we need some of those franchises coming in that are considered corporate or bigger franchises that some of us are scared of, but it's those franchises that will help or give us the opportunity to hire more than 10 people at a time, such as these smaller mom and pop places that usually are just family operated and there's no outside help. So that's been one of my dreams and ideas that I'll continue to work with Mr. Willie and the tribe as well, is how can we bring in some of these more safely guarded franchises that can help employ, 40 to 50, maybe even 60 people per unit. And I think that would be a great way to start a good friendship with some of these franchises, especially with the Navajo tribe, and get our employment rate down so that our people can know how to work, just be proud of what they do. And, I've employed people that have thanked my father, thanked myself for employing them because nobody else would give them a chance. And I love being able to be that person to help bring joy and happiness to one family at a time because they're able to work. So, we would love to continue to work with the tribe in any way possible so that we can continue to provide jobs for our people. And so we can support ourselves, so we don't have to rely on the government or rely on anybody else to help realize our dreams. And I know there's a lot of young and older generations out there that still have dreams that just need a little bit of a push, somebody to give them a chance. And I, along with other business owners on the reservation, I love being that person to give somebody an opportunity to show the world basically what they have. So again, hopefully that will be something we can do together so we can bring about more of our people in the workforce. And then lastly, I just wanted to touch on that one question from another the council delegates is we did seek out SBA funding. We did receive the PPP loan and the EIDL. We have already, from what we've requested, we've already had that subtracted from what we've requested. It's just, we didn't know this pandemic would last so long. So we've already burnt through that, and that went to our employees as regular pay. We were able to bring everybody back on board for 2 months, which was the law at the time to employ our people. So we spent that money within the 8 weeks that we were allotted, and we did hazard pay. Any way I could put money back into my employees' pockets and back to their families, I did as much as I could, and what was accepted by the SBA and the EIDL. And then that's why we're coming before you today, is to see if we could get more help so that we can be ready to open up and continue to expand when the time's right. So thank you again. Yeah.
Thank you for that, colleagues, or actually Mr. Brown and Mr. Willie. So with that, let me go on back down to the floor. Honorable Keon Begay, floor is yours.
Speaker, although Sinantako Nasi Kanagi, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Good evening. kind of door, but at this kitchen, just the Kodon Hisna has not Silla because Ado, the Visual Economic Development, the Kodon Hisna Hasnaki. I've been, she says, I've been, I always say this and I continue to say this, and I would want to say this on record that I'm being careful of what I do, but where is the fine line where I'm crossing over and helping our Navajo people? And it's a matter of like me taking this individual and driving them to the office and drop them off and then have them fill out the application and then taking them back again. I'm not saying that I did that, but it seems I'm in a way virtually through email, I'm doing that, connecting some of our Navajo people to the apply. And so on. The supplier, the middleman, that Asian Kodo or Hayuja Kodo, and they have to go through the maze of what's been set up. Yes, the potential of misleading by the people is there, and I'm sure that's the reason why a lot of these procedures are in place. But one thing that we really need to have an understanding is that a lot of our Navajo people don't have internet. Do we just stand there and look at them and say, well, I can't do anything, but you need to do But I do appreciate the division director of how you coming out to the local area is very much important. So I continue to request that you guys continue to do that. So there's some other areas. I don't know. I don't know if you know or are aware of it, because a lot of time we get information. And I don't know if any of these are confidential situation, because a towing service, I'm being told that was denied in certain locations of the Navajo Nation when they applied. And then also I'm being told that there's a situation with the Denny's and Chinling. Maybe we could connect, and I connect you with you guys. And then like today, I forwarded information to the council. The chapter in the Shago, that's what the Nabi Bakite or was sent to it in the card. Kodika basal chapters which are then propane, dot light bills, that dot septic system, the Asian could not Nabi Bakite or was in it then need the chapters. Ela and has these things that at the upper here. How do we turn this around and get the help that our Navajo people that needs it out there? At the office of on the Nebuchadnezzar link get at in the hot. The speaker. I believe one of our a representative is listening in, and I don't know if we're afforded to be able to give him some time. I thought that's our last up with the and so Eddie could request a slot or list speaker. Representative Teller.
Thank you, Honorable Kiambi. Let me move on down. Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair, I see you. You're not muted. Honorable Yellow Hair going twice. Honorable Yellow Hair going 3 times. Let me go back to I don't have anybody else on the board. So, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 3 minutes, 42 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I just have a quick question. So you're talking about full-time employees of 128 Navajos. Do you offer full-time employment to them, also benefits, and what kind of benefits do you offer to them? And then you also talked about your business. Did you apply for the payroll protection program? Because I understand there was at least $3 billion that was available to small businesses. Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
3 minutes and 14 seconds.
Speaker, I'm sorry. I was on mute. I was trying to get back on.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Speaker. Later on, they put me back on.
Okay.
I can't. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Let me go back to reserve time. 3 minutes, 18 seconds. Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland going twice. Honorable Freeland going 3 times. Let me go back to Mr. Willie and Mr. Brown.
Mr. Speaker, Auto Shanai, Honorable Key Allen Begay, in our conversations that we've had, and I take all of the feedback that you provide to the division, and then also plan the strategy on moving things forward. I know at a point at this time where the outreach could be a lot better, and so in these past couple of weeks, I have brought on additional staffing who are assisting with the CARES Act application for business and artisan. And so there's 2 components going on here that I try to maintain daily. One is the everyday routine that we do as a division, and then the other part is the CARES expenditure that we're working on for business and artisans. And so in working with both of those areas, it's assigning different team members to be working on the strategies moving forward. I also have to keep in mind some of the staffing that need to stay in social distance manner during this time. We do have a staggered schedules that are set up where some staff are in some day, some staff are in another day, and then also working with any kind of unique situations that some of them face during this time. And then now moving forward, it's trying to meet those needs with everyone and trying to remember that we have a mission to provide the economic support and the mentorship with a lot of our communities. And so I am working on some of the projects. I do have Mr. Tony Perry, who has been working on the Blue Gap projects that we have been working on for some time now. I do have Elaine Young, also working on some other projects related to some of the local regional development projects that we have had in the past this past year, and then modifying strategies for how to bring support to these projects. And so as we move forward here, once we conclude with the expenditure program, it's really resetting ourselves to focus back to our mission and our goal, and that's set forth in our budget and set forth in our total expenditure as a division to provide that support to our communities and also to our businesses throughout the Navajo Nation. And I think with the conclusion of this program too, not I think, but I do know, we will have that opportunity to know who is where and what we can do to strategize moving forward with a lot of our local development and a lot of our entrepreneurs that are haven't never been recognized on any sort of listing or any sort of identification anywhere as a business owner on the Navajo Nation. Through this time, that has been one of our learning mechanisms with a lot of these individual entrepreneurs, is that most of them don't consider themselves a Navajo business. Some artisans, many artisans also don't consider themselves artisans. We usually get a response of self-employment, or we get a response of, I'm just this craft person, or I'm just a weaver. And so it's a learning tool, not only for us, but the applicants that we have come in contact with these past couple of weeks, and educating them on their opportunities, thinking outside of their region, thinking outside of what they're used to. Now with this data, we're also finding out where many of our artisans go to sell products. And up to this point, the number one area that many of our craftspeople go to is Sedona. Never knew that until now. My first intentions would have been Santa Fe, Gallup, but for many of the response questions that we get to this point, it has been Sedona. And so what we plan to do moving forward is to develop a different strategy through our regional offices to specialize the support and specialize what we can do as a division. And then moving forward, the opportunities to connect people and the opportunities to identify those unique businesses, those unique entrepreneurs, and to cater the impact that we're all facing right now, to overcome this impact, and then to also see where we will go moving forward. I keep mentioning that the money expires December 30th, but the virus doesn't expire. So what is the strategy now from December 31st on? And how will the nation continue to support many of these entrepreneurs, artisans, businesses here on the Navajo Nation, especially those located off the Navajo Nation as well? And so it has been brought to my attention by Sitsui, Dr. Pearl Yellowman, about Representative Teller's unique situations that he has been facing. And so I have been working with those, not working with the clients just yet, but gathering their profiles so that we can see where we are at on a lot of the situations for some of those individuals that have encountered an area that they can't seem to get around on the application process. And so those usually happen with a one-on-one consultation with the applicant. Most of the times it's just answering a question wrong or needing to provide some additional support. That has been done numerous times. I have received outreach from honorable members of the Navajo Nation Council that have some constituents come to them with an issue with the artist program or the business program, and we provided that feedback. I do have a list that I've been working on since the weekend. I do apologize to some honorable members that I haven't responded to some just yet, but I have been working on the report that has been submitted to members for today's Navajo Nation Council meeting. And so my goal starting at the conclusion of this phone call is to work on those profiles for those individuals here moving forward. And I'm really appreciative to the open communication that I've had with many of you and providing me concerns from individuals, applicants in this process. And now with the identified date of November 20th, it's getting those individuals who are kind of stuck in the queue for getting an approved application through the process. It has been ongoing, and we will continue to offer that support here moving forward. Just for information too, since the hardship application has gone live, our team has been working with providing that support as well to our applicants for hardship applications with the paper distribution, as well as also assisting with that. So that's another task that the team has currently been assigned, and we will see through that program with assistance to Madam Controller's office. So, Mr. Speaker, I do know Mr. Brown is on the line to provide some input to some of the questions that were asked. Mr. Speaker.
Brown.
Yes, thank you again. So just to answer those last two questions that were presented, I did mention we did receive the PPP loan. Sorry, I called it the SBA. So we did receive that PPP loan back in May, and it lasted for the 2 months that it was required at the time. And we had finished using it by the end of those 8 weeks when they changed the law to the 24-week period. So we ended up not being able to extend that money or that use of money, unfortunately, but we did use that money appropriately and as best as we could for our employees. Out of the 128 employees that we did have at the time, they all varied from part-time to full-time. Yes, some of them do receive benefits such as vacation time and whatnot. We do not offer a wide range, but before this COVID thing hit, we were doing a lot better as a business. And so that was something we were looking into, offering more benefits, putting more money towards our employees. So, you know, a happy employee works harder and whatnot. And, you know, as long as they know they're appreciated, they, you know, they stay around, turnover goes lower and such. But with COVID, it kind of put a damper on a lot of our plans. But again, if we can get this requested amount approved, not only for our business, but for the other larger small businesses in the area, it's something we can definitely use to help our employees in the long run and definitely get our businesses back on track so that we can provide more benefits and, you know, and even provide even more full-time positions, because that in and of itself is a very tasking feat to conquer. To, you know, definitely have your sales be where they need to be in order to have 100+ employees that are full-time, which I definitely would love to do, so that our people have that reassurance of a paycheck every couple weeks, and that they can support their families on a definitely a good paycheck, a livable wage. So that's our plan. Thank you.
Thank you. That, for the record, time now is 7:02 p.m. Moving on down, new player, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Good evening, Speaker. Also, Mr. Brown, JT Willie, my colleagues, councilman. My question was, I want to ask Mr. Brown that what type of benefit do you pay? You full pay benefit or just temporary, or how do you treat your employees? But no, just because I think the same question was made by Chair Charles Newton. No, just no, just kidding. Thank you very much. I reserve my time, Speaker.
Serve your time at 4 minutes, 25 seconds. That, moving on down. I don't have anybody else on the board, so I'm gonna go back to Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
Yeah, Mr. JT Willie. Do you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know, Mr. Brown. Johnny, do I think so. No, since net. So, oh, egg. The issue at the local level of the economy, not at the government level, to see how our business people out there is being pinched at this time due to the scenario of COVID. And I really value your input related to the need. And I see and you are correct to protect employees. Should be a lot of the small businesses' mind. And as you hear in the news, the small business is the backbone of the economy. And how this affects you is some that was really on my mind, because every report that this body, the Navajo Nation Council, received, I guess I'll say it's always coming from Navajo bureaucrats. But when you had to release these employees, you had to release them for a reason. And you had to make this decision. And now it's a factor. If you do this now, if you did this, who's next? Which business is next to release employees laid on Navajo? Your business in Chinle and Surat Navajo, other businesses, how are they coping with this? Because if you're strapped for cash, and you just have to release them. And this is the very reason why I've been really pressing the economic development to try to see if we could get some sort of analysis related to what's really going on with our businesses across Navajo. But I really value your opinion. I wish we could bring another business person in from another community. How is this how is COVID affecting the business, especially these tea stores, these restaurants, hospitality enterprise, so but again, the businesses are put on the back burner. These new businesses are the backbone of the Navajo Nation economy. You guys collect sales tax revenue that funds the mother government. We need to find a way to look at infusing maybe some sort of Navajo stimulus with our own dollars, not with the COVID dollars. Maybe such dollars such as citizens. How can we get relief to our Navajo businesses? Because the nation for so many years, but again, we're in this pandemic time. We have to come to the table to say, how can we help you? Reserve my time.
Every time at 24 seconds on the report. Moving on back. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 3 minutes, 14 seconds.
Waiting for a response, Speaker. Reserve my time.
What? Reserve your time? I couldn't hear you. You're
Speaker, I hope it doesn't take time away from you. I said I'm waiting for the response. I think Jimmy had asked some questions as well, and I said I reserve my time.
okay. Okay. With that, go back to Mr. Brown.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So again, thank you very much for all the questions. Great questions. To touch on Delegate Yellowhair's questions, how do I treat my employees and what benefits do I offer? I love my employees. I try to have a great professional relationship with them, and as well as if they do need help in other places, I try to help direct them wherever I can. As far as benefits, we do 2 weeks paid vacation, gives them time to go spend time with their families, don't have to worry about work. We try to rotate everybody in and out just to kind of keep it fair, let them know that, I'm a family man myself. I want them to know I care about them and their families as well. That's one of the biggest benefits that I offer them at this time. Before COVID hit, we were thinking of doing a dental plan. As we have weekly sessions with our employees, I always ask for their input. What would you guys like in return? What would you guys like me to help provide you? What would you appreciate to know that I appreciate you? And a lot of them have said dental care. They would rather go either off the reservation or to a private dental practice to get their teeth hygiene done there instead of at IHS. But for now, they have to do that just because it is an expensive program for us to get into. But that was something we were looking into, as well as a 401k. Because we're not a Denny's corporate store, that's an expense that we have to cover, not Denny's themselves as a franchise. But that was something we were looking into because we want to also help our Navajo people learn how to save money, how to budget, how to spend money, what's a discretionary fund, etc. So that was something that we were looking into as well until COVID hit. But once we can get back on the ball, hopefully get this economy up and going again, I definitely want to offer more to my employees just to let them know that I appreciate them. And another one was I do have a lot of young kids that work for me that are straight out of high school, that are in college right now trying to get their degree so they can go on further. And I always tell them, I don't mind being a stepping stone. So come work for me for a couple of years. And while you're going to school, we'll work with your schedule. And that way we can help propel you towards a career in whatever you're choosing to do. So one of our other benefits that I was looking into was school tuition benefit. So as long as they're working for me, I pay their school tuition wherever they're going, up to a certain amount, of course. But to help them get through school, because those of us that have gone to higher education and whatnot, we know books are expensive, tuition itself is expensive. So I definitely want to help our Native people continue to get that education that, our forefathers have told us to get. They've told us to go get an education so we can come back to the reservation and help our people. And I'm a firm believer in that. And that's exactly what I've done. I went to college, I got my degree in business and health, and now I'm back here on the reservation trying to make a difference. So that's how I like to treat my employees, and that's how I want to treat my employees in the future as well. The difference, one of the questions or the situations that was presented was kind of the difference between a Denny's here locally on the reservation and one, supported by the government or out there outside of the reservation bounds. I feel like we have taken a harder hit than most Denny's in the Denny's system because we are on the Navajo reservation, because we have to follow our laws. And a lot of Denny's out there are already open to dining room, 25%, 50%. Some in Texas are full capacity. And, I feel like I'm missing out on, potential income and keeping my employees employed. But of course, I understand fully that my employees' safety comes first. That's why we did have to furlough people to not have so many people in the restaurant at one time. And we go through all the safety guidelines presented by Mr. Shorty himself of the Department of Health, and with Denny's as well. Denny's has their own COVID safety regulations now. And so we try to abide by all those. And, fortunately, because we have abided by those rules, we have not had a single person contract COVID in our restaurant. We check everybody's temperature daily. We ask them a set of questions. We check them throughout the shift. And we've been blessed to not have anybody infected in our stores. And so that's how we, the difference between local and a local run Denny's here on the reservation and one outside. But, we're dealing with it. We'll continue to deal with it. And then just with your continued help and support, we'll continue to push forward. The last thing I just want to do is thank everybody, thank all the honorable council members and you, Speaker, as well, just for your approval for our establishments, for letting us run it on the reservation, for letting us support our people in our community. And we'll continue to work hard for you and everybody else so we can continue to show our Navajo people what hard work can bring about. And, it's a sense of pride for me especially, and I want it to be a sense of pride for those who work for me and those that I support in our community. I always tell my employees and those that come visit us often that it's not just my Denny's, it's your Denny's. You help support us, you help keep us going. And my employees, it's their Denny's. They help keep it clean, they help keep it running. So all together, these are our buildings. This is our establishment. So let's take pride in what we do and keep striving forward to make it great. So thank you again.
Thank you very much with that. My colleagues, I don't have anybody else on the board. Let me go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 3 minutes, 14 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, presenters, for answering all of the questions. For your payroll protection program, how much money did you get? And you said you received it in May. What was it spent on? I reserve the rest of my time.
3 minutes and 3 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Freeland, 3 minutes, 18 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. And Mr. Brown, appreciate all of the everything that you replied back to, and definitely appreciate your continued leadership. I think as management, and I think it's real important. What you said is so key as far as building relationships with your staff, because each individual has something unique to attribute to the cause and to the success. And I think when you're able to find those hidden attributes, those common attributes from each individual, you can go a long way. So it's building a team concept, and it's having that team concept in action, and really believing in your employees. It sounds like that's something that you really do. You thrive on is having those relationships and keeping those relationships. So definitely appreciate that management style. Mr. Speaker, I'll go ahead and reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
2 minutes, 22 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, 4 minutes, 25 seconds.
Yeah, Speaker. My last question is, one of the most important is, does your employee cover Social Security benefit too, Mr. Brown? That's my question. Other than that, I miss the group breakfast. I usually eat my group breakfast there with my family from Black Mesa. They come around. We miss that one. And that's the last one I asked for, Social Security, or they cover a benefit. Thank you. Yeah, I waive my time. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, moving on down. Okay, let me go back to Mr. Brown.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In regards to Honorable Delegate Newton's question, with all due respect, that is confidential information for the amount that we received on the PPP loan. But I do, if I do not mind sharing that information, just it would be offline, and we can definitely schedule that. I can schedule that with you and JT in the future, near future, if that's something you would like to go over. And then the last one was Social Security benefits. Yes, we do pay into the Social Security, so all of our employees have that. So when it comes time to use it, they'll have that available to them. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. That. Nobody else on the board. Let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Otto, 24 seconds.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I don't the members of the Navajo Nation Council. I guess for future information from our businesses, I think we need to create a business council. That way we can get direct information related to the needs of what is needed here with our Navajo businesses and how they're being affected. And I think we need a drop legislation to take care of that. So, with my remaining time, and again, thank you very much, Mr. Romero Brown, Mr. Brown, for your input and your direct with the Navajo Nation government.
Speaker, this is Delegate McGay.
Thank you. Armada, so we go back to Madam Chair Charles Newton. 3 minutes, 3 seconds. 3
Speaker,
minutes,
can you hear me?
2 seconds. Yes, I can. I put you in the queue. I'm gonna be gay. Moving on
Okay,
down.
thank you.
Honorable Freeland, 2 minutes, 32 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I will go ahead and waive the rest of my time. I'm good. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Brown. Crown
Moving
point.
on down.
Crown point.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Well, thank you, Speaker, all the members of the Navajo Nation Council, all the people are listening. So, all the to members of the JP Willie and all the Mr. Brown. This is Delegate McGay from Dow County, Peaceville, and Rossford County, Griffith area. You mentioned about the Navajo business owners, Guido, people that are. I really admire people that are making their own business, and they take a lot of risks to do that. And I don't know, the people that I know from other offices, they do a lot of silversmithing. I would say that to my late father-in-law that raised the kids like that. So never did work that much. I bet you've done to do that. And so we have a lot of those kind of people out here. I don't know that some of them got into contracting. Some of them are into like even to survey. There's a lot on that I know about survey that they do that. So my question to you is that I know that I advocate for Navajo business people, business owners, unlimited, and so I always think that they need more to be protected. I know that a lot of certain times that I got this bias here at a delegate company. I got them even with this CARES Act. On they're not being recognized, and then they're not being how they could be to give them the priority to work. There are any external funds that become available to the nation. Because unless the way I think today, the way that they talk to me about it, business owners, Nation Council, because the base becomes available there in Hayotna. On not on nothing, we don't even get they recognize it or to get selected. So right now, if we put in our bid and we don't get selected, it's like here what happened to Dalcom Hospital. You Navajo contractors they never been got picked it. Or then they had a the husband not this area, not in that today that the way I say is the way I mean being protected is when they do that, when they lose this, who do they turn to? Navajo business preference and I don't know even DOJ I don't know they have to have their own lawyers. They pay their own lawyers to try to put their lawsuit against these people. They're not even protected. That's where I think, as far as I know, that right now my question goes to you is that is anybody working on that side of the economic development part of it, the business and regulatory part of it? How is these the priority 1 and priority 2 of the Navajo business preference? How are they being how the discussion or how are they going to be protected so they can get these bids, so they can get I believe in them that they can do the job too, as far as competing with others outside community. Right now, as you can see, it's very evident that these contractors are, like I said, they hire more workers now. They're just waiting on project listing where you can line up a place. I read solar units to keep checked on known house. So people are waiting for these higher guys. They've been recipients to ISSETA. So in addition, so I think I believe that. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Gay. That. Go back to Mr. Brown.
Yes, no, thank you very much. What I wanted to end with was, we have a long road ahead of us, both the Navajo tribe and us Navajo small business owners. We would love to continue to grow together, continue to find ways to where we can overcome that whole first priority, second priority selection so that we can get more Navajo people in there. We actually started a business council back with the Begay administration, but it didn't last long. I guess it was just mainly timing. Wasn't really organized at the time, but there was myself, Romero, Brown, Mike that runs the Burger Kings in the area, and Mr. Lizer with the Ace Hardware. It was a good council. I strongly suggest that we bring something back again like that. We definitely had a lot of great ideas at the time of how to help our economy grow, who to bring in, who should be in charge of what, and then go back to being able to report our numbers, how we're growing as businesses, what can we do to continue to grow even more, especially with the tribe's help. I definitely think a business council with some of the leading Navajo business owners in the area would be a great idea to kind of bring that back, bring that growth back. Because I am a businessman, firmly believe in numbers. Numbers can tell you a lot of how you're growing, how you can grow, where you're weak, and how you can use those numbers to change certain things so that you can get better. So I appreciate all of your input. I definitely appreciate that you appreciate mine as well. It's definitely been an honor to speak with everybody tonight, and hopefully we can continue to work together in the future to get through this COVID time and be able to bring our economy back to where it needs to be. So thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me go back to reserve time. I don't have anybody else on the board. Let me see. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 3 minutes and 2 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. And I just want to go on the record to say that I do support local businesses. However, what I don't support is the fact that we have had a president now for 2 years and no economic has been introduced to this council. And I feel like the economic plan is to use CARES money to sustain the economy at this point, which I don't agree with. As Honorable Eugene So stated so eloquently the other day, that this CARES money is emergency money that wasn't meant to support long-term employment or projects that were going to take years. As he stated, it's emergency money that should have gone out to the people. So I do support local businesses. I know that you guys did get payroll protection money offered to you. And just for clarification, I was reading on the Washington Post, and the payroll protection loan application does warn that borrowers are subject to certain exceptions. Their company names, loan amounts, and other information are public records that will automatically be released under the Federal Freedom of Information Act, or the FOIA. So just an FYI. Daily Times also reported that as well. So your statement that it's confidential information, I think, is misleading, wrong. It is subject to public records. Anybody can get that information. And I'm kind of 100% positive that one of the newspapers will be reporting how much money businesses and artisans receive in the Navajo Nation, because it's CARES money and it's public record information. So just to clarify that for you. Thank you, Speaker. I waive the rest of my time.
Thank you. That Collins says there's no one else on the board, no one with reserved time. Ready to vote on accepting the report from Mr. Willie and Mr. Brown. Let's go to the board then.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James. I'm sorry.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes green via text. Honorable Vince James. Speaker with a vote of 22 yeas and 0 nays. Speaker not voting.
Thank you. 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Thank you very much, Mr. Willie and Mr. Brown, for being here with us this evening. That, colleagues, moving on down on receiving reports, item number C. Update report from the Division of Community Development and Chapter Administrative Service Centers on the clarification of CS-73-20. I don't know, do we have Dr. Yellowman on the phone?
Good evening, Speaker.
For clarity, the time now is 7:37.
Good evening. I am here.
With that, Dr. Yellowman, the floor is yours.
Here, Honorable Speaker Damon Do Nana Yat Edo, here, Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council.
Shay Pearl, Yellow Shea Auto, and Schlinigi A, Sanam Biklin, Schlindog, is the Sana Bushishin, Kobahanda Shiche, Auto Hanagatni Editionale. We're thankful for the opportunity to give our report. I am also co-reporting with Ms. Sunlotza, Jim Martin as well from ASC. And we hope there are members from OOC as well on the call too for further explanations or clarification. We just will start that the legislation was signed 73-20 on Friday, October 9th, and ASC DCD, we did begin communications with chapters. We also put in place temporary positions for assistance during this legislation or for the implementation of this legislation, and began kind of mobilizing several teams to help assist with the implementation of 73-20. That following week, we were able to receive an orientation on the portal from DED, and we appreciate that orientation. We also kind of went into motion of the business unit number and the business submittal or transmittal of the 90 million and the additional 2 million for support. And we appreciate OMB and OOC assisting as well. It was important for us to mobilize communication lines with chapters and put SPPS on high alert to be on standby for additional information going out to the chapters. I appreciate ASC, and on October 12th, we did send a memo out to the 110 chapters regarding the CARES Fund chapter distribution relief. From there, we began coordination with OOC, and we've been in almost daily contact with Mr. Blaine Jasper, and when available, Madam Controller joins as well for communications and trainings and orientation. The ASC then went into ASC DCD. We went into drafting a flow chart, which is included in your presentation or the slide that the report that we sent to you. And on this flow chart, there's a kind of a rundown of where OOC played a major role, and then there was areas where DCD would address some concerns. One of them being the intake form, the needs assessment. Per the legislation, it was requested and required that 110 chapters would submit a needs assessment. Many of the chapters have been prior working on their needs assessment, and those all forms of the needs assessment were accepted. And some chapters were working on their needs assessment. Some chapters asked for additional clarification, but the needs assessment intake form served as a cover sheet for submission. Also, there were no resolutions required, so the intake form was a signature of kind of a authorization of submission of the needs assessment. And because we anticipated 110 various different forms of needs assessment, we wanted to make sure that there was a cover sheet that had the kind of a dashboard or a snapshot of what they would be submitting. And that was the purpose of the needs assessment. That was completed. And then we started to prep for the portal. The portal was scheduled to open or go live on the 26th. That roughly gave us, when the legislation was signed into law, gave us exactly 10 working days. And Ms. Jim Martin, ASC, they went into mobilizing and communicating and began those orientations with the chapters. I focused on the budget and the scope of work for the $2 million that was for support. Because there was 197-20 in the works, as well as 209-20, we were putting several teams in motion just to kind of anticipate which way those legislations would go. Per the expenditure plan on page 1 of page 3 of the 73-20, there is a section for infrastructure-related projects. That was a concern for me. Some of the infrastructure-related projects vary from housing upgrade, like window installments, to full-on cistern, septic, and plumbing services or needs identified by the community. So CHID began to assist me in mobilizing and reaching out, and we moved on an emergency procurement memo for a construction team to be available in the event that those expenditures were accepted or deemed eligible. At that time, also, there was quite a few discussions on chapters being interested or inquiring on heavy equipment and heavy equipment maintenance. So Mr. Elmer Johnson and INDOT assisted in mobilizing a team to help us assist in the event that those assessment forms that were requesting for heavy equipment or the purchase of vehicles or maintenance would be deemed eligible, then we would have a team in place. So that's where Ms. Jim Martin and I kind of split up our duties to address in anticipation of these. In addition to that, in prepping for the portal, it was really important that there was these test runs for the portal and the disbursement of the passwords and identification of those individuals who would be the password carrier, so to speak, or the representation of the or the chapters. During which we were then teamed up with OOC. They had identified individuals from their team as chapter representatives. And respectfully speaking, we were preparing for the portal to open October 26th, and we were having those orientations the week of the 19th through the 23rd. Again, respectfully speaking, and with all due respect, on Sunday the 25th, ASC did accept an invitation to assist with the hard copy applications, and that took us down a different avenue, and we were assisting with the hardship applications, the 25th, the 26th, the 27th, and all the way up to the 29th. distributing them both to various executive branches, enterprises, and to the chapters. And then coupled with some heavy weather on the 26th and the 27th. That did put a tremendous strain on some chapter staff and chapter officials, but we were able to kind of, I guess, get back on track. Our focus at the end of last week was really to shift back into procurement mode, as that's where DCD ASC plays a significant role in implementing this legislation. That the portal, let me go back a little bit more. Prior to the 26th, I believe it was on the 24th, and even earlier, it was actually on the 19th, there were some emails regarding chapters needing additional clarification. There was emails regarding chapters having some questions on what is eligible. We then were able to meet with the controller and request for an extension of the portal. That portal was extended, and it was originally proposed to close on the 30th of October, but it will now be extended to Friday the 6th. And our goal, once that was approved by the controller's office, we were wanting to go into full orientation blitz mode. But that's where we kind of had some extra focus on the hardship applications during that time, and we still have that extension to the 6th, and that is now 4 days away. We do have in your report the number of chapters that have submitted and updated their portals. However, Speaker, there is additional clarification that we lean on the controller's office during this time, just to really address what really are those hard yeses to the expenditure plan and what really is those hard no's to the expenditure plan, and that's basically kind of where we're at right now. Those clarifications as to what really is feasible or what really is within the CARES Act uniform guidelines is what we're trying to focus on with the chapters. And again, it's been really tough on the chapters with the opening of the portal and then the hardship applications and now the elections. It's like 3-4 weeks back to back to back of just a lot of movement and trying to maintain CDC guidelines, trying to maintain safety while trying to move on these last two CARES Act legislations have been very challenging and a concern, but we appreciate all of the chapters, all of the chapter staff, all of those chapters that have questions and have been able to reach out to both ASC and to the OOC chapter representatives, and just really closing that gap on making sure that the communication lines are open, and we focus on making sure that they feel confident that what they submit is an accurate reflection of their community needs. I'll kind of wrap up there, if I can, Speaker, if I may. I'd like to give Ms. Jim Martin some time as well, as she's done a significant amount of work in mitigating and working with all of the 110 chapters along with the SPPS staff as well. So Speaker, if I may.
Yes, go ahead. We have 5 minutes left.
Thank you, Yat Asian and Aro Ikeha to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is Samlatsa Jim Martin, ASC Department Manager. Shlenigi Aya Tanabatlin Shle, as Andane Abashichin, as Andane Dashanala Doshi Dashache. I just want to add to Dr. Yellowman's report some other key information to help with clarification. We do have a coordinated effort with the Office of the Controller. We're very appreciative for Madam Controller's expertise and knowledge regarding the CARES Act, as well as the team that she has from Baker Tilly. Baker Tilly are the consultants that are working with the Office of the Controller. The staff or the team is led by Mr. Blaine Jasper, as you heard. Each chapter has a chapter support representative from the Office of the Controller, and those individuals are listed in our presentation so that you know which representative is covering your ASC service area. One of the things that we have been able to do with OOC is identify the 10 categories in the allocation under the legislation. And so those 10 areas of allocation for funding is currently what the chapters are discussing, making decisions on, and requesting for clarification from the Office of the Controller. And those have been provided as of October 30th through a training that was given to all 110 chapters. And I also forwarded that presentation to the council so that you can see the 10 categories and understand what the Office of the Controller has deemed eligible and ineligible. There continues to be some gray areas which we lean on the Office of the Controller to explain regarding the CARES Act. We do have chapters that now, with added clarification, who are working this week to finalize and make decisions regarding their allocations. We know that they all want to meet the deadline, so they are working diligently with our assigned SPPS from ASC. And as always, I do ask our leaders to work closely with our SPPS, with our various ASC offices, because they do have one-on-one working relationships with your chapters, and they have updated information to help you in your decisions as leadership. We do want to give some time to the Office of the Controller staff. If we've asked them to join us so they could also help provide additional clarification to our leadership on this call. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn the time back to Dr. Yellowman. And again, Nana, speaker, and we stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Or thank you, Dr. Yellowman, for your presentation there. That, colleagues, could I get a motion?
Motion.
Speaker, I motion.
Motion by Honorable, I don't know who that was. Either one of you. Late in
Thomas
the
Walker.
Motion by Thomas Walker. Vice Chair Thomas Walker. Second.
Second, Stewart.
Second by Honorable Stewart. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? Or once, and twice.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Shananta. Thank you for the report on CPMD and chapters and those that are here listening. Good evening. The reason why I wanted to say something was I understand that the chapters are having a difficult time getting equipment, and I heard that the chapters are told to band together 20 chapters to get a vehicle. Now, why is that? Why are they told to band together and to get equipment and get the vehicles? And at one point they were told you can't buy
feed and livestock feed, and then now they're told that they can. I think there should be a consistency. And then they're told that they can't purchase wood stoves. That's a no-no. And folks need wood stoves. Folks need wood. Folks need propane. And they were told that these things are not allowable, disallowable. And the legislation clearly states what's going on. But in the long run, it's being changed by our own internal policies and our own internal folks that they're setting the chapters up to fail. And yet we appropriate the money, and folks need help out there. I reserve my time.
2 minutes, 40 seconds. Reserve time, Vice Chair Smith. With that, let me go back to Dr. Yellowman.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker Damon. Adonana Ikiha Shanant A, Delegate Raymond Smith. I think DCD, ASC, we have been taking questions from chapters. Chapters have reached out to Mr. Elmer Johnson, and Mr. Elmer Johnson has provided some technical assistance on procuring those large items. However, respectfully speaking, the eligibility or the items deemed eligible are at the decision of the controller's office, and that is what I can share right now. So thank you, Speaker.
Every 30 minutes.
Thank you. That Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Floor is yours.
Oh yeah, Speaker, can you hear me there?
Yes.
Speaker? Oh yeah, say I should know there's a big problem that controllers call this in the other chapter official. The controller staff on his better husband us employees controller staff on his better husband. But this when you're trained on it, there's no communication. When the chapter official, they call it to controller. They don't have to answer those staff. They don't know what's going on. And they did Dr. Yellman, what's going on with the controller. That's a big concern. Even in another chapter, so controller staff called this on those better husband. I don't know if consultant that today is better husband or staff stars. We need to look into that one. Don his husband stand there, done controllers on that chapter there called this in it and change about these kids controller staff or better husband. They don't know what's going on processing this paperwork. On his husband, on it, she query not is your even in chapter 8 no I thought on these controllers that on his better husband what's going on. People caught the child or better husband. That's my concern too. What I know, yeah, appreciate the husband. What on is what they shall reserve, save my time. Speaker here.
Every time at 3 minutes, 5 seconds. That. Go back to, I don't have anybody else on the board, so go back to Dr.
Speaker
Yellowman.
Desenio, you can put me in the queue.
Chairman Henio, go
Speaker
ahead.
Daniel So.
Chairman Henio, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the time for this, Speaker Damon. This is 24th Navajo Nation Council. So one thing I wanted to point out, listening to Dr. Yellowman and the allocations that were given to the chapters, 90 million. I mean, there's already word out there. And somehow we need to look into this matter as far as price gouging is concerned. But all the eligible procurement items, Ziggy, and you have the vendors out there. I just hope they're not considering gouging the prices, because today I had a family member go up to Nappy to buy some hay, and then later on I got a call back telling me that for some reason Nappy doubled their prices on hay, and it's like, what I don't know what's going on. It's what this family member was telling me. So I hope that's not happening, because of the anticipation that, chapters are going to be buying large amounts of hay, seed, and so forth. We need to make some money off of the pandemic. So if we can get some guidance as far as how we can look at maybe Human Rights Commission or another body that could look into this. But reserve my time, Speaker.
Speaker Emmanuel Emerson Donovan.
That, colleagues, moving on down. Chairman Henio, reserve time at 3 minutes, 28 seconds. We go on to Chairman Daniel So, and then I'll go back to the sponsor. Actually, not to the sponsor, but back to the presenter. Sorry, colleagues. Chairman Daniel So.
Oh, she had lots of other members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council and folks still listening to this special session. Dr. Yellowman, in one of the spreadsheets that you've previously presented, there's a category where individuals are listed for bathroom additions. And I think it's related to the CARES Act funding. However, at this point, chapters are being told they can't fund bathroom additions. They can't fund weatherization if it goes to individual people. Through what I'm referencing is the PowerPoint that was sent out to each of the chapters. And I think that's the point of contention. How come it's all right for DCD to do this, but then when it comes to the chapters, it's not allowable? The other aspect is, on the power line extensions, they go to houses, to individuals. Individuals are named for water line extensions, for water hookups. They're individuals. So what's the difference? The other aspect is some of the chapters have gone to a dealership and they've picked out a vehicle. And once a PR is issued, they could have that pickup in service in a matter of 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Whereas with this bulk mass purchasing, a particular vendor may not have the 20 vehicles of that one particular engine size, weight carrying capacity. So, and that date of service may be December 28th. And you've lost all these days where folks could be hauling water to individuals or hauling coal or pulling a trailer to haul coal or wood or hay or feed. So that's one of the things that just, I guess, perplexes us delegates. It perplexes chapter officials across the Navajo Nation. Is there an attempt to make sure the chapters can't spend it so that all of it can be reverted back to hardship assistance? I'm just wondering about that. And I'm sure you'll have a different answer to that aspect, but that's what we're dealing with as delegates of the Navajo Nation. We passed a simple legislation that we thought there was assurance that it abided by the CARES Act. But then when it comes to regulations and policy matters, then it suddenly changes. And that's what really bothers us. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve the rest of my time.
At 45 seconds, Chairman Daniel. So go back to sponsor. Dr. Yellowman, the floor is yours.
Okay, Speaker Damon. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. I think what we can provide to you, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, is a listing of the times that we have had orientations and conference calls. It is possible to just provide some insight as to the chapters that do call in. One of our first orientations on the portal, we had over 200 chapter staff that do call in. I just want to say that there are strong attempts to have ongoing communications, and there are times where chapter staff or chapter individuals may have questions or clarification. We try to connect them with the OOC's chapter representatives for one-on-one technical assistance. And also try to have our SPPS staff reach out to those individuals for one-on-one technical assistance or one-on-one consultation. So I just want to share that, there's a strong, high attempt of having communication. As for the content is driven. It's driven by the Controller's Office. And although we are the facilitators in the sense, we're connecting the chapters with the Controller's Office. And that's how we facilitate up until this point. It would be helpful to hear how they're responding to the chapter questions. but I have a good sense that you as the delegates have a good sense as well from your chapters, the type of responses or the content of the material being delivered. Which then takes me into Chair Henio on the price gouging and the Human Rights Commission, but also the vendors. But I'm going to come back to the eligible and non-eligible items that Chair Henio mentioned. There were some concerns and various types of concerns regarding the vendors. So, for example, many of the chapters have had ongoing positive relationships with vendors who serve their community. Chapters have expressed, concern as to how are they going to maintain their relationship with these vendors if the procurement process is too slow, or if there's some hiccups in the procurement process, etc. So we really had to take those concerns into consideration into our procurement plan. In addition, vice versa, I think there's some vendors that are price gouging, so to speak. We did experience that in the bathroom edition under 47-20. We did try to go out and subcontract with additional assistance and to do more bathroom additions, but some of these subcontractors were coming back at close to $70,000 per bathroom addition and claiming high risk. So there is a sense of inflated costs all around, and that could be national. But we are seeing and feeling the impact of that locally here for the Navajo Nation, and it could happen more as individuals. Well, I'll mention that later. I want to stick with the eligible and ineligible, as Chair Henio mentioned. What is eligible and ineligible, and also Daniel, who mentioned the bathroom additions and why is that ineligible. I will say I don't believe that there is a difference in, there's no difference. DCD did execute under 47-20 bathroom additions. However, when that was being discussed during the early months of May and June under 144-20, we did put into place a team with DOJ, NECA, and NTUA, where we were able to, I was able to seek early guidance from DOJ on the emergency procurement justification. It was through that guidance then I was able to address the 67-20, the power line. And in all of that, I feel like that's what helped us get that started, and we were able to implement those legislations, 47-20 and 67-20, able to receive the funds. And the deadlines for 47-20, although it was at August 30th, I believe, we were able to receive the transmittal and the and secure the contract. I believe it was Monday, August the 30th, the day of, and that was the legislation deadline. 67-20, we have a deadline of December 30th for those projects, and we appreciate the ongoing communication with NTUA and again with DOJ, and we're meeting almost every other day on those projects, the bathroom addition and NTUA. So sir. There's no difference. This legislation 73-20. Well, maybe there's one minor difference, is that the internal deadline for these funds to be internally to be expended is November 30th. But again, that decision is made at the controller's office. And I want to share that the listing that you're referring to is the SDS listing that we used for 47-20. And the chapters that have gone out to dealership, what I have learned from CPMD and Mr. Elmer Johnson is that we have been in contact with 3 local heavy equipment companies or vendors. They do have what we would call maybe on the shelf or in stock type of heavy equipment that can accommodate some of what we anticipate, some of the requests that are coming in. There are other chapters who have inquired about maintenance on some of their equipment. They do have equipment right now, but those items need some type of so we have tried to address and anticipate that. There are some internal waivers that would need to be considered, such as the review board, the motor review board. There are some internal waivers that would need to be addressed. Some of those we have addressed with procurement justification and the motor review board. So those are some internal areas that we have anticipated, or we acknowledge that in the event that some of these items are eligible and the controller's office deemed them able to be purchased, then we would kind of mobilize and move forward on purchasing those items. Speaker Damon, I hope I answered all of the questions, and we are still here for additional questions, and encourage the controller's office to join if possible. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, new player. Good evening, Honorable Stewart.
New player.
Good evening, Select Speaker, colleagues, and Dr. Yellowman. I want to say thank you, Dr. Yellowman, for the clarifications and the emails that I've been corresponding with you regarding the 4 chapters and the guidance. And just to say, that I understand that you are all trying to do your best, and I do reiterate that to my chapters as well as the community members, and that letting them know that it is a different process. Like every other day, we run into a new wall, so it's like going through a maze. But I do appreciate the insight that you and your staff provide, as well as the trainings that I received from Ms. Begay and Mr. Echo Hawk to the staff, the chapter staff, as well as keeping me involved in those trainings as well. And I do participate in those. Then from Baker Tilly as well, Mr. Barry Con emails me and includes me in those trainings as well. So on that far as the communication goes, I want to say that part is good. It's just the final steps of it, making sure that things are okay to go, because my chapters are getting I guess scared now because of what the deadlines that we are now facing with, and they want to spend those monies as much as they can for the community, and to get as much of it out as they can. And that's the only thing that we're running into. So again, thank you for that. Wave my time.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart.
We
Go back to reserve time then. 3 minutes, 40 seconds. Vice Chair Smith?
Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Minutes, 30 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. 3 minutes, 5 seconds. Honorable Yellow here.
Okay. No, I'm back on meter now. Yeah, well, yesterday, I need you. All about this is now it lit chapter that I have controller between the staff and she those better husband and the chapter and she they have problems up there. What I could Dr. Yellman and then we're working with controller. She had this different children, so it's no. A John Blade is better husband on the chapter official and she a go quaggy go to a husband that on it to call the his better husband that on the controller and she hot on the hot there's problem in that and the chapter there but they call they need help up there could they those staff better husband that on it is my concern Speaker Dr. Yellman. So I'm not just kid on the the shot and controller staff and then John the day those better husband that on I'm not just kid at a husband John Dollar quite this should this just Speaker our councilman what that's just my concern. And my concern is very important for the people out there. So that I reserve my time.
Hey, reserve your time at 1 minute, 34 seconds. Moving on down, Chairman Henio. 3 minutes, 28 seconds.
Hey, thank you again, Officer, to this Speaker Damon. Although with this response from Dr. Yellerman, I appreciate that. And but that's something that I guess we need to I keep an eye out for. But again, I appreciate the report and Division Community Development, CPMD, and all the staff there, and really stepping up to the plate to assist with the CARES Act expenditure plan. At the same time, working with the chapter governments, and this is an experience that we've never had before, and it's making us work closer together as we move along. And at the same time, we just need to be aware that we have our constituents at the chapters that are listening in, that are waiting, and of course, the portal has been a big news on social media today, especially after it shut down for a while. But now it's opened back up, and hopefully we can move along with that too also. But I appreciate the report. Thank you, Dr. Yellerman and your staff. So with that, if I have any other questions, I'll ask it, but I'll reserve my time for this Speaker Damon Chinanda.
You reserve your time, 1 minute, 55 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, this is Robert William on the line.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Willie. Moving on down, Chairman Daniel So.
I reserved my time.
Speaker, indicate this is Daniel. This is Daniel.
44 seconds. Okay, before we'll go to Honorable Daniels, and then I'll go back to the presenters. Honorable Daniels.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the Shadayada. Adonana Kodoshnat Anasanagi. Adokododam Shadaja, Dr. Yellowman, Kodo. Yeah. Adokodon Yasafun, Nakodo. Adokodon died the Kikodo. I mean, it's in a great, there's a lot of confusion on at the local level, chapter level. I see Kodo, that is Agat. The great, Shishna Ashaninita. Delegate Yellow here. It is I get a black metal day meter. Go on the other. Take it and the Diego. Cocodona great Diego again dash Scodo. I don't like Codo Beta Hato Messiki. For example, one of my chapters, Koriki Erhol Lagi, Jim, Adonana Chish, Ado Twita, Ikeho Lago. So, yes, I have laid ASC, DCDAD done allowable and disallowable. He could do, yeah, that's it. I know, yes, I have no. Could be at Kinshiko, could do them. And now it's on that take a later. Yeah, that did to the grassroots level. That's kind of bent that on the shed. Oh, I see, though. Data has odd. I'm looking at a glass bottle. It seems like controller is the bottleneck now. Could I either head on? No, that it is done. So, oh, you're the great. We not what all just on what data. I know in the great in one of the amendment could on the great November 30th, November 30th, and that. It's in November 20th, Eliana, in the amendment, Eliana. So, Edict about this case, so should stick with them, November 30th. And then venture they don't, you see, peso. They don't niche. So, cut behind a credit. Says, I see the year cut, great hole just to say, Chen, take home, 8 year, but the year. I don't know, I don't keep the Nadan linear. Hajopa that is Hajopa. A dan Meshiki. So I don't know now, some is 1 dan now. I don't let it the whole year, bear, don't bear, Meshiki. They have the Koshiki back with that eggy. With that eggy Yelkins chapters. I call 80 Lazite at Kinshiko, at Kinshiko Peso Gibe. They that on the shed, or that old die can eat, and I don't know. I call Dean a great one that he needs for cares that mean there go. I didn't have to do it. I have the year. That's what I don't want to see. That's what I don't want to hear too. I had a chapter how this claro. Yeah, got all. And so that not is this time. That's kind of it, but that initial event and now then CT, I don't know ASC. I see that when Sugamik on the great chapters in the Shad, which was Kilo Nasprit or Lesion from Chepatan, from Blackhold, so ADIC Papa shouldn't Ecuador. I see Ecuador should be look at the whole just 11 not all 90 million. What half on the Ecuador net or in the whole years now. So much of the controller, that kitchen children, so yeah, it was listen for you, go to them, Papa had this in so. Well, you are drop, but don't actually make it on a stone that could do them. Well, you are drop, but the dog can't do it. Yes, now it's about 28 or now it's out here at the grassroots level. The great could have tweet of sunny cake had in the could the Yego and the hot eat. I call the great so the done the days and 1 field, especially to 1,000. I couldn't check out if John Edo you see it. Eba Hozuzano, Nepan Fagel Kiwan, Chirash Godin, Hegi, that Nepan to Nash Click a did. I should say that it delegate key Ellen I see them yeah yes kid what that egi so it is about this the other none of them my brother told it a public so what not on the away from Winter Rock so what is that chapters not but not on or jet in here na honest after cheat here na honest what by the way in the the cheat that three elements so I do what win and what here on the what so at kilo na so what is the sense so the at kilo chili don't even so about just case these 90 million chapters that public was yagi so it is also about people that the speaker without reserve time to see.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. You actually ran out of time. It's on the dot. Honorable Daniels, thank you. Let me go back to the presenter. Dr. Yeoman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. I just want to offer to Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair that we can do an introduction and we can facilitate an introductory to the controller's office, when they're available. And by no means are we trying to volunteer them, but it would be helpful for a proper introduction if you have questions. But also on page 10 of our slide, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, page 10 of our slide, we have the contact information there. I know that the controller's office, they do have staff that are still working on daily operations, and then the Baker Tilly are the individuals or the team that we are in direct daily contact with. Some of the team members from the Baker Tilly consulting firm, I guess, they're the ones who are also the chapter representatives. They communicate with the SPPS to their selected chapters or identified chapters, and they provide the technical assistance. Jimmy Yellowhair, there is a Baker Tilly chapter representative for your area, and we can help in facilitating an introduction. And if you have questions, then we can try to resolve some of those questions. But there are different stages or different groups, so to speak. We are working with Baker Tilly. Chairman Henu, for that, for your comments. DCD and ASC, CPMD and CHID, I'm really thankful for our division and our staff. Many of the staff have been working since March 13th and have assisted with the HCOC, and then assisted and moved right into 47-20, and then moved right into 67-20, and now transitioned into 73-20, and we're thankful. We've been very busy and taking a significant portion of the CARES Act funds, and have been diligent and, to the best of our ability, responsible for those allocations. And I'm very thankful for all of the staff and the chapters and the chapter staff as well, and for the support. And you're right, it really has brought together new avenues for communication, and has maybe even presented some strengths and progress that we can continue with. So I appreciate that. And also to Delegate Stewart, Nana Hia, for the communications and the emails with your chapters and presenting concerns and allowing us to resolve those, and then allowing us to keep those lines of communication open. And it works. It's working, and we appreciate that. And Shanant, Delegate Herman Daniels, as also a member of our RDC oversight, we're very thankful that we can lean on our oversight, and our oversight has provided support during this time. And we are really trying to take on this responsibility and the opportunity to implement this legislation. It is something that from the beginning, the intent of this legislation was to provide direct relief to the chapters. But the chapters have really gone through a lot. Every week of this pandemic, there was a new public health order. There's new legislation that changes the quorum. There's a new, there was something that impacted the chapters every week, and they are directly impacted, and they are directly the beneficiaries. And in the last 4 weeks, they have gotten new information regarding these last legislations, and in particular, the last 2 weeks, for many of the chapter staff to distinguish and to navigate the massive amount of information that was coming for the chapter distribution process and for the hardship application process. Just taking on the hardship application was a major task, and really caused some stress. Exactly. So Shanant, Delegate Daniels, Herman Daniels, and the chapters, they really have been working, and they're working very responsive. They're responsive, and there are some chapters that did not select to give out the hardship applications. They opted to wait for the portal. All of the chapters have been very responsive. They as well have all stepped up, and they have been very responsive. And I think they want to have the opportunity to expend these funds on behalf of their chapter. And that they need to be prepared for the winter months, and the chapters need to, as Dr. Jim shared earlier today, the uptick in numbers. We really need to empower the chapters to be public health prepared and public health responsive to this COVID. And this is an opportunity for them to be responsive and prepared. And so, Speaker Damon.
Thank you. With that, Dr. Yellowman, let me move on down. I don't have anybody else in the queue, so let me go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 3 minutes, 38 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and Shanandad. Also, Dr. Yellowman. I think there's a problem with internally. The legislation was passed by the council and signed into law by the president. And then we're interpreting it in a different manner and telling the chapters that they can't do this and they can't do that. Speaker, would it be appropriate if I do a directive after we vote on this? And that directive is to get these chapters coordinated, not the chapters, but to get these things expedited. They need heavy equipment. They need water trucks. Some of the cistern systems have been put up, and they need to haul water out there. That's what we talked about, was water. And we pumped in 90 million. These equipment are needed out there, whether it's a truck, whether it's a water truck, whether it's a chitanatna or a backhoe. And these things are just being held up, and they're telling the chapters, you got to band together. Who does that? That's the question I have. Is that true? They're telling them to band together and make a major purchase? And why are we getting motor vehicle involved in this? This is COVID money. This is CARES money. This is not general fund money. Speaker, I'd like to reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 1 minute, 57 seconds. Whew. Moving on down, Honorable Yellow Hair. 1 minute, 34 seconds.
Speaker
Freeland, can you put me in queue?
Speaker, go ahead. Shado, I'm talking from the grassroots late chapter, thank you. I think communications needs to be corrected. I said, President has to participate in that. Those better houses don't know. Just has that intelligence controller. Or even Craig should this. Aro penny at that nana crashed. Those is your other. The nepa. Peso gig to hand. The door a quite is chapter data. They are reservation that I done. They're calling in. They say it's not working. It's crashed. So that's a job still. It is this. I don't that. Let's take care of business too. I want to see all this. Thank you, Speaker. 24 Councilman. Thank you very much. Could go back on mute now.
Jay, that. Over Yellow Hair. Okay, moving on down. Chairman Hinyo, 1 minute, 55 seconds.
Gärna så skulle Speaker Damon other accomplishment. Gärna, thank you for the response back to your end. All you gotta do is keep moving forward and get this be successful at it. So thank you. Ready to vote? Waive the rest of my time.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Can you add me to the queue?
Okay, thank you, Chairman Hinyo. Yes, Madam Chair, I can. That, moving on down, Chairman Daniel So, 44 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll donate my time to Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
$37 seconds, Vice Chair Smith. Are you good?
Yes, sir. Speaker, thank you, Shania, for donating the time. 44 seconds will go real quick. I appreciate that. Like I said, Speaker, I'd like to make a directive after we do a voting on this to ensure that the chapters and the controller will expedite this money. $90 million is a lot of money, and it is hard to get equipment, and it is hard to get these purchases done. They need to be done quickly, because there's a lot of chapters out there that are waiting to spend this money. And my other question is, are they told they cannot buy wood stoves? Is that true? And what other are they telling the chapters that they can't purchase? I think that needs to be clarified. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. With that, colleagues, let me go back to presenter and Dr. Yellman. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. I'm going to share this portion with Ms. Jim Martin. There is a slide on page 4 of the report that we submitted, and on page 4 there's a section as to where we're at in on this day. Although there's quite a few moving parts, but we'll generally give you a sense as to where we're at in the portal. And then we would also want to share that maybe Mr. Rob Willie could follow up on the questions regarding the wood stove and also Ms. Jim Martin's portion of where we're at on this flow chart and how it pertains to the portal still being open as to where we're at right now. Thank you.
Yeah, Nana Shananda. This is Sanlatsa Jim Martin again. To the question from Honorable Delegate Raymond Smith, we do have our portal open effectively right now. It will be closing November 6th. And what that means is the chapters are currently inputting information regarding their allocations, the plans that they have for those allocated budgets. The Office of the Controller has a team each assigned to the ASC service areas. Those OOC representatives are informing the chapters what are CARES eligible, what are CARES ineligible. And so to get to the root of the comments that are coming to your chapter, we would have to consult the OOC chapter representatives to see if those are the kinds of feedback they are giving to the chapters. And as Madam Controller continues to share with us, the CARES funds are very restricted, and the CARES funds have to be regulated to a point where she will have the final approval, and her chapter program support team, they're the ones that are meeting with the chapters right now and providing them guidance on what is allowable and disallowable. So when the chapter is given instructions that a certain expense is not allowed, the representative from OOC works with that chapter to reallocate their funds to what is feasible and allowed. So I would like to give the time to Mr. Rob Willie to explain what the OOC chapter support program team is doing with the chapters, and that's where these allowable and disallowable discussions are happening. So if I could, Speaker Damon.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Willie?
Mr. Willie, you there? Well, Dr. Yellowman, I guess he's not there.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. That would conclude our response to that. But there is a section in the flow chart that we're still moving through the flow chart, and the portal is still open. However, to Delegate Raymond Smith's concern, we do need time. Now is the time to move on those projects if they are deemed eligible, with the heavy equipment and vehicles included. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on back down, then new individuals, Honorable Freeland. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Yellowman and Sanlasta for your report. I appreciate all that you all are doing through DCD and supporting the chapters. I know it's such a large task. Knowing as a member from RDC, we do get updates from you all, so definitely appreciate that. I wanted to make everyone aware, in regards to our chapters, when this whole thing began, there was a lot of anticipation and a lot of discussion related to the hardship. There's two portions, yes. There's a hardship and there's a chapter allocation. I've had 2 chapters that the staff were threatened. And I hate to say this, but, they were threatened verbally and they were threatened physically. I even had one chapter who had she had a death threat. And this is the kind of behaviors that were caused when our chapter staff, who have nothing to do with any of except to try to help, are threatened in this manner. It's really concerning. And in no way should our staff ever be threatened in these manners or fashions because they don't have any hardship application.
Hello?
Honorable Freeland, are you there? Honorable Freeland.
Sorry, Speaker, I got dropped there. Speaker?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry I got dropped. I hope that doesn't count towards me. But I was just saying, I'm really concerned about our staff and how they're being, how they're being put in these positions. It's really concerning, and threats should not be occurring to our staff at all, even as far as property damage. Today I was up in Hanatleya, Herfino, and what I saw today, what Herfino is doing and how they have the setup that they have was really great and really something to see. A drive-up service, having them help elders and constituents fill out applications. They're doing a lot. And I think the big concern is utilities, assistance with utilities related to CS 7320. And I know controller's office is saying that utilities and groceries are not allowed now. when we originally done this or had put this legislation together, I think we should have really had this thoroughly vetted. And until after we get this legislation in place, things change. And I was really hoping to hear from the controller directly what is allowed and what is not allowed. ASC and DCD are just kind of guiding the chapters. And I don't want to call them that are middleman, but they're more or less of the middleman in supporting our chapters. So I just wanted to make that known, Speaker, on the record. And with that, I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
1 minute, 52 seconds. One more feeling. Moving on down, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I was looking to try to find the PowerPoint slides that were being referenced. So if I could get that sent to me. One, two, the comment that chapters are being, I guess they're set up for failure. I truly believe that that is the case. I'm so sorry to say that to my colleagues, but it just seems that if you look at the expenditure plan, and as Honorable Freeland stated, we should have vetted it better. Most of those, if not all, are a duplication of services. Speaker, so can we get the controller on the line to answer some questions if she's not available? I know that Mr. Willie has spoken, but can we get those do's and don'ts of what the chapter can and can't spend on, I guess, items during this next couple of weeks? I reserve the rest of my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Three minutes, 58 seconds. Madam Chair, Charles Newton. On your reserve time. That go back to, well, I guess these are two direct questions to the controller. Madam Controller, are you on the line, or Mr. Willie, are you back on the line? Pat, Controller, Mr. Willie. Went twice. Controller, Mr. Willie, going 3 times. That, let's go back to the 4. New player, Honorable Otto So.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Point of privilege. Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Yes, Speaker. The presenter mentioned a PowerPoint. Could we, the last PowerPoint that I received was on Saturday at 10:43 a.m. from Elizabeth Washburn. Is that the PowerPoint that is being referenced? If not, then can we get the PowerPoint sent to us? Thank you.
No, it's the one that came from Chief of Staff, Ms. Yazzie, at 6:12 p.m. She's gonna send it to you again.
Nope, I just refreshed. I got it.
That, moving on down, Honorable Otto So, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker and members of the council.
Adonda nale jahe kodo ashinso ta inishiki ba hajine. One of my concerns is I guess a lot of the communication at the local level really needs to be implemented. I'm sure you're doing your best to meet with chapters and communicate with them. And at times they'll call me and they'll say like, we don't have the information. This program hasn't do this. They haven't give us this information. What's this? All this stuff. Alcohol. I guess the direct communication with the chapters is something that I really urge to really happen. And I'm sure you're trying to get all the information out there to the 110 chapters. But I too had my chapter give me a call. The program of the chapter oversight, DCD is E. So that's just, I guess I just urge that a communication to really direct communication with the chapters would be very, very important. And like I said, I'm sure you're probably doing your best, but I guess I just encourage that, and I too I'm worried about the chapters. And basically, you guys not revert nothing. So but again, Pearl. I don't again thank you for what you're trying to accomplish with the chapters and assisting them as much as you can at the local level, at the ESC and so forth. So reserve my time.
Reserve your time with 2 minutes and 10 seconds on auto. So that we're on down. Let me go to Vice Chair Smith because I have nobody else on the board with 1 minute 57 seconds.
Speaker, ask that question again. This directive. How do I go about that? Do I do that after this vote and give a directive on behalf of getting the chapters help out there? Apparently, we don't have the controller on board to ask these questions and to find out what is exactly happening. There's big concerns from the chapters, not only my chapters, but throughout the Navajo Nation. They need to get these things taken care of, and I reserve the rest of my time.
It would be afterwards, just as we always do, directives after because there's already a motion on the table. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you.
119 is your reserve time. Moving on down, Chairman Daniel So. Oh, actually.
Speaker, previously I donated it.
Yes, sorry. Okay, with that, I'll go back to yep. Go back to Dr. Yellowman.
What I'm talking about for all the different agencies. Thank you, Speaker Damon. Adonana, yeah, Delegate Freeland. Yeah, there's two concerns that we have for the chapter staff. One, chapter staff have seen some hostility and have experienced threat. But also in the last 3 weeks, there have been some high movement and COVID, increases. And we just have to really caution both and be clear on our messaging to both the Navajo people and to all the staff who are assisting, and just making sure that we really rely on those foundational pieces and just support one another. But we appreciate that, and we do have staff who have shared these concerns and safety, both hostility and through COVID. Tomorrow is another big day for elections, and there are some chapters that have both the coordination of the elections, and then trying to coordinate the assistance of the hardship application process as well. And those are just two major events going on, and that could cause for some movement tomorrow. And again, we're trying to decrease movement. So we just appreciate your comment on that as well. Both to Delegate Daniel So and Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton, are the chapters being set up to fail? There are definitely some challenges. I was just trying to find our annual numbers here for agencies, for chapters per agency. And I just want to say roughly the annual allocation to all of the chapters, roughly I want to say is around 88 million that they're able to expend in 1 year. And this here is 90 million in 7 weeks, roughly. That's a major task, but it's for need. The expenditure plan was identified early on. The purpose and the intent of it was to provide direct relief, but we're crunching down on some time, and then our staff, chapter staff, have been bombarded with the elections, and then simultaneously the hardship application last week. So those are just some real heavy stuff that the chapters have experienced in the last 3 weeks. There are some challenges. But I also want to share that early on, DCD being identified as one of the divisions to receive the CARES Act funds, we have been cautious and extremely mindful of the audits that have been posed early on, and making sure that we are practicing accurate and adequate, we're in compliance of the CARES Act funds, and extending those practices to the chapters or to the recipients. The recipients that we have worked with the 47-20, 67-20, and now 73-20. And the reason why I'm mentioning that is that it will demonstrate our attempt to fully implement all of these legislations that we were responsible and tasked for or with. So we are able to we are able to present all of those communications and, again, attempts or transparency to implement the legislations. And then lastly to Shanant Odoso, there's been quite a bit of information that our staff have had to relay back out to the communities. There are some chapters that have the capacity or have the, are able to take the information and then apply it to their daily operations. And then there are chapters that request for additional information. But regardless, we have 110 different types of chapters, and our main goal is to provide our staff with the ability and the capacity to reach those demands of the chapters. And that's a big task for our staff. And I try my best, and I know Ms. Jim Martin tries her best. We try to be on the ASC calls, whether it's through the 8 chapters with Freeland or Delegate Elmer Begay's chapters or Western Agency, the ASC calls. We really try to expand our ability to be on those calls and support our staff to be responsive to the multiple demands from the chapters or various degrees of chapters. It's important that our staff are supported and that our staff are also receiving some of those orientations as well. And then the staff that encounter any type of challenges that we as supervisors or directors are able to give them the necessary tools, to address that. So we recognize that, but right now, after so many months in the pandemic, we have chapters and chapter officials that call, and we try to be responsive to those calls. And again, wholeheartedly welcome calls and text messages from the delegates as well, and legislative staff as well, just to be accessible and available. So, anything? We do also have a list of the Office of the Controller's representatives. Is it in the PowerPoint? It is in the PowerPoint, so we do rely on them as well for their support or technical assistance. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. With that, colleagues, let me go back. I have Chairman Nez on the board. Chairman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Damon. Out of response on attention, truth picking na but na count as just that no yeah got a and I don't hear correct not like Dr. Yellowman. The corrosion and Honorable Smith had the Oban just case got data backhoe again. Every chapter needs a backhoe. We don't know. Koro alnajid or ehosan the bedi nenigi. So I done a question bedi nanahalan. Third wave di no, and that is on today. Late 11 years already. Nederlandsen. Third wave is At on the second wave, go at over yet they kick off third wave, not at it. I guess it's the only kid holiday. And so on this case, you hope based on paint, the land. I Sebastian put it in hold just last weekend hit on me 37 working days. I don't 60 to cushion days it's in hit on me. Burial the net it's a dot and hit in there. The question sagi but there. A good chapter giddy Choidos in Hiki. Let out of larger logistics, so the procurement. Do bashed out the air, do bashed it, Idia, Lanson, as you need for it. In a bit, they kill go a hundred holes. Or on Hahun, Arson Anstonora. A call chapters day, you're a year. Chapters a year a year got. I have 6 chapters, 5 of them are LGA certified, and they know what they're doing. If we would have just gave them this money, they would know how to. They identify the people within their community. Hela propane stains, hela pellet stains, and hela cheese stains, and I one day just what they did. Oh, I didn't have that. A Dr. Yellowman did bulk purchases and chapters that taught on like Kashmirsta. Candy cane set up it does that's it Nahola. Oh, it's best. A D chapter about Hajat Lehiki, Lachora Haya, Chora Haya, Chorana and the Sierra Hassan. A late out of I ship at the need, out of Lanson. All the cushion chapters labichin dying, not I can die seat as a at end of hot oven or of Dobe era. A codidi a late what Lanson Alban Suskas Corona Holjusko. Area hot about this, the Doshitis are new chapters in out a hit Ashinti base or get chedos in Ensign Goban Suskas. Yeah, I'd like to reserve my time.
One minute, 32 seconds. Let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Freeland, 1 minute, 52 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for those comments, Chairman Nez Nagi. I totally agree with him on that. I have 2 chapters that are in real need of a grader as well, and it can be justified as accessibility. And I think when our chapters are very remote, when our chapters have challenges with accessibility, yes, you want to do everything you can to help those chapters get accessibility. One of my chapters has constituents living right now north of Chaco Canyon without no electricity and no running water. And, accessibility is important for our people out there. And it's real important that we do everything that we can and to support our chapters. And I think what Chairman Nez said was real important. The usage of heavy equipment, the need for heavy equipment, especially for this time of the season that's coming upon us. When we're able to provide accessibility for emergency vehicles or for non-emergency transportation for CHRs to get to our people out there in very remote areas, then that's justifiable enough, I think. So I just wanted to mention that about heavy equipment, the 2 graders that are needed, Naizi and Lake Valley. We also need a backhoe at Crown Point. We have a community cemetery. I hate to bring this up, but we have a community cemetery, but we don't have a backhoe. So I just wanted to mention that. So, Chairman, thank you very much for mentioning that. Speaker, that I'll waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. One more feeling. Moving on down, Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton. 3 minutes, 58 seconds.
Point of speaker.
Barely read my handwriting. Chair Charles
Speaker,
Newton, the floor is yours.
Point of privilege, actually, Speaker.
What is your point of privilege, Madam Chair?
Speaker, I'm still waiting for the controller because I think a lot of these questions that have been asked and the concerns that have been raised are things that the controller has already discussed. And so I think we need to get the controller on so that she can talk about some of the problems that are happening right now with, I guess, the issues encountering the spending of that chapters are, I guess, running up against right now. So is there any way that we can call the controller again so that we can get a clear definition of the do's and don'ts? Thank you.
And Controller, are you on the line, Mr. Willie? We've reached out to them. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. I got a question of privilege.
I don't have like a bat phone for the controller, so direct line. I just have her cell phone.
Speaker, question of privilege. Vice Chair Smith.
We did contact them, though, Madam Chair, and it seems they're still not on the line. Question of privilege, Vice Chair Smith. But we will research that and get that information and see if she can put that in writing. There's a request that will go out because I think it needs to be in writing, that question, that response, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Vice Chair Smith, question of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. Question of privilege is I heard the controller in previous meetings saying that hardship checks would be paid out as far as January. And if that's the case, then these purchases that the chapters want to do, why not have that same privilege for these vehicles that need to be purchased, such as the heavy equipment? What's the difference? I mean, you're still paying out folks for the hardship, but yet you're wanting goods and services done, and the goods and services are supposed to be completed December 30th. However, the hardship has said that they will be continuing to pay it in January. So what gives here? That's confusing. That's why chapters are wondering, well, on this hand, they're saying this, but on the other hand, they're presenting this. So it's not consistent. That's a question of privilege, Speaker. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, that question of privilege would be going towards the controller's office, and right now the controller or any of her team members are not on the line, so I can't answer that question for you. And but if they do get on the line, I will definitely refer back to you, and you can ask that question. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker. But this is for the record on behalf of that. You know, one hand they're saying this, the other hand they're saying that. If they do come on, I will ask that question. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That moving on down, Madam Chair Charles Newton, 3 minutes, 58 seconds. Madam Chair?
Speaker, yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. So I'm looking at the slide that was provided. Looks like there are 10, I guess, allocation categories. But again, we don't really know what the do's and don'ts are. And it's really difficult to get full information without the cooperation of the controller. But I can say Miss Yellowman and Miss Sanlatza, Jim Martin, that I am concerned, and I know that you know those concerns. What really bothers me is that the two of you refuse to offer any assistance, I just don't know how else to go about this. And so I have said it before, and I'll say it again. I have absolutely no confidence in either of you. I feel like the presentation that you've given today is really kind of shortchanged. There's so many open holes about what's happening within the chapters and what the chapters can spend. I would think that as directors, you would have that information and that you would be ready to present that to say, okay, we did talk to the chapters. We are aware that these are what they're having issues with, but we know that they can spend money on the following categories, and maybe just kind of a breakdown. I didn't hear that. I was hoping that we would get that from your presentation, but it appears that it's also not in your presentation. So Speaker, I really need the controller, or somebody from the controller's office. I need to know what the chapters can and can't spend. And I know that you are trying to get a hold of them, but without getting that information, I feel like we're just kind of going in circles here, not knowing how to guide our chapters, or more importantly, how to be a part of that and offer assistance to them. So Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time.
Okay, reserve your time with 1 minute, 54 seconds, Madam Chair. Charles Newton, with that, again, we are reaching out to the controller and Mr. Willie. But if they're not responsive, I can't get them on unless if they're responsive, Madam Chair. Charles Newton. But again, what you're asking for is a very good thing, that a tool that the chapters need to know. So that's something I think that's, even if Madam Controller does come back on this evening, the Speaker's office is asking that, writing a format to see if the Madam Controller can put that answer in writing, so that be it the answer not only to the council, but also to the chapters as well. So that, moving on down. Honorable Otto So, 2 minutes, 10 seconds.
Privilege, Speaker.
Question of privilege, Madam Chair. Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the director. Does she not know this information? And, I would assume that if she knew it, she would share it, or perhaps we just didn't ask correctly. Thank you, Speaker.
To that, meaning Executive Director, Dr. Yellowman? Is that who you're referring to, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay, with that, question of privilege going to Dr. Yellowman.
Okay, thank you, Speaker Damon. Adonana Akihat, thank you, Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton. A PowerPoint was shared with the 24th Navajo Nation Council. It's dated October 30th, and it was also forwarded by Ms. Jim Martin to Sherilyn Yazzie. It was co-developed by the, but mainly led by the Office of the Controller. On page or slide 3 of the expenditure of the PowerPoint starts to break down the 10 allocation categories. Those 10 allocation categories are on page 3. In the green box, there's a green box, and it's outlined and titled Eligible Expenses. In the eligible expenses, there's gloves, hand sanitizers, thermometers, antibacterial soap, first aid supplies, work safety equipment. Next to the green box on the right side of the page are ineligible expenses. On page 3 of this PowerPoint, the controller's office deems this green box eligible. They determine this as eligible. On page 4, again, there's another green box, and these are essential sanitation items, referring back to the 10 allocation categories. In this box, the controller's office deems this green as items that are eligible and can be identified for procurement. And those are Clorox wipes, Lysol sprays, toilet tissue wipes, diapers, adult pull-ups, feminine hygiene, toothpaste, toothbrush, aloe vera, lotions, shampoo, and soap. That box appears to be good to go. We're clear on that. On page 5 of the PowerPoint, essential fuel sources, which includes wood, coal, pellet, propane, hand warmers, and blankets. These seem to be in the gray area, which we stated earlier in our report. These gray area, which can be deemed ineligible, are gas vouchers. As fuel you cannot buy gift cards with federal funds. Any reimbursement for specific individuals, so a card cannot be given to an individual. Purchases through this category must be distributed openly to chapter members. You start to see that we're increasing into the tougher categories. On page 6 of the PowerPoint that was emailed out October 30th, on page 6 is another box. These are essential food items. These items include vitamin C, emergency vitamin C tablets, water, adult vitamins, multivitamins, Gatorade, Ensure drinks, blue corn mush, and emergency food packages. Again, these are deemed eligible. However, there is a note that says any reimbursement for specific individuals are ineligible, and purchases through this category must be openly distributed to chapter members. We're clear on that. A big part of our report is those are clear. Where things need to be answered, we need yes and no's on these next few allocated categories. Solid waste removal, solid waste cleanup, porta-johns, support for water haulers, livestock windmill repair, electric bill assistance for chapter, house, and public buildings. Those indicate a concern, and there's a orange to red indication on these items on page 7 of the PowerPoint. The reason why these are deemed ineligible is any reimbursement for specific individuals, electric bill assistance for specific individuals, and septic service for individuals. At this point, the controller's office is saying they cannot go to an individual, which is on page 7 of the PowerPoint. When you get to page 8 of the PowerPoint, the items listed in page 8 of the PowerPoint are infrastructure-related upgrades. These include bathroom additions. They must be in operation. These include plan, design, and construction with ADA compliance, bathroom equipment, septic service assistance for public, cistern tanks, water barrels, and workplace safety upgrades along with water wells. These items on page 8 have been deemed ineligible. I don't want to, well, actually, it is deemed high risk of not meeting required completion deadlines. And let me read to you exactly what it says. It says, though the needs are understood, infrastructure projects are not recommended at the chapter level, given the high risk of not meeting required completion deadlines. Infrastructure projects must be completed and operational by December 30th and must also be related to COVID. These are where there's concern from the chapter level that there's time to do these, or there's incoming emails that say we have a subcontractor available, they can do this, and they can demonstrate that these projects can be completed by December 30th. Or as Shenandoah Delegate Daniel So mentioned earlier, what's the difference between DCD doing these projects and 73-20 not doing these projects? We have the same similar questions as well, and it's helpful to get a clear yes and a clear no on these areas. These areas are the same questions that some of the chapters have. They have asked these questions to some of the controller OOC's chapter representatives, and to their best ability have tried to provide guidance on that. There's still gray area. There's still some unanswered questions to this particular page on page 8. Page 9 is very similar. It's infrastructure equipment, and that includes backhoe for burial assistance. The cost-benefit analysis required is rent versus buy, and I believe Delegate Raymond Smith mentioned that. Why are chapters being told, can these be rented or not? And that there's no doubt that heavy equipment is needed during this time. So those are questions coming from the chapters. Those are mass requests that we have been receiving throughout the pandemic. There was the understanding or intent that these could be possibly purchased under 73-20, and it is true that these are being deemed high risk or ineligible, and that is demonstrated on page 9 of the PowerPoint that was sent out 10/30/20. Speaker Damon, I can go on, but I hopefully answered the bulk of that question. And also, Shenandoah, we just continue to really try our best to satisfy your concerns and earn